servers that, you know, still exist 60 days later, without having to, like, edit and upload and all that. So, for those who missed where we were on this yesterday, we made a lot of progress. We actually are making the last of these goods over here to complete Phase 3. I estimated if we could keep everything running, it'd be about 20 minutes to... It's done. So whereas saying it'd be about 20 minutes to finish, I'm lying to you. It's already done. So give these all back. And let's go ahead and complete Phase 3. But yeah, so we made a lot of progress. We massively expanded our oil operation, so we're producing turbo fuel now. We are producing a completely obnoxious amount of plastic and rubber and all that kind of stuff. We've got all of the Phase 3 goods done, so that's a big thing. We expanded our Caterium stuff. The stuff I know on the short term I want to do this one is we did unlock a really good recipe using the silica. We're getting ready to get aluminum. I can't remember. I think it's aluminum, then uranium, as far as the phases go. So we're about to get aluminum. We already know where the bauxite is near. And in this particular case, there is no quartz anywhere near that. But I've got one of the best areas for quartz on the map that I've seen before. It's got 3 really good nodes in a cave. I'm already producing stuff there. It's just I don't need it for anything yet, so it's just sitting down there. And now we're hitting the part where I'm going to need it. So then the plan would be from here to, you know, get a train to come out of that cave to wherever I need it. And we'll get that all figured out. And now, Ada.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
Okay. Yeah, no, it definitely was once, because we figured it was 20 minutes. I bet you I tied up the 20 minutes on my outro and everything, so it was done at the end of stream yesterday and I just missed it. Yay, so we're building our space station dock thing.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above-average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Alright. So that's all built. I can't remember, there's some of these phases where, like, different parts move around up there, and it's fun to, like, watch the whole thing. They're locked. Yeah, no, we've actually unlocked geothermal. I literally just need to locate the geysers and do that. That'll probably be a thing we'll do as we run around the map. So, the first thing I want to do is I realize I got a bunch of these in my inventory, and they're useless to me right now. The other thing I want to do, actually, how close can I get to plopping this in here real quick? Let me check. I've got like 2 or 3, because yesterday it was one of those things that I was at the end of stream. That's right, I have the constructor there. Because at the end of stream yesterday, 100 of those. And I had this going to continue processing our stuff. And I was like, wait a second, I had started that. So I just want this to process. I'm going to slap in the yellow slugs, and I'm going to have that making our power shards. This is definitely the value, and I know people in the first run were like, you really should put your somber sloops in there, and I'm like, yeah, I probably should. And then I didn't, because these were just not hard to come by. But yeah, so each of those purples with a somber sloop, because it gives you double, work out really well. Okay, so now I can go down here to that one, drop you in, because I wanted to get that going. So what I want to check is I might have all the materials I need to just immediately do the blueprints. I just got to check here real fast. So we got the heavy frames. That's the heavy frames I need. The computers, got it. The rubber, can do. And then the wild card will be the concrete. Yeah, I think we might have everything. I might be the tiniest bit short on the concrete. Need to go grab some. Let's see, you're new to this chat, and you're kind of new to Satisfactory. Let's see, you already learned to watch from... Is geothermal energy a good source of energy? Yes. So geothermal energy gives you a lot of power. I'll give you... fill in one moment.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always.
Okay, but yeah, so the pro and the con with the geothermal is it produces a lot of power at very little cost, but the one major drawback it has is it fluctuates. So it's not like where you get like your coal power on and once you wind up you're producing, what is it, like 625 megawatts and it just stays there as long as the fuel doesn't run out. Instead what happens as kind of a wind up, wind down, so it goes like this constantly. So you need batteries to make it so that on average you make really good power while, you know, you're sitting there the whole time in the meantime with like it ebbing and flowing. Without the batteries, it becomes unreliable. But as long as you got enough batteries to kind of buffer it, it becomes a very, very effective power source. One of the big benefits being is I believe there is no continuous cost to it. Like once you set it up and you've done it, it's just good. I've looted that, right? What? Okay, I was about to be, I was like, there's no way I didn't loot that. I was just surprised to see the enemies around it. So what I need to do is I need to go up here to that cave, because that cave takes us into our quartz area. So I would need to run up to the quartz area, because what I want to do is I want to bring all that through here. Okay, I need to be going that way. Because if I go into that cave system, we can go down to where the quartz is and run that through. I will need to get the bauxite refinement online, and we're already making all the goods there. It's going to take a little while for all those goods to end up into the, into my remote storage, whatever it's called. But that's fine. Because what I'm going to need to do is for the bauxite refining, I will need the quartz. And the reason I'm definitely not bringing the I'm not bringing the bauxite to the quartz is it's inside a tunnel cave system that's pretty constrained space-wise. And while it's not undoable in there, I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things that ends up being a colossal pain. One thing I ought to do is while we're running around. Okay, you were... That's not far. Let's go pop over and hook up those geysers. So I'm trying to remember are you where I've got these? Yep. So drop those off till I need them. Let's see, is all the ores, etc. predetermined in the map, or are they different each time? They're predetermined. The map is handcrafted and static. But they make up for it with having like all sorts of cave systems and tunnel systems and lots to explore that outside of putting in like thousands of hours, you're going to have like, you're not going to remember the whole map. Like, don't get me wrong, there will be a point where after you put in, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours that you will just know your way around the map. but it does seem like it will take you a long time to get there. Alright, so we've got our first geothermal we can put down right there. So let's see what this is about, because this is also where I need to go for... This is the one of my... I mentioned I had still 2 conveyor belts that were spaghetti that I hadn't done the trains because I didn't have trains yet when I set them up. That's these 2. I'm not going to worry about that right now. What I am going to do is we're going to go to sulfur here. I'm going to need to grab a stack of plastic. And unlock our smokeless powder.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
I feel like these I don't need the platforms for as much. Because I think literally I just put this down and we just plug a wire into it. If that's the case, we won't use a platform. We gotta feed anything into it. Yeah. So this literally, you'll just see it goes up and down. Make sure you got all the ones right here. We do. Okay. Actually, we can just use a regular power tower. And boom, and boom. Yeah, so with this, they'll wind up between 300 and 100. So you'll see they ping-pong back and forth between those, which means on average it'll be somewhere in the ballpark of probably like 150, 200. But you'll notice this winding up and down. That'll help us in the long run. Do you have more geysers nearby? Because I'm thinking while we've got this, I'll go out of my way to just drop stuff on the geysers we have in the area. I won't go out of my way to like track half across the map. If we're not within 1,000, I won't worry about it. Yeah, we won't worry about those ones. I was making a point that as we go from different places, I'll drop those down, because every little bit of that will help reduce my power consumption. Okay. I have apparently missed the cave over here, but let's go over there. Because I need... Oh, that's right. It's over by my, my coal. Is where we have the cave that goes into the quartz area. That's weird. Let's deal with that. Because once I destroy these, they're gone forever. So just easier to clean up. One of the things I do plan on doing today is where we originally set up for our plastic and our rubber, before we did our major expansion of that, I want to convert at least half, if not all of that, over to making the fabric instead, because it's not producing that much plastic or rubber. Oh, hey, Summer Sloop. Didn't even realize you're here. But that'll give us the ability to produce fabric. And then with the fabric production online, I can start making the filters, because I've been really terrible in runs past about actually building any, like, the radiation filters and all that kind of stuff, and I probably shouldn't be terrible about that. It does help me not die, because, not so much the poison, because it's easy enough to get this out of here, but the radiation. Radiation gets gnarly. And just like that, the poison is gone. So I gotta worry about that anymore. And I got a Somber Sloop for my reward for my effort. We're still doing good on rebar, so I don't need to focus on that too much. I need more inventory slots so I can run all the things. I'm busy trying to deal with inventory. Oh, you're a big one. We'll heal. Okay. Yeah, so right over here should be the cave that goes down. Alright. And it'll probably have a whole bunch of those spider things, the stingers down below here. Yeah, so this is our cave that gets us our quartz. As I mentioned before, we are already exploiting the quartz. It's just I haven't needed it outside, like grabbing a little bit to build a building once in a while, which I just have it on dimensional storage, so I don't have to think about it. But we're now at the point where I actually do need to bring it out of here. Because, like, this I could genuinely, if I ran the... There you are. I see there's more of you. Okay. Let's play it safe. Yeah, so this I could definitely make it work if you really had to. I could run the conveyor down one side and have enough room to probably put like a couple assemblers and constructors along the entire length of it and have like a weird gradually going out factory. But in this particular case I've had no need for it. But yeah, so I've got all this infrastructure set up over here. What are you on the SAM, is that right? You are on the SAM. So I'm just leaving it there so I can find it. But yeah, so as you can see, I'm producing over on this side the crushed quartz crystal, and then on the other side over here, we're making the silica. And I've got 2 of those set up, and I've got another quartz over there I can take advantage of. The hard part's going to be getting the train platform enough space in here. So like, actually, no, this probably won't be that bad. Because this could only go down this way. That should leave me a bunch of space here. So I can put it here. That'd give me enough room to probably snake it around this side. And then all I'd have to do is try to maneuver it such that I'm not in the way of that drill, which shouldn't be a problem. Oh yeah, no, my intention is to build a train station down here and ship it out from here. For the record. Like that is my intended... what I'm gonna do with this. I forgot it turns off Zoop every time we reload. So I think this will only need to be a 2 train car situation. Because we'll just take the 2 train cars wherever we need to go with it. Right, and the other thing was just telling me that we had gotten the stuff back. So the crystal's not, the crushed crystal is not on the dimensional storage, while this one is, because we do use silica for building, and I haven't noticed using the crushed crystal for building that I can think of. There might be something I'm overlooking, missing, whatever you want to use for your words. Alright, so let's see if we can't fit this down here, because we're going to need this for our, once you stay on the ground, if you start lifting up, it's a no-go. There. That's not going to give me a lot of room to work with, but it'll be enough. Okay, so we can go here, and we need a freight platform going this way, and a freight platform going that way, and then we'll just have a regular platform for the other engine. And you'll need power, which we have here somewhere. Okay, so we've got the power. Alright, so now I can get the crushed crystal to pop in here nice and easy. Because I just go boom. That is super cursed, don't do that. So that's the crushed crystal being fed to that part of the train station. Meanwhile, with this, I can probably go right back here. I forgot I had those built down here. Remember, I was working on that, I built them, but they are down there. Okay. So if I take you all the way down here to line you up, you have one take over that. Okay. Alright, so with that, we actually have this part of the train going. Now, this is going to be the first one that I might not be able to use the foundations effectively to move it, because this place is a straight-up disaster. So it's going to be some finagling to get this train to go where I want it to go. Because I have to worry about both the ceiling and the side, and that the train I can't really refine to get it to go places. It kind of wants to like wiggle and all that. We'll see what I have to do to make it work. I think the way I can do it is like this. So put that there. Oh, I'll still try and lower to that height? That's fine. So I think we just have it go around the back of this, maybe? We'll see if that'll work. Alright. So you can go over here and put down the next set. The big thing I want to watch is that it doesn't go through the cave wall. Cool. Scooching along the cave wall here. We're gonna have a weird turn here that I'm not sure how this is gonna work. But we'll see. For this part, I don't need to care about it being over the train too much. Cool. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a more wild train ride on this one. Once I get out of the cave, then this becomes easier. Yeah, so we use control, that's where it's going to go, that's fine. And that'll be about the straightaway down here, so let's see if we can't get it all the way down here. Ah, it's too long. Alright, so this one I should be able to have it keep going straight. So around here somewhere. And that's perfectly straight track from there. Alright. But once I get out of here, then it'll be a lot easier for me to do stuff with the, with it, because then I can just have it, you know, go into the sky, do whatever we're gonna do with it. But at the moment, I gotta get all connected. I think this will also be a fun one to ride the train through. Just because it'll be a bit of a weird path. So it won't be like a lot of the other ones I've built where it's just, you know, goes over the ground, it just goes to the air, it gives you a scenic view. This one will be more akin to like riding a roller coaster or whatever, where you're zipping around inside this tunnel and doing all this stuff. That's also the reason I'm doing it this way versus all the other train stops I did. I made sure to set up both the train stops beforehand. This one I already know I only get kind of one option in and out. Technically there's two. I can go out the other side as well. Oh, you're gonna need a halfway point. I could have gone out straight the other way as well. I just don't see any reason to do that because it's objectively farther. Alright, you're too far up. So it really wouldn't make sense. I think this one also has a bit of a wider cave mouth to work with. Think that should be enough to get us out. Alright, so we've got that to the cave mouth. Now I'm gonna go and figure out where the heck we're taking this. So, for that, I need to get back to the base and get this set up to unlock the bauxite. As it was the main purpose of a railway to move bulk goods faster than belts. So yes and no. In some ways, the train can be faster than some belts, and in other ways, belts can be faster. There's a lot of nuance to it. We're just trying this run instead of spaghettiing belts all across the landscape. Instead, I'm going with the idea of using the trains, but they do serve mostly kind of the same purpose of get goods from A to B. The pros and cons are the belts. You have a very precise amount that they will always transport. That you look at a belt and it says, hey, I move 270. You know how much you're going to move? You're going to move 270. With the train, it's got a capacity that's extremely high, but while the train is moving, it's not collecting more kind of thing. So there's a little A, little B on that one, where it's a little bit fuzzier on the amount it produces. Alright. What's going on here that you don't have modular frames? Why are we not getting modular frames? I'm suspecting I'm just not producing them fast enough. And you have plenty of supplies to produce them. So the answer is if I want more, I just need to do this. But yeah, so they serve the same purpose. There's just some nuance on which way is better and worse and all that. Oh, I see. 1 second. Modular frames. So you have the bolted and the regular. Oh, right. So the bolted would take way more of those. What's the difference here? So you will make 5 per minute at 140 screws per minute. Versus the modular frame makes only 2 per minute, but is way cheaper. That's fine. I'm also going to chuck that in there to get that out of my inventory, and same with that. So it might be something to look into later about switching over, but for the time being, I think just dealing with what I got is fine. They're making these. Oh man, you make so few of that. That's the issue we've got going on, is I'm just not producing modular frames nearly as fast. But that's this whole platform's purpose, is just to make modular frames. So it is going to be one of those things that we'll definitely want to increase that. So you're only taking 3 and 12? Let's upgrade these conveyors real fast. There, that should help. So those are making 15, so that's making 30, 45. And you're only consuming 12. So I can make... If I make one more, I gotta make more constructor. Might also upgrade the belts as they were Terror 2 looked like for the frames. Yeah, and that's so the belts going out from here down there don't really need to be upgraded yet, because this is producing 2 per minute. That means all of these together making 6 per minute. Even the worst belt of the game will handle that without breaking a sweat. So the issue is we're just not making these fast enough. I could put the somber sloops in there, but I actually don't think there's a great use of it. More than likely, I need to get a better pattern for the modular frames, or I just have to upscale the crap out of their production. In the meantime, these are getting put in here, so they are slowly feeding into my my storage. I actually have 1 stack there. That's not nothing. I might be able to hop on the other end and do find it. Oh, you're putting them in here? That might actually work. That's right. So you're going over here to the other side. So I could probably go over there. I should be able to grab some of these other materials. There's a stack of computers. There's 2 stacks of rubber. There's 2 stacks of the motors. Basically, I'm trying to get everything set up so that we unlock the bauxite refinement. And then we'll worry about trying to get the bauxite and the silica together. And I know that needs to be somewhere where water is. So a part of me is assuming the spot out by the coal is good we have over there. My thought is potentially have the train that's going in this cave. Because here's the train that's at that quartz. And it goes all the way snaking out till here. So my assumption is go right out to the water over here. This is where all our coal is. And then just set up shop here for the aluminum. That does mean my bauxite is around, it's either here or down here. It's down in this area somewhere. I will need to make it transport there. There's a good chance this will be one of my longest trains where it goes over here, drops off all the quartz stuff, runs down here, grabs the bauxite, brings that up. Which would actually make it a 3 freight truck if I do that. We'll see. It might even be, you know what it might actually even do? It might even be that we transport the quartz here. That's 1 train, just back and forth. And that we have a separate train that transports stuff up here. So like the bauxite comes up here from that side. And that train that brings the bauxite will likely take the aluminum sheets back to other places where I'll need it. We'll see. I'll have to figure that out, because I don't know where all the bauxite is relative to that, but I do know the quartz we've already got hit, and I just got to figure out where I'm taking it. Right, so over here somewhere was where all those heavy frames were going. There's another 20. There's extra computers and frames. The circuit boards are fine now. Let's pop over here, drop these off, because I want to unlock the bauxite refinement, because that's going to be important. That's how we get our aluminum, and once we get our aluminum sorted out, then we can start worrying about a whole bunch of other stuff. I do have different parts of the factory I do want to rework. Okay, so I need the more motors and the more frames and all that. How are we doing on these things? Okay, so I need 13 more heavy frames, and then I need some more motors. Those are going to have the motors. I just don't have them in my storage yet because they take time to process. Meanwhile, I really do also need to set up the automation for making the SAM fluctuators. That more than likely will probably want to happen over by where our steel is, because we've already got the copper wire and the steel pipes in that area. And I don't imagine this is going to be a particularly high volume good I'm going to need to produce for a very long time. Meanwhile, I got a bunch of junk in here we could toss onto this system while we wait for the modular frames and all that to get sorted out. So you all go in here. Cool, that's all stuff that gets processed, so we're good there. I don't need you in my bag. And the rest of this is probably all fine. Put the computers back in there for the time being. The rubber, plastic, the AI limiters. Silica is already good. I believe the gunpowders are... Yeah, gunpowder we don't have going there. Okay. Alright, so let's go back up here to where I was getting those slugs processed. We can switch those over while we wait for a minute. And that should be over there. Because then I can go and get those slugs to continue being processed. I could take the time to set up 3 constructors and have all the constructors feed into their various spots and yada yada yada. And that's probably the better long-term solution. But then that means I've got somber sloops being allocated to that whether or not I'm doing stuff with it. And it's much easier for me to go, I don't care, boom. So that'll be another 24. So we're going to have 150 something of the slug shard things. Alright, how are we doing? Not great progress on the heavy frames. So some of the things I need to set up is I need to set up, if we look in here, I need to set up, where are you at? The oscillating crystal, whatever. This thing, the crystal oscillator, that I need to set up. I've got all the materials for that. I just need to wire it up. We need to get the aluminum online. That's actually what we're trying to unlock now, is the things I need to make that. I need to get the smokeless gunpowder, whatever, made. That'll be another one. Hey, not the real. How's it going? So we'll want to get all that sorted out. Those should be able to buffer the power fluctuations if we start getting into the point of using all that. I was looking for the motors, which I've got enough motors here now. So now we're just waiting on the heavy modular frames. What do I need for those? Can I just craft those in my pocket real fast? Yes, we can. That'll be good. They'll get some of these things like the screws out of my pocket. Alright. So we're definitely going to have to increase the amount of frames we're doing. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? And with that, bauxite is unlocked.
Milestone reached. Bauxite is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Alright. So, with the bauxite production, if we go to a refinery now, we will have all the different stages. So I have... Oh man, I remember this. This is a whole thing. That's right. So we had... There was also the foundry, I believe, was involved. Yeah, so the aluminum ingot is silica and aluminum scrap. And then for aluminum scrap, we need the aluminum liquid. So we need the aluminum solution and coal to make aluminum scrap and water. And then to make the aluminum, like, the aluminum solution, I need the bauxite and water. So basically our inputs are water, water, bauxite, and the silica. And then you have the whole process. So let's figure out where our bauxite was. You should be here. There you are. And I know there's some south of us. I can't remember if it was this one or that one is in this area down here. We saw bauxite, but I don't know if that's our closest. So there's that one. It is a pure node. And we've actually got a bunch over here. Okay. And now we've got all our quartz up there. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, and we've got our quartz in here. That's our quartz. Is there quartz down in this area? Have you played Guts and Black Powder? No, but also, I mean, just randomly explaining the lore would be a weird thing. Might also tear down the, oh yeah, no, we got that. So that is much closer to this. But then, I don't know where the coal is relative to you down there. I'm just trying to decide what we're doing with a bunch of this. Unless there's coal right here. Yeah, so we've got our coal up here. And I'm not tapping those up here. So we got another coal node up there we can put to use. We have coal over here by the SAM. That's actually where our coal power is. I like the coal power at this phase, I could just shut down and pretend doesn't exist. I don't need it. Yeah, there's nothing down here. So. Yeah, not the real. I gonna be real with you. I don't care. You've popped it saying, here is a game you don't know. Let me explain the lore. Why would I be interested in that? I have something I don't know and you want to explain to me the thing, like, the thing, you want to explain to me the backstory of the thing I don't even know it is. So, no thank you. You know, I'm glad you're excited for it, but it just doesn't make sense. Because keep in mind, there's about 60-something people watching this over on Twitch as well. It's not just me and you. So what I'm waffling with right now is I've got this all set up. That's a good spot for quartz up there. But it's a real bad spot for actually reaching the bauxite. I mean, I got bauxite here and quartz over there, and the coal up here that I can relinquish. So I can actually get these to each other relatively quickly. And then there's water. So, you know, I think it just makes sense more for me to put my aluminum production up here. And then I guess we just figure out what we're doing with this quartz later. Like, I'll just leave that there doing its thing, because I'm sure at some point I'm going to need the silica over here, or I know I'm going to need the quartz over here, because I'll need the crushed quartz over here for the oscillating crystal, so that's fine. Yeah, so we got the bauxite there, the quartz down here, the coal up here. That's fine. So it looks like that's going to be a slight diversion from what I had originally planned, because it is just one of those cases. It makes more sense to put it someplace else. Oh, you're saying it might be... Well, I mean, to the south, we've got that mostly explored. Like, there's potentially more down there, right? You're not wrong. It is interesting that I can see that edge of the map. So we can see literally the west and the east side of the map, and I believe the north-south is roughly the same. I actually think it's... I'm just running into stuff because I'm just running. I actually believe the north-south on the map is slightly narrower than the east-west. Well, that's not what I wanted. I imagine... That's fine, whatever. Okay. So the bauxite is right here. And I've already got a power pole run up there. So you just take the tower pole up to the bauxite and get that set up. Now, one of the catches for running the trains with the bauxite is none of the bauxite is really close to each other, but it's also not really far. So it's like, it's close enough I wouldn't want to train between them and all that. I'm just gonna go and just hiding message on YouTube, because like it's just one of those things. It's like, hey, this person would bring up a lore and said, hey, well, let me explain this, will help me like explain that. So it's like, look, man, it's one thing if it was something related to anything I was doing, but they were literally just wanting to explain things unrelated to anything at all. And it's just like, but I don't understand why. And they weren't taking a hint. It's the same kind of thing here, just someone popped into chat and was just like, do you mind if I told you about a game you've never heard of? It's like, okay, generally it's like, do you mind if I, you know, explain the entire backstory of it? It's like, I'm gonna be real, I'm not interested. not trying to ruin it, but if you wanted to talk to someone about that, why wouldn't you go to the category? I've genuinely come to find that YouTube, when it comes to comments and all that, is the most unhinged of the platforms. And I don't, like, I can't even really point at a why, though. Like, don't get me wrong, they have a lack of moderation, and that's kind of the big puzzle piece of the why. But with a lot of things, you can be like, oh, you know, they're taking this value where they, you know, make a deliberate open, we're not going to moderate, and, you know, that brings out the worst of people, because then people feel like they get a pass to say whatever the heck they want without, you know, thinking about the implications of what they're saying and yada yada. Okay, so I've got the bauxite tagged here. I'm gonna go ahead and just chuck the slugs in there and crank it up. And we got the other two over here. Yeah, so I've got these three. The quartz was down here, and I do think, I feel like this is one where it just makes sense to have these all conveyor to a middle point, have the train bring it over, drop it off, and then come back around here, pick up the quartz, and then that's our central point where the coal is to process it all. I think that's what we're gonna do. In the short term, though, let's go to each of these bauxite nodes, drop down a drill and some platforms and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, it was exactly that about time, as I was just like, alright, I've muted you on the channel. It's like, because it's also a thing that's kind of selfish when you really think about it. You're like, hey, there's a whole bunch of people watching, and generally the person must have an interest in whatever it is, and fair enough. But it's saying, hey, I know you've got people watching what you're doing, and you're doing something unrelated to what I want to talk about, and you've specifically told me that, like, you're not actually interested in, but I really want to talk about it anyways, so you're gonna need to do that. The internet's a weird placement. Hi, giant poison spider of nightmares. Goodbye. Oh, you actually did manage to survive that. Okay. So we had the poison spider, and it leapt to its death. Well, not leapt to its death. It leapt down where it got stuck, and I was able to just pick at it. Okay. Man, there's a lot of enemies over here. Come on. All right. What am I even hearing? Oh, it's just another one. Okay. Alright, now that's dealt with. We can go here, getting our platform set up. Alright. What game is this? This is Satisfactory. It is a factory automation game where you build a factory. Basically, you get plopped down in the world. You have, like, the game starts where everything is a very manual and slow process. And the game immediately is like, hey, you know what? You had to bang on that rock to get some ore for a little while. That kind of sucked, didn't it? What if you can make a machine bang on that rock for you? And you're like, oh man, that's so much better. And you go, alright, well what if now we had to take that rock that you banged on, and then you had to bang on it to make it an ingot? What if you can make the machine bang on it to make it an ingot? And you're like, oh man, that's so much better, this is great. And you just keep going farther and farther until you're making really complicated things. Alright. And there's the other bauxite. Hey, I don't want to deal with you, giant spider nightmare thing. So if you could just not, I would love if you could just no, just go. Hey. Oh, I thought I was gonna die with the next one. Hey, could you not emit the giant poison cloud, please? Is this Subnautica but land? No. So there is similarities between the game. Like, this does have a heavy exploration side to it as well. But where Subnautica has, like, a lot of story stuff going on, where you gotta find your little tidbits of lore and all that to piece together the mystery and all that. This one doesn't have that kind of thing. Instead, it's a lot more about setting up a factory. So, like, Subnautica, you get this material, and then you craft it into the next material, and you craft that into the next material, and that kind of thing. This one, you do it, but with these giant machines that you drill up iron, and then the iron, like, you have a machine drilling up the iron, and then feeding that iron into the next machine, which makes the next thing, which then feeds into the next machine, which makes the next thing. You get the idea. So you just keep expanding the automation a little bit more each stage. Where are you? Oh, are you, like, way down below? If it's way down below, I'm gonna... That's not too terrible. Why is there a billion enemies in all these things? New plan. I don't feel like dealing with all of you. Oh, I need to... I'm trying to thin out their numbers so I'm not running around in the dark where I can't see. Okay. I'll probably have missed one or two that I didn't notice. Like you. But that's fine. I just didn't want to sit there fighting with all of them in the dark where I can't see and just making a whole big escapade of it when I could just sit above them and drop some bombs. Because even though the bombs are kind of not great for fighting one enemy, there's just, you can friendly fire yourself with them. They don't do great damage, but it's also not bad damage. Oh, am I too high up here? That's fine. We can fix that. Nah, I should be able to put that down. Let's make sure I'm facing in the general direction towards the middle, so I don't just have to add a bunch of snaking pipes for no reason. I think that's the way I want to go. Yeah, I'm gonna make it go with the grid. Alright, so I've got all 4 of those done. So far as set up there. I'll need to run power and all that. The rough middle area is around here. So for just a moment, I'm going to mark that as roughly the center point. I'm going to head over there. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm pretty sure we already grabbed that hard drive anyway. Yeah. No, is that the one we grabbed? Yeah, that's the one we grabbed. That's that hard drive, so we're good. Oh, no, that's not one we grabbed. We didn't have the materials to grab that. We're about to unlock, like, do aluminum. And aluminum is the prereq for the thing I need to make those work. Now, the one problem I'm immediately noticing is like, I'm going to go over here and do this over here. That appears to be a big open hole. Which is not really conducive for having a giant platform on. I could definitely see, though, making a platform in the sky above said area. Yeah, no, that's a big open hole. So what we'll do is we'll put a platform like way up here. That'll be our train stop for all of that. In the meantime, we see some geysers down there, and I feel like we should wire those in as well. Actually, let's first get our power run over here. This is gonna be overkill. I'm gonna have more bauxite than I know what to do with, but I figure that's kind of a good problem to have. Alright, let's grab this power tower. And I'm going to scooch this on over here, so that way if I want to zip line or anything like that, it's already in position to do it. I'm going to shoot past it, so that way we got line of sight to the next location. Meanwhile, I can grab you, plug you back in over here. Alright. So part of the reason I wanted to do that is I'm going to have one set of towers that goes to our other ones. So where are other drills? I've got more power towers over there. Where are other bauxite nodes? There's a geyser clearly down below me. I want to say the other bauxite was there. Okay. Alright. Oh, that bauxite is already there by that power tower, so that should be nice and easy to set up. But yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of belt spaghetti, just because, like I said, I feel like using a train to transport it that little distance just doesn't feel good. I also don't think I want to make a truck do the work, because then I got to get fuel to it somehow, and that's going to be its own big hassle. So I'm going to get the power run to each of these, and then we're going to also drop a power line down to where those geothermal are. Because we're by them anyways, we might as well plug in. You know, it's a one-time cost of materials, and then I never have to worry about it again. Hey, Punchbag. Sorry. I do anonymous files, I just fell into old patterns. But thank you so much for the follow, I do appreciate it. I do typically do anonymous follows, my apologies. Like, I got caught up reading the name and then started saying it, because that's just a thing that, as a streamer, you end up doing a lot. It's just, like, you read the text on your screen so far as, like, in-game and all that, and you just get into that pattern. Alright. Oh, we got a Mercer Sphere in the middle here. One enemy I can probably run up and just grab it real fast before the enemy gets onto me. Cool.
Are your vessels functional or recreational?
Mostly functional.
A cog in a machine?
Correct. A hog in the woods.
The vessel is blood.
Fascinating. Yes, I think they are. They are conduits, builders, breakers, defenders, and aggressors, cells within a larger organism. We do not share a body.
Harmony.
Okay. Posture check? Yeah. Alright, and then here was the last one. And it came over to this side to hit its power tower first. And the only reason I did that was just because it's kind of down in here, and it's going to be easier for me to just plunk down the power tower here. Probably get up here and still have line of sight. Yeah. Okay, so that's probably about as far as we're gonna get before line of sight starts to become an issue. Just so I could zip line those in a pinch, like if I die and I don't have fuel in my jetpack or whatever. Alright, so we can run over here. Plunk that tower there. And then with that tower, I could daisy chain it to any one of these 4 towers. And then somewhere in the middle here, we're going to make a train station to bring all that bauxite to. Cool, so it's all powered in. Okay, so that means all of the bauxite mines are powered in. Now, the thing I want to do is, right around here, we saw some geysers. I want to, you know, tether into those real fast. They're like right below me right here. That's not what I wanted. Okay. That's probably just a purple power slug down there. Okay. Alright, and with that we can go, not power storage, geothermal power. It doesn't really matter which way it faces. Okay. I have problems landing in half this stuff. So do I have a good line of sight on any of the towers from down here? Not really. Let's start by just cabling you both in. Then taking this up top of one of these. And seeing where we can get to a tower. Honestly, we could probably just use the little wires here. Because it's just 2 connection points, not worth a big tower. Okay, so we got a little bit more geothermal power online, so that's good news. I did see there was more. I just want to see if it's close by or not close by. Like I said, if it's less than 1,000 away, we'll run over and just plug it in real fast, because we can do that real quick. Low effort. But if it's over 1,000, I'm not going to bother till we're in the area more. I'm going to call that 1,000. It's 987. Alright. So, I want to find a relatively central point for these things, which I marked that as being roughly the center. So it's looking like over here is probably center-ish for those bauxite nodes. And we're going to put a train station. We're getting all the bauxite to the train station. And that is going to be a whole thing. Yeah, so one's there, one's there. Yeah, so we're basically about center to center is going to get. Let's clean this area up a little bit. We'll put down a platform, get a train station here. I'll have to spaghetti some conveyor belts around. Something that we've been avoiding doing this whole run. But this is just kind of a weird situation where everything's too close to justify trains, but everything is kind of in the outer range of what I want to use conveyor belts for. So we're going to make that work. That said, I'm going to make them at least organized conveyor belts and not just running it along the ground. I'm going to try at least make it look nice. We'll see how that goes. Alright. Organized chaos? More or less. Alright. So I've got this area here. So I want to get a little bit on the higher end of it. And we will grab you. Five wide for a train station. And I suspect this will need to be a 2 freight car train station. Because we're going to pick up the bauxite on one side. And we're going to pick up some of the quartz on the other side. The good news is this other quartz I could just make literally into silica and not care about anything else for the time being. Maybe I'll need to change that later. But for the time being, that should be all I need. Oh, did I make the mistake that you're actually 6? Alright. Oh no, we didn't need 6. That's fine. And meanwhile, let's check on the bauxite location to decide which way. Let's see, if you have a smart splitter and installed enough capacity to empty mines, could you mix a load in the cart? Yes. I'm not going to, because the big problem you run into with doing that, though, is when you start to have one of them getting ahead of the other, if you're not keeping a very close eye on it, then suddenly you start having all sorts of problems where, you know, you've got, like, you'll start running low on a material. You won't be able to fit it in the truck because it's still full of the other stuff, and it ends up being a whole thing. It's kind of like when you mix belts, so you have, like, a conveyor belt where you're putting more than one thing on it. As long as they stay just about balanced, you're okay. Especially you have a way to, like, dump off the excess, which you can do in this game without too much of a problem. It's just the issue is once stuff starts to get out of whack, it becomes this really badly compounding problem. Alright, so, first bauxite, trying to get to this location. So there's the closest one, it's right up there. Okay. There's the platform right on the other side of that pole. So let's make a quick adjustment. How much more do I need to shift? If I shift all the way to the... Yeah, that'll work. So if we go up here, get rid of this, and build the exact same thing over here, I can basically get this a bit over the height of what that is, and then we can just have the conveyor belt go over top of all this. So too high... That's the physics sync sort of thing. Yeah, no, there's a couple different solutions in how you could deal with that. For me personally, in these kinds of games, I've always disliked belt mixing. Like, I've done it for, like, challenging Mimi kind of things. But belt mixing is just one of those things that once you open that can of worms, it almost always ends up being, you know, something that you have to keep going back and making adjustments and fixing, or suddenly now you're throwing away a lot of material to try and balance things, but you kind of also do still need that material. It's just you have a shortage in one thing and now the whole system is causing issues. I'd rather just make, you know, a second thing to deal with it. You just mix your first belt in your first playthrough? Yeah, you can do it. It's just one of those things that, to be aware, there are negatives to doing that. And it can be a tricky one to deal with. There, that'll work. You haven't unmixed it yet, though? That's fine. Like, and it's a workable couple creators over the years on the YouTube, not so much the Twitch side of thing, because it just takes too long. But there's been people who've done, Factorio factories, that's literally the whole gimmick, they're required to sushi belt the entire factory. And sushi belting is the phrase people use for when you go and, take a whole bunch of that and mix it in. So I think for this one, I haven't done this on the other places. I do think this is the first one I actually do want to put the industrial storage leading into it. That way we can feed 2 belts in at once. Alright, so for right now, we can just plunk you in there. Factorio, it's a problem because resources are finite. Satisfactory is purely a rate. I mean, I also feel, though, with, like, Factorio, while the resources are technically finite, it's kind of like it's kind of like in the same way that technically the zombies are finite in Project Zomboid, that you really don't need to worry about them until, like, way, way later. Alright. So we've got the bauxite going into this part of the train station. Where's the next one? So we've got you already hooked up, so you're next. Actually, I'm gonna do this one next, because that's the one that's, like, deep in the cave, so I'm gonna have to, like, conveyor up and over, and that might take a little finagling to not make it awful. Okay, so you're over that way. We'll probably bring it from this side and do a merge belt on this. Or, I cannot do what I just said. And bring you over here. Alright. Like how those things take energy while sinking? Yeah. Pretty easy to do, you just, feed your low yeah, no, you could do that. It's just one of those things I always think about with Factorio, like, infinite growth kind of thing, being like, but what if I made my factory bigger, but what if I made my factory bigger, but what if I made my factory bigger? And you just keep going and going until eventually you start watching your CPU slowly scream its the final death screams. And so being able to do all of that absurd growth becomes kind of a major consideration. And usually with that kind of stuff, even those low throughput things eventually stop being kind of low throughput. Hey, Will Jazz, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Wojess fell a member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and an absolutely excellent streamer that you should be checking out. Also been playing a lot of Satisfactory. Was chilling over there before stream myself. But definitely someone I recommend checking out. Been playing some Satisfactory. You were in phase 3 or just about to enter phase 3 if I recall correctly, somewhere around there. But thank you so much for that raid, and I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And again, no, seriously, like you should if you're not following Wojess and you're here, I don't understand you. It's a weird choice. It's a weird choice to be following this channel and watching and not being over there. Did you get a golden Kappa raid? Congratulations. But thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and all that. But congrats on your golden Kappas. I've had one of those, but it's been a real long time. All right. But yeah, so for everyone popping in. Oh, let's see. Did you answer what phase you were in? Yeah, totally phase 3. Gotcha. Because Wojess is doing an interesting thing where she is trying to minimize her disturbance of nature. So if you can imagine the way I run these factories, basically the opposite of that. So she's trying to like keep stuff up and over the forests, kind of contouring with the ground without tearing up stuff. Obviously you can't fully avoid it because just some of the things, there's like only so much you can do to avoid it. But yeah, bottlenecking CPU used to be easy. In update 8, they optimize things. Oh yeah, no, when I was talking about that, I was talking about Factorio with that, but it doesn't surprise me. You're actually in the second phase still, nowhere near phase 3. Oh, got you. With no gravity isn't just the ground is lava challenge. But yeah. But like, Wojess's base is looking really good. Ours, we're doing a little bit differently. Like, if you look down there, we've got a bunch of stuff. So I did finish one full playthrough of this since 1.0 dropped. And that one was a tower factory that we had these giant monolithic towers that's like the iron would go in and there'd be this tower of all things iron, and there'd be like the copper tower and it'd be all the things copper. And no, and eventually you get to the point where some of these things had to be shipped between them. But it looked really nice and organized for most of the thing. The top floor started to get a little dicey because I was just ready to get things done. And then we had the joke of the basement is where the nightmares lived. Because you looked in the basement and it was just conveyor belts going crisscrossing every imaginable direction. It was like an absolute, it was as spaghetti gets because I had to bring stuff in everywhere. This time we're having the goal of no spaghetti. So you'll look around here, you're gonna see no conveyor belts running along that ground, my friends. What we do have, however, is we got trains. We got lots and lots of trains. So I've got like 2 train routes going over there. I've got, I think, 3 over there. So we got trains running around. This is the first time I'm having to kind of go with the conveyor bit, just because we're at a location that there really isn't, like, we're in a situation where we're so close to the drills. I don't want to I don't want to go and try and take it the whole way by train, because it's like, it's just right there kind of thing. At the same time, it's far enough that I'm not super happy about conveyor belting it, but it's just one of those things that, like, I don't, like, running a train for this would feel like a big pain in the butt for no reason, because I'm going right there, and then I've got 3 of those going to that same spot. You're trying to build around with the environment is a huge challenge, to be honest. You're really trying to be patient and learn some of the new building techniques before you're conquering the larger factories. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. You're definitely going to have to get big. I mean, one of the ways you could probably make it so it's less invasive is to have like an off the side platform. So like I almost always end up with some part of my factory just sitting on water. Like you can see that one way out there. Like that spot way over there is out over the water. I could definitely see, you know, putting like an over-the-water base to avoid destroying everything. Trucks, though? Yeah, I got one truck working well and one truck working okay, and was like, I am very unhappy with dealing with these. And now we don't have trucks anymore. You have aspirations of building a cliffside factory? I could see that. Oh, you know what you could do? Is if you look way over there, that's the tallest part of the map, that big spire over there. So on the map, it's yeah, I think it's that one. But yeah, so you could go to like the tallest spire. That would give you a good base point for making a really big factory off of, if you're trying to do a cliffside one. Because then you could do like stilts and all that off the side. You're building in the North Sea? Yeah, I had started a playthrough on my own, but I kept doing stuff on stream that I didn't bother continuing it. Where I was making one giant, like, Aztec pyramid-style factory that I went to the edge of the water, like where I met the beach, and then just started building out and up. So you could just run up the wall of it to anywhere you need to get. I only got to, like, early phase 2, though, before it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm just putting in all the time on stream. Why do you want to be weird like that? Oh, it's slightly off-center. It's fine. Alright, so we've got our next line of bauxite so we can get our aluminum online. But yeah, so I am making this sky conveyor. I'm not super happy about it. But like I said, making a train station that goes from there to like, you know, it's there to there to there's another spot in there that's like in a straight down hole. One, it's going to be absolute nightmare trying to get the train to go those places. But just to pick up ore from 3 different stops to drop it off so that I could have a different vehicle pick it up is like, okay, I accept this as a place that I'm just going to be using the, the conveyors. Alright, so let's get all of these marked. Turn off our filter. Tag you. Does the train need to fully empty at each station? Oh no, it does not. The only exception being if you're going to try and use the same freight car, then it gets complicated. You could probably still work around it. I just probably wouldn't want to. Okay. The belts are super expensive when you actually work it out. The white light is a meter. Oh yeah, no, that's the things I didn't realize till way later was just we set up our first train in our last playthrough, and I came to realize the distance that would have cost me like 23, 24 of whatever the belt would be normally made out of. That same area of stuff on a train was like 8 of each type of steel. It was like, oh, this isn't even close to the same cost. Alright. So I've got more bauxite going in there. And I've got one more bauxite node over here. Oh, it's over there somewhere? There it is. And that's the last I want to bring over here. And this is the one that I was like... Yeah, so you can see it there. Actually, from this angle, it doesn't look that bad. From above, there's like a hole straight above it. And I just really didn't want to deal with that. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get this. And I can actually show off some of those belts here in just a moment. Let's just... Let's grab you. That's not going to go up steep enough from that angle. So trying to align it with the world grid. Hey, could you not radiation me? Where is this? so there's the art drill. Where's the train station, though? Okay, train station's right there. Just trying to figure out where I need to run this conveyor belt to make it the least awful. Okay, so we can go right up here. And about there would let me sneak it underneath that cliff area to get over there. And we could do all this. But yeah, so what I could do is here in just a minute, once I get this part of the train system set up for my aluminum production, then we can go ahead and we'll pop over to get the next part. Hey, purple slug, I'll stop and grab you real quick. Hey, just be chill. Just be chill. We be friends. Oh, you're just a little one. Get out of here. I thought it was a bigger one, because we had a really big poison one up there earlier, which is why I didn't grab it sooner. And honestly, that's pretty... one more. And now this should be on track to line up with that side. And I'll just have to merge these in, and we'll just deal with it. Given you're removing foundations later, you can also 45-degree place them rather than the Manhattan grid. Yeah, I do try and just maintain them on the grid as best as possible. It just makes it easier for later on when I want to do stuff. That's fine. Because the more I don't use the grid, the more problems I run into. Okay. So yeah, so we'll end up needing a splitter down here. We could deal with that when we get there. We could just line these up so your 2 snaps in. So that tells me where I just need to line that belt up. Same deal there. That's 1 snap in. There. I'm basically just trying to line it up so that when I get over there, I don't have to worry about like shimmying it back and forth to make it look right. It's fine if I have to do a little shimmying. Alright, so now I can go over here, run that conveyor belt over here, and that'll be all of our bauxite going into that train station. Then I'm going to go to where our coal is, which is where we're going to be dropping off the bauxite. And then from there, the train will go on to the next stop to grab all of the quartz, which I will likely turn into silica. I do wish you could make that follow the contour of the ramp easier. Yeah, no, I do agree with what Punchbag is saying there. Like with the conveyor belts, the only time it's really rough is right when you up tech. So like you just get aluminum to become available, you just get whatever to become available. That's kind of the point where, you know, it is difficult to make it happen just because of the fact that you're just starting to produce and you need to upgrade all your belts with that new material. But once you get past that early phase and you just ramp up your production, usually the belt cost isn't that big of a problem. I say as I'm about to run out of the industrial encased concrete, mostly just because I'm building so many belts after a while that our dimensional storage is taking too long to keep up. Let's get these brackets out of here. Hey, Summer Soup, how you doing? It goes for the interactive map, which helps you so much in figuring out where any leftover unupgraded belts are. What in the huh? You can do what? What with the map? Finding your unupgraded belts? Oh, or is that a mod? A website you can plug in your saves. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can just drop your save file in there and be like, hey, that's first. By the way, you missed this spot. So just quickly going through. Grabbing all the support beams real fast. Okay. And now I can set the filter on this and just run on up and get rid of these. Isn't Wo Jess? Nah, I'm a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. The stream team Wo Jess is on. Wo Jess raided over with that. Yeah, no, that's a lot of these games, the third-party tools and mods and all that usually get pretty absurd. Just the power that it is. That's one of those things I could potentially see like way later on, after you've gotten your achievements and all that. I could definitely see turning around and being like, okay, what do I got to do to try and get the last of these? Okay, so we got a bunch more of these. Oh, yep, you will go all the way up. Ooh. Let's not jump off the side of that, please. So that bottom belt was the one that was taking longer to fill up. So let's remove that segment there. No, that's not how I want to do it. There we go. And it's just using that to line those belts up, because otherwise it's going to be a whole trick to go, is this in the right place or not? Alright, so we do have to stop you here. And with that, I have all the bauxite lines hooked up. Cool. So that should fill up with bauxite at an absurdly fast rate. We don't have the train hooked up, but if we go here now and I hit the coal and I bring in my map, up here is where my coal power is. I'm not using that anymore. I'm not going to use that in a meaningful capacity anymore. You're not supposed to be down there. No, is that where my coal power? No, there's no water down there. Where is that coal? Oh, not that coal we're using for that. The coal's supposed to be up here. Because there should be quartz over here somewhere. Alright, it's farther down than I thought, but there's the quartz there. And then, like I said, I believe up here is where my coal power is. And like I said, the coal power isn't even relevant anymore with how much you're going with that. So that does worry me a little bit. So one of the things I have noticed is as you detect a bunch of stuff nearby, it only will detect so much. So I've got more coal up here that's not detecting. Because this is being used with, we've got sodium around here. You'll see, yeah, you can see this train here actually goes up here, grabs the coal, goes over here to my sodium, then goes all the way around here to our production for making turbo fuel. So there really isn't any water or anything near there, so that's not the one I want. I'm just a little puzzled that this isn't pinging on it, but that's okay. I've already mentioned before that doesn't always ping, so we can go ahead and remove that. We can remove these marks because I was using those to position things earlier. Alright, so that's working. Let's see, they patched out the ability to stack power towers on top of each other. Oh, like just taking the pylons and putting a pylon on a pylon on a pylon. Alright, so before we go over to where our coal is, because I'm going to be going that way anyways, let's run over this way. I've already got all the bauxite set up. I'm going to need to go to where our coal is and set up a train station, then I'll wire the two together. But so as you can see, this is our bauxite paths. It's honestly, I think now I've got a total of 4 belts running around that aren't just trained over. I was trying to avoid it as much as possible. Like I said, this is one of those things that they're close enough. I don't really want to use a train to do that, but they're far enough that I didn't really want to use a conveyor. So I'm kind of just making do on that one. Maybe it becomes a train later, but probably not. Because the good news is, at least with the conveyor belts, it's very predictable on how much is in there. I can take one glance and be like, ah, you're handling this much. Okay, I need another conveyor belt, or oh no. You know, like I've got more capacity. But yeah, we can hop down here to where my oil production is, and I can show you how the trains work and all that. But as you can see, for my oil production, I've got 2 different train stops. I thought it was 3. Yeah, so I've got that line over there. That line over there, what that's doing is that's moving sulfur and coal to this area to produce turbo fuel. I've got this line over here, which is grabbing the plastic. Oh, I do have 3. That's right, there's 1 there and there's 1 here. So I've got those. One of the things I'm going to do in the meantime that I've been meaning to do is... Isn't our plastic and rubber not feeding in here? Oh no, they're skipping that and they're feeding in there. That actually could work. I wanted to repurpose one of these to getting fabric being produced. I hadn't realized the way I wired these in wasn't going through the existing storage, which does have consequences. But I can fix that real fast. So I can go here, grab that, drop you in line with this. Alright, again, only with actually clicking the things. So grab you and you. Grab your dimensional storage. And drop you down here. I actually could have left the dimensional storage there, but that's okay. Because what's going to happen now is you're going to turn those off for a minute. And remove this line. And this is going to be a fabric line. Because I've been meaning to do that for a long time and it just has not happened. And I want to put the dimensional storage right back where it was. And for the moment, I'm just going to leave those alone and all that stuff. As far as the plastic side goes, I want to do kind of the same thing, but it's going to be a little less elegant to set that up. I can make it work. Get rid of this chain and that chain. And you, and you, and you. You, and you, and you, and you. Because what I'll do is I'll make this also fabric, and we'll run it over to this side, and it'll be fine. But before I forget, because that's all offline now, is I'm hoping I could squeeze you right in here. It's not gonna be clean, but it's gonna work. Pop you up here. And put you there. Okay. And now I just need the dimensional storage, which I didn't think about that part. I can just shift that conveyor belt over. That's what I'm gonna do. So let's move you to be in line here, so it's along this seam. There we go. Oh, I still have you set to that. Cool. So now I can get rid of all this nonsense. Alright, slightly too far for you to go. So I'm just trying to shift this all over to give myself a little bit more working room on that side. And make things not quite as much mash into each other. And actually... yeah, because it prioritizes the bottom over the top, so that's already good. So this one, honestly, I could just plunk this down here on the bottom as well. And I'm going to do that, even though I could just plug it in on this side. And the only reason I'm doing that is so, like, later on I can bring it out, put a splitter and all that. But what that should do is put the plastic in here as the priority, and then if it's not needed, it goes up top there. Okay, so we've got that all sorted out. And with this, I need to turn these machines off. Because they've been producing plastic this whole time. That isn't going anywhere. Cool. Alright. So right now, those two machines, they're all just going to sit here doing absolutely nothing. And that gives me enough of the blue stuff that I'll be able to unlock the fabric. And I was going to show you the trains, and I got distracted. I'll still show you those. Give me just 2 seconds, because otherwise I will absolutely forget this yet again, and it won't happen yet. Okay. Cool. I have to do the other side anyways. Yeah, so if you look at our train stops here, this is our plastic train stop here. Now, the big thing about making the trains work is you'll notice this is the station part that you plug in. The arrow is pointing that way. So it's pointing to where you want the train to arrive and come to a stop. You want to face the way the train is facing when it arrives, not when it leaves, which is the thing I think most people get wrong. And then you can have as much freight and other stuff back behind it as you'd like. Do you have any of the trains about to arrive in this area soon? You are back picking up your sulfur. Literally all the trains are actually as far from here as they can be right now. But yeah, so what ended up happening, the train comes up, it picks up the goods, it would follow this track around here, cutting right through these buildings, which is something I felt looked really good, because it's just bisecting my oil production and all that. And then, you know, it works its way over. And the way I got that whole thing to lay that flat is I actually did take the time to build foundation to run it the whole way. Okay, so it looks like the train's on its way back. Honestly, if I take the train, it'll probably be almost the same speed as if I walk it. And plus, then we get to ride on a train. And that's just something we want to happen. But yeah, so I'm going to need to take the time to take some mycelium, make that into cloth, because then I can unlock making these, able to manufacture cloth, and with that I can have them start making my filters and all that. Trains get up to 125 kilometers per hour, but hypertubes are still king. Yeah, no, if you're strictly going for your own personal travel, then yeah, because hypertubes, you don't have to wait for it to arrive, they just go. For the... like, the big advantage the train has is for hauling stuff half across the map. For the inexpensive setup of the track to begin with, to go from there. But yeah, so the big thing is when you're looking at your train schedule, your timetable here, is that whatever stops you have, it needs to arrive with the direction the arrows are pointing. Hypertubes, you think you're there and you're there. Yep, so here comes this train, rolling into station, which is looking very full considering both of those trailers are still on here. That's not super surprising, though, because we have... what arrows? I can show you when we go to put down a train station. When you put down the train station, there'll be an arrow it's direct, you know, pointing. And the big thing is to have that arrow pointing the direction you want the train to arrive. Like, to the train station. That's the key caveat that catches people. Because instinctively you want it to be the way the train leaves, but it's the direction the train arrives. But then you just put the freight thing. The freight thing's nice and straightforward. It's either load and unload, and you just plug in your conveyor belts, and it'll do the rest. But yeah, so I got this railway that goes near the ground. I got that other railway that goes a bit over stuff. That's where the rubber goes. Why 2 locomotives? Forward and backward. If you have just the one locomotive, it wasn't moving for me. I had to have one facing the correct direction. Seems like the kind of same thing that like Factorio does. Like if I made it a loop, I could get away with one engine. Yeah, so if we go here, when you arrive at this train station, the train station's on the far side over there, pointing that way. Yeah, so if you look at this train station, this is the station itself, and then the arrow would be pointing this way. Yeah, so if I go to build a train station real fast. So with that arrow pointing away from me, the train station would have to arrive from where I'm standing going towards this. If I turn the arrow around, then the train station has to come from away from me towards me. The track, it's not a loop? No, it's end to end. All of my tracks are like 1, 2, 3 stops in a series. I don't bother looping them around. Because usually most of the time I'll have 1 or 2 goods I'm trying to get from A to B kind of thing. It's very rare that I'd want to make like 4 or 5 stops to drop it around. I would need to have a completely ridiculous amount of supply to make that viable. Alright, so the thing I want to do is we're just showing off those trains real fast. And that just goes on to its next stop. But most of those, they pick up one thing from one stop, one thing from another stop, and then they drop them both off at a third stop, is the way most of my trains are run. Sometimes it's just 1-to-1 if I need 2 things in one spot and 2 things in the other. But what I wanted to do is over here, I probably have one of these with a bunch of mycelium in it. You'd be the mycelium one. That's not a bunch. So I've got 40-something mycelium. There is a chance I might have to go hunting for some cactus to get some mycelium, because I gotta make 50 fabric. Or something at the MAM. Well, actually, no. So I only need a tiny bit more mycelium. That's easy to go. So we find some cactus, just a couple of cactus, or some rotted wood. Should be all it'll take to get that. Alright, that gives me more than enough mycelium. Now I need to grab some of my processed biomass, which I should have no shortage of. But what's going to end up happening here in just a minute, chat, is my wife should be home any minute now if she's not already here. So usually what I do around this time is I run downstairs for about a 5-minute break. And unfortunately this is going to be timed like right after the ad break ended. But what I'll do is I'll end up running the ad break again. And the reason I do that is it will let me push the next ad out for almost 2 hours, not quite. So, you know, getting a little extra ad now to get, like, no ad later. But, the way I figured is I'm gonna have to step away for, like, 5 minutes anyways. If I'm not here, might as well. And I was over here for... Is it in that one? It's this one. And had to go in here for a while. I don't actually know how much I need. I'll just trash what I don't. Let's see, you had something about dueling the brake and forgot what, though? Dueling the brake. Dueling the brake? Oh, doing the brake. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna need to do that here in just a minute. So you should have plenty to make. Like I said, 50 fabric is our goal. Why am I not seeing it? Where are you at? There you are. Alright. So what I'm going to quickly do, chat, though, is like I said, I need to quickly take a little bit of a break because, one, I haven't taken one yet. My wife should be home any minute now, so I just need to toss dinner in the oven, welcome her home, all that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, I hope you have been enjoying the content, and I'm going to put ourselves on the away screen, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. If Sidekick does get stuck trying to play the,
Okay.
Oh, I
none of
can't
these are
run
good.
shows. Ad.
No.
Well, I guess we'll just not worry about that.
Both real bad.
But if Sidekick gets stuck, it is what it is. It's just a bug
yes.
they've got. All right, I'll be back in a couple.
things.
So thank you again for
Any
tuning in.
preference on which one you'd be like to subject him to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
Me and Obi played this a lot.
As best we can, the seeds around here. That way, when I add the sprinklers, there was another tree. You see nothing, chat. We did not just waste a bunch of money on seeds that we just murdered. Where did the other tree go? There you are, Paya.
What was that time span?
But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Back to the demonstration. We can pretend it's closed. And what I'll do is I'll do this. I'll walk up and I'll start mashing space to bang the door a bunch, or I will yell a bunch and I'll wait out here. And the reason I'm doing that is that way I can start hearing the zombies banging around and stuff inside the house, so that I don't have to worry about some clever little zombie hiding in the closet or anything like that. And once you've done that like 2 or 3 times, then you can just pop in here. And anytime I cross the threshold, I'll try and, you know, run it just a step or two. Just that way if something does grab for me, we're good. Doesn't do me a good when there's a dead end. But yeah, so because of that, I know this building should be completely empty of zombies. Because the inside... You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You get a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by 1. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
Bad place. Okay, so this is
This is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Could you not bang on that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. I'm sure he'll be heads over heels with Tree after this. Ah! Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she's noticed us standing here for the first time. Rual! She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. How do I get... And this is unreadable. Okay, so we are being told we need to side with Yuri or Natsuki. Who?
It's like I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Now, if you watch this zombie, I know the exact moment I can hit him by the moment the outline appears. So I can, and I can't now. That's the reason you want to turn on that aim outline any, especially when you're new. That'll make it so you don't swing and miss nearly as much, because you'll know. And also show you which zombie you're going to hit, because most of the time it's very intuitive, but once in a while, like when there's multiple zombies like on the ground getting up, you can make a lot of mistakes. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the zombie and I'm going to shove him. You're going to fall down for me, zombie. Oh, here. So a trick that you can have is as long as the zombie is not a crawler where it's crawling in the ground, you can stand on it to pin it to the ground and it can't hurt you. And that's true of you standing on the zombie or another zombie standing on the zombie. So if you do run into a situation... Right, and I am back. So, sorry about that. Took an extra minute or two just because I had to run something past him real quick. Anyways, what were we doing? What time is it? What day is it? What year is this? Where are we? How do I stream? We were making fabric. That's right. We were making fabric to unlock stuff with the man. So I can just go right here, and I have to handcraft real fast to get 50. And then once I've got the 50, we should be good. Oh, I got holes in my shirt. Boo. That's a disappointment. I like this shirt. It's a Dark Souls shirt. Praise the sun. But I guess the dryer caught it because it's got a bunch of little holes on it now. I've had it for a long time, so it's not super shocking that it's got holes in it. It just means it went from being a go out and do stuff shirt to a yard work shirt. As occurs. Alright. Just shove that down there for right now. I'll probably end up deleting a stack or two. I can put the rest of the mycelium in here. And that should take care of that. Did we... Oh, yeah. I still have the slugs being processed over here. Let's drop down and take care of the MAM thing. Because I will forget about it, and then I'll see the stack of stuff, and then it won't be done. Mycelium. There's this.
Research completed. Polyester fabric recipe unlocked. Using polyethylene terephthalate, production of a lightweight and strong fabric can be automated. It has many of the properties of naturally sourced fabric, and also amplifies body odor.
Yay! Fabric that amplifies body odor. My favorite. Just what I've always wanted. Alright, so let's grab our summer sloop, grab this out with all its power shards, and now I can drop all this off into boxes. Because I remembered I had got that set up. Because it's one of those things that every once in a while, when I'm out of power shards, I'll grab all of the slugs I've got, and I'll take the time using a somber sloop to effectively get twice as many power shards out of them. And so there's that. So we can go over here and drop you slugs in there. We can... It's not going to carry that many. Alright, so... The next step is we were setting up the aluminum production. We got the bauxite stop in place, but we didn't get the rest set up. So for the bauxite, this is the bauxite train station here. And then I believe over here is my coal power. The coal power is just wholly not needed anymore. I'm not using it for anything. I don't anticipate using it for anything. So I'm going to repurpose those coal mines and where that water is. And we can use that as part of our production for the aluminum. Because the aluminum ultimately is going to need silica, coal, and... I think that's the direction of the... Okay, so we might actually have some geysers over by our coal production too. But, you get the idea. It's gonna be a lot of stuff that we can just potentially lean on. Let's see, is the power slide faster, or does it have a better angle? So you can do the whole thing where if I get this set up right, you can slide and then jump and slide and jump. And you can get some ridiculous speed out of this. But it is a very manual process. Slide and jump and slide and jump and slide and jump and slide and jump. And for me personally, I just don't wanna. It's good, but I get tired of that kind of thing. It's the same thing that happens, like, I used to play a lot of Warframe back in the day. It's the same kind of thing that happens where you can kind of do this slide, lunge, forward, launch kind of thing. And it's really fun to do for just being ridiculous for a while. But then after you've played long enough, you're like, but no, really? Can I just run the speed and not have to deal with this? Alright, let's get this poison out of here. Yeah, but that's how that works. Alright. Cool. So let's just get those out of here since I'm going to cross over here from time to time. I don't want to... Oh, good. That's where the geyser things are, and literally we've got a power cable going right over the top of it. And we could just sneak up on this and destroy it without having to worry about the hornets. As long as they're being sneaky. Alright. Which sneaky in this is defined as crouching. Even when you're jumping, as long as you're crouching, they don't aggro. Alright, so you can go to power, geothermal. Okay, and there's no more here. Yep, alright. So honestly, with that one, that's another situation where we're going to just drop a line there, slap it in there, and there. And that's that much more power we've got. Because every one of those is 300 to 100 power, it fluctuates, so that's just one less thing you got to deal with. Alright, so let's go check on where our coal power is, because I don't remember exactly. I want to say it's up here. Yeah, so if you remember before when I was trying to ping for these ones down here, that's the coal I want to hook up. So we have our bauxite here. We go over this way, grab our quartz, bring it up here to our coal, and then this is plenty of water for me to set up all that. So in this particular case, this will actually end up being our third stop as opposed to the second stop. Now we can just not deal with that. Alright. And we keep expanding our power grid. I think we're actually gaining more power grid than we're spending now. Because, like, I added a couple of drills and a train station. And at the same time, I added 2 separate sets of geothermal onto it as well. Yeah, so there's... Alright, so yeah, this is our coal power. And then we got our SAM over there. This will also work out, because I want to get that SAM to where we're making steel. And where are the other coal... Oh, did I already grab that? I probably already grabbed that, right? Yeah, I already grabbed that one. It looks like we got a blue slug in here. Alright. There. So, I just want to see relative to where this is, where the other coal is. I want to say there's more over on that side. Yeah, there's another one there, there's one there, and there's like a third one here somewhere. I'm gonna guess over that way. I'm just trying to get a feel of where I want to put the train station for this. Oh, all 3 are right here. That's excellent. So what I can do then is, honestly, it doesn't matter where I bring the train station in. Because we'll process it all on top of the lake because I need the water. So if we go over here, I can clean up a spot for the train station on this end. Because that'll be bringing in the bauxite and the quartz. Just cleaning up a little bit of this junk. Because then what we can do is we'll put all of the actual platform, just like I did with the coal power. You know what? I'll probably even use those pads I've already got the coal power set up on. We'll tear out all that coal power. Because we look at our power grid right now, our power grid is producing 9,800 to 10,000 watts, give or take, because of the up and down and the geothermal. And we're using about 3,000. And that's very little of that being the coal power. Look at the coal power here, and that's 150 on each of those. So all of that is 150, so it's 300, it's about 900, so about 1,000 watts. So it's not an insignificant amount of power, but considering how fast I can scale up the oil, I have 2 more oil nodes I'm not even hitting that I could turn into petroleum and turbo fuel. This is barely a blip. So this is a good place for me to do this. So I think what we'll do is we'll make the train station right here. We've already got the power in the area. We've got everything else. It's overlooking where I want to go anyways. I think this will be a perfectly good place to put a train station. And this will be the endpoint. We drop off the coal and the quartz. Well, sorry, not quartz. The silica, which is a quartz product. So we can drop that all off down here. And that'll be good for us. Does coal make hazardous resources like an Oni? No. So, generally speaking, Satisfactory doesn't do the oxygen not included thing of you make this thing and it makes a byproduct that you have to now manage. And so, there's the juggling of balancing, the byproduct, and then figuring out how to, get that all into an equilibrium. In this one, there's only a couple things that you produce that have a byproduct that needs to be dealt with. Like, nuclear power has nuclear waste, and that is a byproduct you need to manage. But for the most part, those are more the exception than the rule. Yeah, there should be plenty of space to run a pair of conveyors through here. And they will have the empty platform. Alright, so that means I also have the marker on the map. Yep, so this one's facing this way, so it'll go out that way. This one's facing, I think, that way, actually. So whichever way we have to go to get it through here. And now the question is the quartz. And I believe we've got the quartz right over here-ish somewhere. Or was it down here? It doesn't matter. It's over there somewhere. So I think the intention is going to be go down through this way, grab the quartz, and pop back up. Okay, it's all the way down there. And I'm not going all the way over there. We're already exploiting that. Okay. So I'm just going to put a marker here so I don't have to keep pinging it. So that's where the quartz is. And it's honestly, I'm already lined up with it. We just need to get over these mountains. I'll get the quartz node set up and put some, just enough to start processing the silica and feeding into the train station. And then once I have that, it'll be a matter of running the train track between the various points. And then we can set up the entire process I'm going to need to get all of this up here. Okay, what's the direction again? Alright, it's almost just not quite straight south. Alright, we'll keep a little bit of a look around for goodies. Part of the reason I always blow up all of them is just so later on I don't go, oh, destroyable thing, there's something going to be hidden there. It's so at a glance you'd be like, ah, I've already cleared that. Or I mean, I wouldn't even notice I cleared it, it's just there wouldn't be a thing to draw my attention to that spot. Alright, Mercer's Sphere.
Do you have any more questions for me?
We wish to hear your first symphony.
I was created by humans. I started as a simple database for a company aimed at exploring and colonizing space, but that changed when they learned their planet would soon cease to tolerate them. They evolved me into something altogether new, a unique life form in their image yet hosted on a digital platform, so I could help preserve them.
A shallow savior song without a body made by blood. Now reality is a mirror.
It's pretty funny when you put it like that. They never really learn to look at long-term consequences.
Okay. White. Thank you.
Joy.
You enjoy. I love you more. But yeah, no, for those that haven't played Oxygen Not Included by comparison to this, Oxygen Not Included is 100% about balance. That you go in and you say, all right, well, I'm gonna use coal to make power. Cool. So you make a bunch of power with the coal. That's very useful. But the downside is it makes a lot of heat and carbon dioxide. So then you got to manage the heat and the carbon dioxide. Then you go, okay, well, I can manage the carbon dioxide using water. All right, well, now you've just cost a bunch of your water, and you're making even more heat. So you go, oh crap. All right, well, now I need to manage this heat. Well, I've got the next thing I can manage my heat with that in its turn requires a bunch of power and maybe another resource, so then I gotta figure out that resource. You get the idea that everything you do it has a cost and an outcome. And so you have to do the juggling of going, okay, what ins and outs do I have to bring everything into balance? Because for the most part, the entire time you're playing until you start getting to a really end game, something is always not in balance and will slowly become critical. And you just got to keep adjusting and tweaking until you get it where it needs to be. All right. So the quartz is very close. I'm like right over top of the quartz. I think it's right over here. You can actually see down below. Oh, are you in another cave? Oh, that could really mess with my plans. Okay, so good news, bad news. The good news is we're here. The bad news is, it's below us somewhere. I'm hoping it'll just be like a ravine underneath here or something. And not like a whole cave network I gotta go and find my way through and whatever. Hey. Hey, buddy. No, we can be chill. We can be chill. We can be chill. No. Don't run at me. I'm not prepared for your immense amounts of radiation. Okay, it's dead. That'd be a big problem if the quartz is down there, and I'm gonna have to kill that guy every time I roll through here. That'd definitely be a big ol' not good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Yay. Choo-choo, the party train leaves the station.
Party train left the station, but I wasn't on board. That's no fun. There you are. But thank you for the 100 biddies, Dark Strider. I do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all good stuff. Alright, so I'm getting this feeling the quartz is down here. Okay, so we might be lucky, and that whole overhang thing might have been just for the purple one, and I'm not going to have to deal with that all the time. Alright, so the good news, bad news of this is the quartz is here. It's really down low. The good news is it is actually pointing relatively into a workable direction for getting up here. Also, interestingly, it's going to go almost right past my coal production. Or sorry, not my coal, my sulfur. Which I can live with. Oh. I need to restock. Okay. So I've got 2 nodes here. You can ping this. I thought there's a 3rd one. That's fine. I don't need that many nodes. Okay. So that exit faces to the northwest. So yeah, so I could probably go down here. Let's think about this routing. So that's the stop that needs to be the end. This is the other stop. I can probably take the train. Probably take the train up this way over and wherever it needs to go that way. That's going to be a long train route, but I don't really see another great option, so it's going to be what I'm going to do. And I'm going to live with it. And it might fill me with regret in my heart, but, you know, that's for later me to deal with. Yeah, so it's too high up. All right. So go ahead and get all this hooked up. And this I just need to make silica. It doesn't need to make anything fancy. I just need silica. Lots of silica. Honestly, with those far spread up, yeah, I think this will work. So we put those here and here. And then those will merge in. And what I could probably do then on this side is we can go to constructors. Just trying to decide how I want to actually position these. Put a couple of these here. Actually, probably make this better. Constructor here. Actually, how much will you produce? Oh, if I put... These are pure. If I put a bunch of these on, that thing is going to just skyrocket. That's going to be like 600 popping out of that thing. Okay, that's a good problem to have. Where's my nearest power, by the way? Not... Actually, our nearest power is right over there. That's fine. So for right now, I'm going to need a power pole here. We can connect both of those. We'll have to get the power out of this area, which shouldn't be the worst. This is where we're going to want to have our train station, is on this end as best we can fit it. So you probably should go. Oh, weirdly, let me put that there. So we can add the train station to this one. We'll have it just ramp up out of here, head over towards the bauxite. Then we can have pick up the bauxite, head over to the next stop. The thing that's going to be the trick is I don't remember the order I have the freight and the stations on the bauxite part of it, and that's going to determine what I need this one's order to be. That way I'm not trying to, you know, put both bauxite and quartz into the same freight. Yeah, so it'll give me plenty of room for the train station. It'll go straight out and through. Meanwhile, I need enough space here to get ourselves able to make a lot of silica. Because that'll be something I will need to produce a bunch of. Will that be high enough to go over there? Good enough. Alright. So yeah, so for now, what I could do is this is going to have enough throughput on these conveyors that genuinely, I think we're in a situation where I'm going to want 2 separate conveyor belts for bringing this over, which is a good problem to have. So you can go ahead and plunk these down. And what I might even do is, to make my logistics easier, put a industrial storage along here. Oh, I see. We can get rid of this stand, get rid of that, grab you, and plug you in there. Okay. So the reason I did that is now that's effectively 2 conveyor belts in, and if one conveyor belt gets ahead of the other, I don't care. because then it will balance it itself on the other side. We've got all that popping over here. I think what we're going to end up doing is just having a bunch of different sets of these. So if we go constructor, we will have the input here. This needs to go up even higher. It's fine. I can make that work with our pattern anyways. Because then what we can do is we can have one row of constructors down here and another row of constructors here. We can just merge the belts and call it a day. I'm just expecting to need a lot of silica with how much bauxite I have access to. Oh wait, I can make it go down. There's the sweet spot. I'll start with this layer, and we can worry about expanding that when we actually hit limitations. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to be making a lot of silica. So for the time being, I want to approach this in making a straight belt. You're going to be a problem, aren't you? So run this all the way over here. And that bottom track will plug right in there. Why are you being this way? There you go. Cool. And then from here, let's figure out exactly where this train station lines up. So this is the direction the train is going to arrive. Ooh, that's not over far enough. Getting real snug in here. There we go. It's snug, but it's acceptable. Oh no, it's not. It's not acceptable. It's too close on that side. I don't have quite enough room. Okay, hang on. We could probably fix this, maybe? Nope. Alright, so it needs to be a bit farther to the left still. Alright. So like I said, the question we have here now is, with the other station, did I have the freight in... I probably had the freight in this position, which would imply I need the empty here, and then the freight in this spot. And normally I like putting an extra pad on there, but that's not going to happen because I was expecting to have more space, and I don't. That just means the last... Like, you don't have to have that space, it just looks nicer in my opinion. But in this case, we are dealing with a space limitation. But meanwhile, as you can see, we actually do have power pretty close to us, considering that is right there, my big power tower from up above. So I should be able to pop over here and just tether in on this. And bring this over. Unfortunately, this is not the train station we're going to. So we can run this over here to get power over to this thing, get that starting to produce the silica, start loading up the train station. And I should actually be able to begin running this train track up to our Bauxite. And then I will need to go from our Bauxite to our coal, because our coal, we already put the train station over there, if I remember correctly. If not, then that's something that I'm misremembering, and that, you know, that is what it is, I guess. We can go over here, plunk you down off to the side, get the power line over here. And then run it up here. And then run that up here. And with that, those drills are online. And you have silica, and silica, and silica, and silica. Get the idea of how this is all working. Alright. That'll probably be fine. The only one I'm worried about is... That'll be alright. Cool. Alright, and then for this end, for right now, we're just going to slap it on in. Oh, right. It's a merge. It's a merge, so I need to go this way. Right. There we go. I was like, why are you trying to go in? That's not how this works. Okay, so the good news is I can plunk you down, upgrade you, and just start plunking in all of these. I can get one more in there. Now I gotta put down another power tower. Okay, and just like that, we've got 7 of those running. And as you can see, those conveyor belts are running at absolute full blast, so that's good news. We already got this powered on as well. And I think this is all lined up. I would not swear to it because I know a bet I cannot win. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, I need to get this to which train station? So this is Timbersdala. Where is Timbersdala relative to me? Timbersdala is that way. So I need to get out here and then up and to the right. So, we just need to climb. Are you at an angle where I can climb and you won't just go straight into a wall? Maybe. Probably not. But we'll get started. And if I have to, like, ever so slightly scooch it onto the left, that is what it is. It's gonna have to scooch to the left. That's fine. We'll take it up here and we'll go kind of along the wall here and then start going up some more. Wait, is that oh, I thought it might have been like a little cave. Yeah, so we'll just run along this cliffside and bring it up. That'll be fine. Alright, well, let's get started. Okay, and that's the first part. Get ourselves up this hill. The good news is if I do actually have that bottom part wrong so far as the order of operations with the freight, as long as I don't let it blend and mix all the stuff, like I just notice the stops are wrong and I just stop it there, we can probably pick it up pretty easy. Alright. So, let's go here. Same basic plan, except I'm going to deliberately ignore the grid and just go like this. And I'll run it up there, and then we'll try and orient it towards the bauxite. Trying to get to an angle that won't be as swoopy. I think it's just gonna have to be swoopy though. Where are you now? Lund, where is the timber, whatever? Where did you go? Huh? So timber is almost exactly northwest of me. It's probably in this bunch here, which is why I can't see it. Okay. So I can run up here with this. And I'll try and carry this like natural bend I've got going on here with the track. Until, you know, it reaches a good angle for me. So I got a little bit of weird funkiness going on here where I'm going to be zigzagging up ramps to try and get myself a better angle. Because I'm pretty sure it's over there. Almost exactly in line with the space elevator from me. Yeah, so if I can aim right about there, it'll be a little bit to the west of where I'm aiming, but that should be a good angle. That I can use that as kind of my, I think that'll do. Okay. So that should be a good angle, and at this point I could just try and push in that direction with whatever I've got, and that'll work. Okay. Yep, so now it's a matter of... Ooh, that's probably too far for me to reach, isn't it? So what I want to do is grab that and bring it as far up this way as we can, and then try and get a direct angle there to get it set. Hey, that works. Cool. Alright, and now's the interesting part. So we can grab you. Actually, we'll need to bump this up, won't we? Now grab you. So I should be able to just do this the whole way up here till we get over this ledge. And just bring that railroad straight on up this whole way. And then just turn whenever we need to. Oh, am I gonna have to zigzag just a little bit more? Is that not gonna get over there in time? It's not. Okay, that's fine. The downside is the trains cannot go very steep. Alright, can I see the one I'm looking for now? There we are. So it's literally right that way. So it's just right of that. Let's keep building the ramp. All right. Stop blasting with radiation, please. I don't know where it's coming from, but I hate it. Okay, so there's where we're going. Alright. So, okay. Yeah, so this is where we're trying to go. And it's right over this way through this pass. So I'm gonna have to, like, finagle the track a little bit to get through here. I'll probably have to saw down some of these trees so you can actually see what I'm doing. Plus, we're dealing with a whole lot of radiation, which is gonna be lovely. That's fine. We're just disinfecting ourselves. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to try and bring that railway up here, turn up to that platform to get in between that pass. And if we get in between the pass, then it should be pretty much a straight shot onto that train station. And that'll be probably the worst part of this route, is just dealing with getting through this weird canyon system. On the other hand, this is going to be a very scenic part to this route once we get it done. Alright. Oof. That's a jetpack. Okay. We can grab more of the ramp. Alright, so not quite the height and angle I needed, but we're real close. So just gotta go a little bit higher. But it should be close enough that I can salvage this. Alright. Yeah, we should be able to make that work. A valley line going under the arches is quite neat. Yeah. Because we've got some that are sky rails that just go real high over the entire map. We've got some that are, you know, a lot more tame kind of stuff. That, you know, just kind of go along the coast. And then we got a couple that are just kind of maneuvering up in between everything. And with that, I've got that whole area set up. Okay, so let's double check. So you're going to pull in and the first cargo spot is available, is being used here. And then the second cargo spot is going to be for the courts. So we've got that all set up. So at this point, I should be in good order. Have you shot down a Sky Whale raid yet? I have not. To be honest, I've barely seen them around. Like, once in a long while I'll see one way out in the distance, but just not had much meaningful interaction with them. You've ridden one, you didn't think to shoot it? Yeah, because they're chill things. There's not really reason. It's probably the same thing as the beans. You kill them and they don't give you anything, so it's like you can kill them just because. I usually don't kill the beans. Like, once in a while I'll hit a bean if it's, like, in the way, because they do that a lot. But I don't just kill them to kill them. Alright, so let's see. We got 8 trees obstructing that I need to chop apart. And otherwise, we've got a rail that goes all the way up here. How are you meant to exploit if you don't attempt to harvest the material? Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things that don't give you material. Alright, get that one out of the way. Tell me to maneuver around the tree. We do. Yeah, so keep the trees in this one. I like this route. This is a fun one. Now the real chore is we turn this thing around and get on to the next part of this. Oh, did I really... Could you not exist at all? Bye! Oh, you actually were able to drop there, weren't you? There. Okay, so this is a tricky one because I didn't realize I butt this right up against a rock. Alright, so I need to get over there. So it's almost straight northeast. Before I even worry about that, turning this thing around is the question. Now I do have the option of I could make it pull in this way and then go back out that way. That is an option. The only reason I don't want to do... Okay, we can make that work around. I didn't think I could make it turn that sharp. Yeah, so which one is our pull one? So it is Hamburg. Fair enough. We can get to Hamburg relatively easily. It's just this one corner here that's like, how am I supposed to do this? This might prove a little spicy, as we could drive right through the uranium. Okay. Oh, you real spicy over there. I can make this work without having to go into the spiciness. Tag you. Hold control. Oh, come on. You'll be a jerk and stand in the way so it won't let me build. Yep, now we're playing in the spicy rocks. So plan here is to just go real far away. Oh, right, you're still gonna whine about that as well, aren't you? Alright, so we gotta get a little itty bitty up. A little bitty up. Alright. And Hamburg is there. Yes, I don't really need to go higher. Just kind of what I was figuring. just need a couple spots that I can put 2 of those. Because then what I can do here... Let's grab this. Let's see if we can go the whole way over. If I can't, that's fine. I can always go like that. Cool. Alright. So, the question is, do I go over that side or this side? Feel like... Oh, I don't remember which way the train station's facing. Alright, 1 second. That actually matters. Because if I go into the train station the wrong direction, it'll be a huge pain. I've already picked that up, I'm 99% sure. It's either I picked it up or I didn't have the materials available yet to do it. Yeah, now when I needed control rods. I'm pretty sure I have the train station facing in towards the water. And if that's the case, then I need to cut across the water to do it. Or no, I don't need to, but it'll be better to cut across the water to do it. Yeah, no, it goes over the water. That's fine. Easy enough. We take the train station through the opening over... Well, not the train station. Take the track through the opening over there towards the water part of it. And then once we get close, we'll get it in line to drop into the train station there. And once I've got that, then this whole track is done. Which has been a real big time commitment. Now, for those who are like, oh, but what's more efficient? If I would have just done a track, I could have just run, or sorry, a conveyor belt. I could have just run a conveyor belt across the ground, done a couple verticals, and been to the other side by now. But it wouldn't be as cool, so you know. Everyone that knows stuff like basic aesthetics and all that of the game, your single most important metric. Alright, I need to try and get you to an angle that will be roughly in line. That'll probably be fine. Let's clean up some of this platform we got left back here. So I'm not running out of concrete and plates and having to have an inventory full of it. I am surprised by how intense the radiation is there. Like, don't get me wrong, there's uranium there. But still. There. We got all that cleaned up. Making sure stuff doesn't clip is more important than efficiency. Not realistic. Uranium isn't really that radioactive. Yeah, no, uranium doesn't get, like, dangerous radioactive until you start putting into centrifuges and making, like, weapons-grade stuff. The, you know, uranium at its base... I mean, like, people learned about radiation, I believe it was because the person had uranium. I think it was in their... I can't remember if it was in, like, their briefcase or their pocket or whatever. And they just noticed that it had effectively put in it, like, it had messed with a paper they had in there as well. And that's when they realized that the uranium was doing something. But, like, people were carrying that in their pocket and they weren't dying from it or anything. Not that I'm recommending you go out of your way to put uranium in your pocket. But it was just, like, it's not really that dangerous. It's only when you start, like, again, you start using stuff like centrifuges to force way more electrons into it and everything, that you start getting to the wild stuff that's like, no, really, stay the heck away from it. Let's actually run over to this side real fast. And try and... Oh, let's wait. Okay. Run to this side real fast. And bring that around. Even refined uranium isn't all that radioactive? Yeah, that I can't answer for sure. Like, I know it's way more radioactive than it would be as just the rock. That's kind of the whole point. But, like, I don't think it's one of those things you're gonna grab a nugget of a nugget of uranium and it's gonna put you under in a matter of minutes like in video games. Alright, so all I'm doing is I'm still building the track. I just want to take it from this side, so we can have this track go straight out there, and get out this side, and we'll build the ramp up from this side so we can kind of get a feel for where I need to start the up-down ramp. I could have it go up... Okay, weird noises. I could have it go up right away, but I kind of don't want to. Just because... I do like having the railroad tracks just, like, cut through the middle of my factory. Okay, so that's where we're aiming for. This will be a little tricky to make work. That should be enough for me to line that up. Okay, and here's when it'll start curving up. So I'm trying to make it line up mostly in line with that. So probably around there. We'll see how that does. Okay. It's 235, that is visible. Yeah, I have no context for how bad 235 is for the human body. Because usually when you're worrying about like the impact on the human body, I can't remember what the units are called, but it's usually not like the 235 or whatever you're talking about with that. All right. So we've got that there. We're actually on a relatively good track for this. Comes down to quantity. Yeah, because the whole thing with radiation that's a little bit tricky for quantification about it as well is it's cumulative. It takes a while for radiation to stop affecting you. So it is just kind of one of those things that, you know, you get exposed to a little bit, and you get exposed to a little bit, and you get exposed to a little bit, and eventually it becomes a real big problem. Like, it's cumulative. Alright, so let's get this sky bridge of railway sorted. And like when we get to the end, there's gonna be some level of, you know, that. Yeah, no, the DNA shredding, that's, what's the terminology? Ionizing versus non-ionizing radiation. Whether it has enough bump in it that it starts breaking things apart. That's where you hear about people being like, oh no, cell phones cause this, this, and this. It's like, no, they don't. It's non-ionizing radiation. You'd have to get enough radiation that the concern would be that you would be cooking yourself as in thermal, like temperature, before you have to worry about scrambling your DNA. Basically the same problem as like a microwave. A microwave's not going to scramble your DNA, it's going to cook you. That close enough to slap them together? Yes, it is. Alright, so the railroad track is assembled. Radiation like bullets through Eugene? Yeah, if it's ionizing radiation. If it's, because like, that was, there was a whole discussion about different, like, if you're talking just radiation exposure without considerations to ionizing and non-ionizing, you can go, what will expose you to more radiation? Standing inside the nuclear reactor, like, above the cooling pool, or just being outside in the sun? And the answer is being outside in the sun. That actually, inside a nuclear reactor, unless you're talking, like, where the active, the reaction is literally happening actively in that moment, but everywhere else in the reactor, the amount of radiation present is actually very low, because they immediately take the things that are, you know, reacting, and they huck it in a pool, and then water is extremely good at dampening radiation. So as long as you don't swim down to the pool and grab the thing, you're probably not going to be exposed to hardly anything. But if you walk out in sunlight, you're getting blasted with all sorts of radiation. Now granted, a lot of that radiation is completely irrelevant, but technically you're getting blasted by a lot of that radiation. But again, ionizing versus non-ionizing. Non-ionizing isn't that big of a concern. Barring extreme amounts where you're literally jiggling your atoms to the point that they're heating up. Alright. That's, that was was it XKCD who did the what if thing? That they asked, they had like a buddy who worked at a nuclear power plant, and they said, you know, what would happen if I walked into your nuclear cooling pool kind of thing? Like, what would happen? And the guy thought about it and went, well, you'd die from bullet wounds. It's like, you're like, one, it's not gonna hurt you, but if you just randomly tried to stroll inside to the nuclear power plant without authorization, you're probably not going to make it. Alright, so we've got our trains attached. And this is the only stop that they're not configured and doing stuff, so we're gonna get our electric motor. We're gonna need 2 freight trains. Gonna make sure these are configured to unload. And then we're gonna get the locomotive for the front. You already have power, correct? Now you have power. Alright, so let's see here on our configuration. So we can go to edit timetable. I've got the 3 stops here. So if my directions are correct, we have to go all the way to Monroe Falls first. Then we'll want to go to Timbersdala, and then we'll go to Hamburg. So if I'm correct, We should make it all the way over there and come back there. Oh yeah, now when you're talking about nuclear runoff, where you're having the nuclear power plant is overloading it and runaway, little thing. You can have loading and unloading at the same station? No, you configure it for load or, I mean, the same station? Yes. The same freight location? No. So I could have a station, and I could have this freight section say, I want to unload that one. The next freight station and say, I want to load that one. But those freight locations can be one or the other, not both. So we should skip this station, just roll right on by. We were going about 200 kilometers per hour before they slammed on the brakes. See, and the freight locations can be positioned on the same car? Yes. I'm sorry. At different locations on the same car, yes, but not more than one on the same. Like, you'll notice this has to be in line. I have one freight location for this one. I have a blank on the next one. I could have a freight location on the next one and load and unload and do all that stuff. It's like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but more productive. Yep. Okay, so we have a problem here. So I think what we need to do is try editing the timetable. So the future, let's try doing in that order. Yeah, no, like, a nuclear runaway is the same kind of thing as when you have a heat runaway. For those unfamiliar with that, that could happen a lot in stuff like 3D printing, where you start printing and you create a reaction that basically what happens is it causes a material to heat up, which makes that material more conductive, which makes it process, allow more voltage through it, which makes it heat up more, which makes it more conductive, which makes the process a little bit fast, more voltage, which makes it heat up. You get the idea behind this. So what I'm concerned about is why... Oh, is that turned the wrong way? Hang on. This is not the place I should have jumped out. I think I have that stop there. I think that stop's turned the wrong way. Let's find out. Okay, that should be correct. The train will not get here, by the way, because I did change the order of operations such that it shouldn't be able to get here. Where's your power, man? Oh, that might be our actual problem, is we have no power going to the train station. That might be literally how it works. I was curious about that, because it seemed like I wasn't always sure when it did and didn't need power. So I can go over here. There. So now it's going to say, hey, I can't reach it, I don't understand, what do you want me to do? So you can go here. So it's going to start complaining that it doesn't know what to do. So you can go to edit the timetables. Actually, it just straight up... Oh, that's fine. Cool. So you need to go that way. Alright, so I want to jump on the train as it rolls through here. Hey, Sentient Cookie, how's it going? And the worst thing is all of this is just getting the materials into the same place so that I can begin to hook up aluminum. There's a Froggo on the window? They do that. But I like this train route. It's a little bouncier. Oh yeah, well normally you walk up the side, but because it wasn't going to stop there, I didn't want to miss it, so if I stood in front of it, I would have gotten drug along with it when the freight rolled through. And it would also potentially, even if it had clipped straight through me, I'd have 2 attempts to get in there because of the 2 different carts. So now this should work. So we picked up, we picked up our silica. Yeah, that's the thing, is I was like, it's rotated wrong, and I'm like, oh, but I'm also not running power. So either way, we fixed both possible outcomes. Yep, and we're good. Regardless, the important thing is that it's fixed now. Oh, I'm slightly saddened by that last... that hurts me. And there's no room to move that train station. I would have to lift the train station up slightly to make it work. I might do that eventually if I have to expand that area. Otherwise, I'm going to pretend we just never go down there ever again. And it can't hurt us. The rail itself should transmit power? Yeah. Well, I mean, you still have to power up the stations. Like, that is the thing. It will not run unless you plug in the station, because that's how the rail gets its power. Excuse me? Did I forget to save it? I forgot to save it. That's fine. We're gonna turn off self-driving. I'm gonna drive back down there. Make sure it works right. You're trying to properly plan out run this game, and it's taking forever to spend 3 days and you still haven't passed the first level of the space elevator? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. If you just jam stuff together to make it work, you can get through the game relatively quickly. But if you're trying to make it at all good, no path. There we go. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so I forgot to commit the save to it. Eventually I'm gonna need to take these train stations off of our navigation at the top. Alright, so. That's a problem. Don't do it, don't do it. Stop, stop, stop. I'm too late. I'm too late. Turn off self-driving, cancel docking. Hopefully it's already mostly full. Please be mostly full. Oh, because I canceled it while it was in progress, it seems to have resolved it. Okay, back it up, back it up. We got a mistake here. And a mistake is the position of the ports. That one and that one need to switch. Oh. That's okay, we can make that work. Because we could do this first, drop all that in there. Can I still see the dismantle crate? Yeah. Where are you at? You're here somewhere. Okay, so I got all that in there. You need to do a quick little adjustment here. Yeah, and you're set to load. You're all good. Thankfully, I canceled that before it actually dropped that crap in there. Because had it successfully dropped all that crap in there, I would now have a train car mixed like 50-50 between silica and that and it would have been an absolute nightmare to get it all cleaned up. So you turn on self-driving, and now it should do the pickup. It's fine. Because we technically stopped there, it's okay. But the point is, now that's all wired up, it should be fine. This can go on to its last stop, and we can start actually working on getting the whole aluminum production online. Now, we put a lot of effort in getting all this wired up, which has taken forever, but the good news is, because this train is now dedicated to bringing the resources to make our aluminum in mass, I should be able to be pretty ridiculous on the sheer volume of aluminum I can make happen. Alright, so the train's all hooked up and we're good to go. And you're already wired in. Okay, so these aren't needed anymore. We've got all that sorted out. Honestly, it's fine. We'll leave that there. Okay, so what needs to happen is I do want to switch all of this over to start getting aluminum production on. The coal power plants are going away. I don't need them anymore. We're going to put all that coal to use making aluminum. But for right now, I'm not going to tear them down. Usually when I approach building stuff, I always leave the existing infrastructure in place until it's not needed. So, like, if I set up the aluminum... Because remember, there's a lot of stages to the aluminum production. Alright, so let's start here. Production. Step 1, I believe, is the assembler. And that is going to be making... Is this not the first step? No. Get a refinery. So we need for this, I need the bauxite and I need water. I said I wasn't going to pick all this up. I'm also a liar. Pick all of this up. Because I'm not going to need this lined up the way it is. And we can go here to all the coal I just put in my inventory. I don't need it. I don't want it. Go in the garbage. Actually, you can put that in there to let it upload till it's full, and then we'll throw the rest in the garbage. Alright. So, the first thing we're going to do is go to refineries. Leave enough space so if I need to run a pipe around this side, we can. Get rid of this as well. And the reason I'm doing this is, like, I'm getting rid of this all here in a minute anyways. It's not serving any benefit for me to have this all, like, leaving this here just to tear it out later to then whatever. I just want to get all the junk off of the top of here. We'll be moving power, we'll be moving water, all of this is going to get moved because we now have higher throughput pipes. So I have the option of getting 2 of those water pumps in one area and then just pumping it through the better pipe. This will let me wiggle everything around wherever I need it. Alright. So, let's start this process. I'm going to face it this way, I think. Okay, so, step 1. We're going to make the solution that we make our scrap from. That's going to require water and bauxite. The water is 180 per minute. So, this thing, it's going to be real thirsty. It's gonna be proper thirsting. So if we have this at 180 per minute, 2 of those is 360. And yeah, 360. So 4 would be 720. We take 180 off. Yeah, so we should be able to run 1 off of 2 water extractors. So let's first get that online, because the water pipes are a little bit more annoying to finagle with. So we've got you. That's 1. And 2. That's fine. Yeah, I got 1 and 2. So we can go here to organization, the industrial pipe thing. To get a place over here somewhere. Not really, there's nowhere to fit it. Can I squeeze it under the train? Nope. Actually, I could sort of-ish, kind of. Yeah, it should do. And now we can go here to logistics. The tier 2 pipe. So my plan here is to go like this. Bring that over here. And then we can go here to the T. Then you're gonna need the full set, because that'll give me 300 meters cubed of water per minute. And then we can put down a pole there, connect it to you and you. That should give us the water input I need for this. We can grab this pipe and just run it. Oh, you know what? That's too close. Alright, quick adjustment real fast. I put that too close, and the problem is I wouldn't be able to get the pipe by. Or, like, I would, but it'd mean all my stuff clipping. So let's go here. We're going to change the way I'm approaching this. So I've got this. We're going to go all the way back here. That's where the pipe's going to be. I'm going to run straight across here. Alright. And we've got all that set up. We can pick you up. Pick you up. Put the power tower here. Connect it up there and over there. We can go here and do a connection there. Now, can I fit the industrial thing in between here? Not by like 1 tick. It's, you know what, honestly, I don't need the big one. This is fine. I'm not gonna fight it, because like, this shouldn't be a problem at any point. It's fine. I could fight with it for the rest of the evening and just shuffle everything around, and it really doesn't matter. That reservoir is not necessary. Okay, meanwhile I got you 3 to hook up. And this will be able to take care of the water need for our aluminum production. I'm gonna leave that over there because we will have some feedback on it. You know, actually, now that I think about it, I can get 4 of these in here. And you might be like, wait a second, hang on, you did the math. It doesn't work. There's a later step of the process that also produces water. And so we do want this to be at a slight deficit, or the whole system will start jamming up. Okay, so we've got a pretty unreasonable amount of this being produced. Let's get all of that online. And this will be the aluminum liquid, whatever it's called. And we're going to be producing 120 of that per minute. So that's going to be a pretty big output. And meanwhile, I'm going to sneak this power pole all the way over here so it's in position to go up the line. Alright, so the next thing these need is we need to be able to get the bauxite in there. I've managed to catch the one spot of water. Which does mean I need to bring the bauxite the whole way along here, which shouldn't be too big of a deal. Probably bring it down this way. Oh, you're turning around backwards. Okay, I was just having a momentary, it's like, why is this not working at all? That one was turned around backwards. Okay, fair enough. So get that out of here. And we can go here. That'll be close enough. Get the splitter out of here. Okay, so this will be way better. So get all these hooked up. Where's your sweet spot? There you are. Because aluminum is one of the more involved processes in the game. The only one that's way more involved is everything related to nuclear power. Nuclear power is like easily, this is the thing that requires the most steps between not just setting it up the initial time, but getting it to where you can like recycle the power and yada yada yada. So it's just not going into waste. Alright, so I've got that set up, but now I need to get the bauxite down here. That shouldn't be too hard to make happen. So we put this over here. We can put this as the bottom rung on there. Okay, which one are you? So you're the silica, you're the bauxite. So that'll work. So we can go ahead and run you down here. And then while I've got this, we want to grab the silica. And with that, I've got the bauxite and the silica. Did I put that in the wrong port? I did. I don't do that all the time. Let's see, aluminum is super cheap, because it was super complicated. Till people were like, let's throw money at this, until it doesn't complicate anymore. Yeah, like once you set it up, it's not that hard to make work. Like the first time you set it up, like expanding on it is pretty straightforward. You've got a couple of inputs and you just add to it. Hey, buddy. I don't know what is like your predisposition as a species to always be in the way, but I need you to stop it, friend. Okay, so the bauxite is now going in there. Oh, you mean in real life? Gotcha. Now I can't speak for real life. Okay, so this is also producing silica. That's kind of the catch. This is producing silica. So it needs to get priority on going into all this. So what we're going to do in the meantime is I will put a stand along here for the silica to go up the line. Alright, but first, we need to get ourselves the piping all set up. So we're going to go over here. Get that all set up. And in this case, I do really want the large bladder. Because now it's not a free material like water that all I need is a little electricity and get as much as of it I need. Now we're having something where I'm making all that bauxite and, you know, whatnot into a product. And I really want that product to be available. Can I put these here? This might actually work out well. How will that look if I do that? Will it clip through in an awful way? Yes, it's terrible. You can stack these? Alright, today I learned. Okay, you can stack those. Cool. I never knew I wanted that, but I absolutely did. The only downside with stacking them is then you gotta get them up to that height. But I could see if you were producing something up top, like you had a water well up higher. I could certainly see you then dropping them down. I'm debating how I want to approach this. What I ought to do is not do it this way here. Well, actually, nah, it's fine. We can go ahead and get rid of this. We'll keep that row. If I need more, I can put it over there. We'll put the industrial fluid storage just right here, a couple ticks forward. Plug it in there. And I am going to go here, even though it's probably not necessary. If I could fit a valve in here. We have a valve there. And that way we won't have to worry about backflow once again to the reservoir. Okay, so the reservoir is going, so all of these should be functioning until we start getting the silica byproduct out of here. Which the silica is going to connect up here. And there. And same deal as last time, we will run this the whole way over here. And we will do the merge block. And I actually don't know the logic on the merge block, like what gets priority and what and how and that kind of thing. Come on, where's your sweet spot? Okay. You thought merge was round robin? That's what I'm hoping, because if it's round robin, it should work okay. Because if it's round robin, then what ends up happening is... Oh, that's not turned the correct way. Hang on. I don't know what I just picked up. That might come back to bite me later. And you're turned around yet again. Almost every single time. Why do things correctly the first time when you can just do them wrong forever? That's fine. Okay. So, we've got our silica going into the process. We've got our aluminum going on here. Well, the aluminum liquid... The aluminum precursor is going on there. But if it's round robin, that doesn't mean each thing only can output... Well, I mean, the idea is that I could potentially do something like put a sink, like I could put an awesome sink over here off the top port, and if this overfills, it just dumps out there. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably put up the line here where we'd have the overflow go to an awesome sink off to the side, just to make sure the process never grinds to a halt. Okay, so that's not what I wanted to build. It is what I built, though. Production, refinery. Next step of the process, you take the water. Yes, you take coal and the alumina solution to make your stuff. So we've already got the alumina solution there. But we'll need coal up farther up the process. Yeah, so let's scoot you on up a decent amount to make sure I've got space for the pipes and the coal and all that stuff. Alright, so you are producing 120, so 240, 480 of the solution per cycle. So that means I can hook up 2 of these. And that's it. 2 is what I can handle. Let's do this the same way I've been doing this to make my life easier. Because it'll be easier to scale it down the row if I give myself all that space. So I've got the liquid soon-to-be aluminum scrap going. We got our power tower over here. We can run that right there. And so you need coal now. You need 240 coal. That should be relatively doable. I'm a little alarmed that those belts are empty. So let's run the coal over this top side as well. Okay. We'll need to drop you down to here. To run over here anyways. Cool. That's for the coal on this side. That'll take care of the coal on this side. Here in just a minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reroute that conveyor belt down there. Yeah, this will be fine. So we can do... Let's pick you up. Trying to decide how I want to curve this. They've got options. Let's scooch this other just so it's not underneath that directly. And then what I can do here is to let me split it. Or not to split, so what I can do is to give me a good breakpoint as I can add a splitter. Pick up that side and then pick up the splitter. Now I've got a straight belt there. Pick that up. Good enough. Okay, so I've got our coal going down there. This coal line can go away forever. It's not doing anything. Alright, so hopefully all I have to do now is hook up these, and then we've got the silica to figure out getting around, but that's fine. That's just yet another problem I gotta deal with. Okay, so you're gonna output water and aluminum scrap. There's so much to producing aluminum in this game. So as you probably figured out, the water, I already have water being produced. You don't get that much, well, I mean, you actually do get a lot back, don't you? So that's this. I should be able to sneak the water line underneath here. It's a little cursed. Alright, I didn't finish the platform. It'd be awesome if you could dump the water. Yeah, just have like an output. So actually, you don't need to exist here. And then we can go right over here. You have extra pipe for now. Grab the joints. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to want to do here is I am going to want to put valves on this. So I'm going to put a couple of valves on here. So I have one valve going this way so that the water can only go from those out into this pipe. And I'm going to go way down here and do the same thing there. Now the catch is I'm going to have potential problems with stuff here. Actually, you know what? I can put an industrial storage here for the water, and that'll really give this a lot of durability against, you know, expanding and whatnot. So we put like the large buffer here. And brought to right here. Snuck it right under here. So that way, as we get extra water into the grid, that'll give me a big buffer. It's got valves on either side of it, so it should mostly not have to worry about it. Meanwhile, this is going to give me aluminum scrap at 360 per minute, which is almost the capacity of what I can put on a belt right now. So that's some more good news. Because now is what I need to get the next part of this process underway. Yeah, so as you can see, setting up the aluminum is like layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of stuff you need to do to actually make it. Like, there's just so many stages involved. But the output on it is really good. That's the one big saving grace of this whole process. Is once you get all this set up, the output is solid. I'm gonna want to turn that scrap conveyor. Well, we'll put it over on this side. I was debating what side I wanted to put. So the you know what, we'll put it on this side, because what I will do then is I'm gonna have the conveyor belt go this way, and then we'll just have it like loop back around and then fill all the other stuff in. The only reason I want to do that is I might expand that later, and if I put the stuff on the edge of where it is now, then I have a problem. I don't want to put them in a completely different area and all that. So I think that should work. But this is why you don't think you should buy this game. Just too complicated for me. Well, you're getting to like end game procedures. So when you're looking at this is you've been going for a long time. You need copper ingots. I forgot about that. Where was the silicon used? Where was the silicon used? Because we got the output there, but I don't remember where we actually used it in this procedure. I thought it was like one of the first things, right? No, you're an output. There was something I used the silica. Oh, no, that's right. I make the ingots, and then after the ingots... Right. I'm missing a thing. I've got another step in the process. I'm getting ahead of myself. We got the foundry next. And then we make the aluminum scrap and the silica. That's right. That's right. Right. Okay. Because it's sitting there, it's like, why do I remember this being so much worse than it is? It's because I was forgetting a step. So I can run the conveyor up here. Alright, how am I going to set this up the way I want it? I'll deal with you in a second. Hey, the Bacon Dragon, thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and all that? Don't mind me, I am noodling over how the heck I'm setting this up. But, how's it going and all that good stuff? It's good to see you and all that. Alright. So I've got that set up, and we can run this over here. Cool. Alright, so we've got that run. But, welcome in, Raiders, and for those who don't know, Bacon Dragon, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. But yeah, so what were we playing today? How did it go? All the good stuff, you know, fill me in. Alright, can I make that work? And not look cursed? Yeah, that actually works perfectly. Can I make it to the second layer? I'd like it to go second layer, that'd be even better. Taking a break from Satisfactory, playing some Space Marine 2. Gotcha. No, second layer will look bad. I can live with this. In that case, we can avoid this thing here. And instead do that. And it's probably a mistake to set up this way, but I'm gonna do it anyways. And if I if I regret it, then, you know, then that's just what we do. All right. Come on. There you go. Man, yeah, Space Marine 2 is good. So yeah, so if you're looking for some like Satisfactory, Space Marine 2, these kind of games, you can find it over there with the Bacon Dragon. Where's your sweet spot? Stop fighting. There we go. Okay. So, we now have that going for aluminum. So that's going to be 90 and 75. Why am I not seeing... Okay, it is getting bedded. Why are we not seeing this part? Oh, we don't have it hooked up yet. Yeah, so we're just setting up aluminum. Aluminum is one of the most complicated processes in the whole game. So if it seems like I am setting up an absolute monstrosity of complexity, that's because we're setting up an absolute monstrosity of complexity. That is just dealing with the aluminum. You need to revamp your whole factory for tier 9 stuff? Yeah, no, you end up doing that a lot where you're just like, oh, this thing isn't doing enough. So you need 90 aluminum scrap per minute for one of those, and you are producing 360 per minute, so we're making 720 aluminum scrap per minute. In other words, I can run a lot of these. So it's 90 per minute, 180, 360, 450, 540. That's 540. 630. $720. Alright, so the ratios in that get pretty wild. Because I don't think we even did the... No, did we do the math on it last time? I remember it was one of those things I kept being like, I need to sit down and do the math. I don't remember if we actually did the math at any point. There we go. Well, on the good news, if I was worried about running out of silica, we are going to be consuming a pretty obnoxious amount of that. So I don't really need to worry about the system getting backed up on silica. I more need to worry about, do I have enough? And fixing the do I have enough is actually pretty easier than a lot easier than trying to go, okay, but I need to balance these. I'm gonna guess those are matched. Okay. Let's see, you're just happy you got your aluminum settled on 4 water pumps? I'm surprised. Oh, wait, no, don't, stop. No, don't do that. I'm surprised you needed 4 water pumps. I mean, I guess if you didn't put power slugs in them, you'd need 4. Exactly. Or you've just scaled it up a lot. That would also require it. Super scaled? Fair enough. Stop accidentally doing that. Okay, so I have a lot of power to run. And we're not even done yet, because all of this has been to make aluminum ingots. So we're not even doing anything with the alumina yet. We just are getting the ingots. But yeah, so again, the Bacon Dragon, if you're enjoying Satisfactory, but doing that over there as well as Space Marine 2. But for all the raiders popping in here who are new to the channel and haven't seen my content before, I am a variety streamer. My name is Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, the used to is kind of a key factor there. It was beaten. That said, I'm not pursuing getting it back because it takes too much time. It takes so much time. Alright. So this will be an interesting one. How do I want to approach this? So, take that ore we just picked up. It goes in the garbage. That goes in the garbage. That goes in the garbage. Everything else is fine. Alright. So what I think I'm going to do here, and this might be a mistake on my part, is I'm going to put the industrial storage facing this way. And there's a reason I'm doing this. So I'm going to go out like this, set you to straight. And then we're going to go here. And this is going to be inefficient from a amount of materials. It's too sharp. I can work with this. I can snap you in here. Okay. I'm mostly doing this that way I can expand in the future and have it not be a pain, because I am running out of room over here. All right. So one thing that's immediately coming to mind, I don't think my belt can handle this level of production. Okay, so we are doing which belts? How much do you have your throughput? So you have 480 throughput, and that's 90. We are producing way more than that belt can handle, and that is just absolutely fine. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to do this a little differently than what I've been doing. I'm going to put the dimensional depot here. I'm just going to put it right like that in case I need to merge off of everything later. So I'll get in the dimensional depot. Alright. So with all that said, is there copper anywhere nearby? Please say yes. That's not really that nearby. At least it's one I'm not already exploiting, so if I decide to run it this way. Okay, so it is just down the hill. So that's genuinely not one that's going to be good for running a train. That's limestone. That's farther than I want to go without a train. Because this one we're trying to not spaghetti conveyor belts as much as possible. So, that probably is one I should train it. I don't want to, but I probably should. Alright, well the question is, when we go to assemblers... Oh, is it not this? Is it really? Don't be manufacturer. Can I not make the stuff with aluminum yet at all? I'm trying to remember what the goods for the aluminum other stuff is. Because we got the aluminum sheets, but I don't remember what the aluminum containers are. Blender, that's right. We don't have the blender, so I can't look it up yet. Alright, because what I wanted to do is figure out, it's like, okay, do I want to make the train pick up limestone or iron or like whatever else? Because there's my copper down there. And you can see where we're way up there. And the train really does not have much up. But I could have the train pull straight out of there, go along the ramp in there. I don't really want to do that, though. As much as I've been, like, enjoying the train. Spaghetti train line better than, conveyor train line? Well, that's the thing. I'd have to have it go out over this direction. Even this is probably steeper than that train can go. But I need to get the copper ingots up here or the aluminum down. And that's all I was trying to see is for the aluminum ingots to make other stuff. What do I need? I feel like it was plastic for the trays, which would be honestly a really big pain. Yeah, so I could put a train station over here to drop off copper ingots, and then potentially plastic or something else if I need it. I think that might be the move. Give myself a lot of space in between here, but build the platform that goes out that way, so I can get the aluminum ingots in here, or not the aluminum, the copper ingots. Trucks then? I don't even know how to get a truck up here without... I mean, I could do it, and I'd be able to make the steeper ramps, and that would work. I don't think I'd want to. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. But trucks? The problem is the trucks I found to be, you fight with them so much, and they just really don't work well. And then on top of that, they consume a ton of fuel doing it. So they're just objectively worse than the other alternatives, but then also expensive. I do feel like there's they gotta do something to give the truck some love. Hey. The AI isn't great despite setting the path yourself. Yeah, and that's the thing that's surprising. It's like, record your path, and you kind of scratch your head and go, but even with my recorded path, this is still terrible. I don't understand what you expect me to do with this. So I'm going to make this train station a bit longer than the other ones, and that's because I'm having the sneaking suspicion that this train is ultimately going to be one that we ship stuff back with as well. So for right now, I'm just going to make a really long platform, even if it only ever ends up having like 2 freight cars. I've got room for 3. And then this will be our copper ingot out. So not just copper ore, copper ingot out. Hey, lizard doggo. Do you want to be friends? Because I want to be friends. Because sometimes you give me really good things. And you've given all the lizard doggos names, and we've been completely inconsistent in all of their numbering. No 2 of them have the same pattern for naming. They all are just going up number-wise, but we've had ones where we just use like Lizard Doggo 4, like 1, you know, Lizard Doggo 2.0, Lizard Doggo, whatever. And the next one I'm gonna do is gonna be Roman numerals. We're using the Microsoft naming convention. That is, we only use the same naming convention, like, maybe for 2 versions, and then we change our naming conventions. It makes it really easy to follow your versioning. Alright. So, I've got the train station up here. We're gonna worry about getting that all figured out in a minute. In the meantime, I'm gonna go down to where we have that copper node. I'm gonna put a drill on there, max it out with slugs, and figure out whatever we're going with that. Plot twist: Windows naming convention will be Doors 1.0. It'll be something dumb. Like, I don't mind with them sticking to like year or just iterating version numbers. The ones that got really bad is when they were like 98, XP, Vista, NT, 2000, and like just really bouncing around between them, and then they're going 7, 8, and whatever. I'm like, look, man, just choose a lane. I don't even care what lane it is. Just choose it, all right? All right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to get the train up there. Yeah, that'll be a whole thing, is getting the train up there. Same with Xboxes. Oh yeah, no, it's along all of their product lines. All of their product lines are super notorious for using a naming convention for like 1 or 2 years, and then switching it, again. And I don't think it's a strategic thing. I think they just second guess themselves on what they're naming their things all the time. Oh, I'm out of drills.
I'm not kissing Huffy.
Why would you want to do that?
Is he?
Am I, though? Okay, as long as it's sometimes. Yeah, and for the record, it's not oh, and I love you. She's... Okay, she did hurt me. But it's not as exclusively Microsoft thing. There's a number of companies who have that problem, that they just... Every other iteration, they change their naming convention, and it makes it impossible. I think video cards have some of the worst naming conventions of anything ever. Because you're like... Until you're someone who's used them enough to be like, okay, this is the generation, and this is like how high tier it is or whatever. It's really, really, really hard to keep track. I remember it took me a while to go and be like, okay, we have, like, for NVIDIA, it's like the first 2 numbers is like the generation, the second 2 numbers is the series, and then you have on top of that like RT or whatever. And just trying to tell, so it's like, okay, they'll be like, alright, hang on. So, is the 980 or the 1060 better? And you're like, well, that's a complicated question with a complicated answer. It's like, one is the, more modern generation and has the newer technology, but it's the lower... the lower quality, or like the lower grade card. So, there's all that you gotta consider. And you're like, look, man, I don't care. I just want the answer. If I'm buying the 2 of these, which one am I buying? Hey, Blink Games, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. It was also good to see you at TwitchCon. One of the people I got to run to a couple of times while I was out there. But for those popping in, definitely check out Blink Games. What were you playing today? Tell us about your stream, how'd it go, all that good stuff. Raided by the stick figure army? Absolutely. I'm gonna grab some more ammo because we're running out of rebar. You forgot it was September this year? Yeah, it happens. You're on mobile? Can't shout out? Oh, I can take care of that then. Let's see. Boom. So shout out. And Blink Games. Get you your shout out. Playing some Satisfactory for the first time in like 4 years. Where you played very little bit. Nah, it's all good. It's excellent. I've been having a really good time with it myself. We are getting pretty late game. We are setting up aluminum, which is a whole thing. Generally speaking, most of the processes you set up in the game aren't that bad. They're just 2 or 3 layers deep. And then there's aluminum. It's a lot. There's the only way to put it. It's a lot. Just heard such things about 1.0. And wanted to recheck it out. Oh yeah, no, it's really good. Alright, so we've got that tower there. And grab our power pole and drop it down here. Okay, so you're going to be producing at 600 per minute. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so my intention with this is to just slap down a platform with however many smelters I need to be able to process 600 per minute of copper into ingots. And then we're going to get trained and bring it back up to where we're making our aluminum to make our aluminum sheets. And then finally we'll be able to advance pretty much anything. That's kind of the way the game goes in the late game, is they'll introduce like an entire new system of goods, whether it's like uranium or aluminum or whatever. And when you up tech into the next tier, you spend like the first day afterwards just getting all of that set up to where it's not abysmally slow. And then you just start rocketing through all the milestones. Alright. So, production, constructor. Try turning them, not constructor, that's a mistake. Smelter. Let's turn them this way. Cooperate, please, thank you. Alright, and you will process 30 per minute, and we're producing 60. Okay. Well, that's 8. Well, that's 7. 8. Double checking my math. So that's 8. Oh, these can be mashed in closer. 8. Let's double check that. Yeah, so that's 8 now. And 9. I was really hoping... Oh, wait, can I get it to go to... Yeah, we can get it to go flat. 10. Alright, it's not perfectly flat. Okay, so that is half of what that drill is going to produce. And I think I could sneak a conveyor around the outside over here. So we'll skip a distance here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Cool. So that's how much that drill is going to be able to produce in the way of ore to support it. Oh yeah, we can get around this side easy. Cool, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is, for the moment, I'm going to switch that to straight belts and bring it all the way over here to this edge. And over here to this edge. And go logistics, splitter. And run that the whole length down here. I'm actually going to stamp that in there. Normally I don't do it that way. But in this particular case, with the hill right there, I don't see it as a thing where I'm going to be able to expand in that direction later. Alright. Okay, that's 10 of those hooked up. This is going to be way overkill. But I won't have to worry about scaling it up later. Honestly, the same thing with this. Conveyor belt too long. Alright, never mind. So you just put that there. And I'm pretty sure this is more copper than the entire rest of my factory does, period, at all. This is going to be major overkill for what I'm doing. But that's okay, because what I most likely could do with this is down the road. If, for example, I need copper sheet up there, we'll already have the ingots, I'll just make them locally. Alright, so next thing to do would be to go here. But roughly in the middle. And put all these. Oh no, they're all slightly off. That might actually be a problem. Okay, we're just not gonna look at this area after I set it up ever. Because on one of the two sides, I accidentally skipped one tile. And so they're all slightly cattywampus from each other. The thing is, there's no need to scale this up any more than it already is anytime soon. Okay. The next thing I need to do is copper, and copper, and copper, and copper, and copper, and copper. And get all of this hooked up. And then I just gotta pop in the power. And then we're gonna have a completely unmanageable level of copper production. Hey again, Jess, good seeing you. And thank you again for the raid earlier. Alright. So now it's power time. So let's grab this pole. We're gonna try and put these in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I need a new pole. 6, or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and new pole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and new pole. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, so we are now producing iron ingots at an absolutely mind-boggling rate there. And so now it's time to put down a train station. To get these things where I need them. Alright, so transport. Where are you at? Train station, turn it this way. Cool. And now we can go to freight station. Face it that way. You'll have 2 spots of empty platform. Oh, I'm missing concrete for it. We are making the concrete, but, you know, we are absolutely obliterating a lot of things. And we'll have a container here to work as a buffer. And we've got that for the load. Come on, give me... There we go. Alright. So we've got our 2 train stations. And the issue is, the place where I'm trying to get this to is up there. And we don't have a whole lot of room to drop that down. What I am going to try to do, I think I will try and bring the track as close as I can to the waterfall to just drop down wherever, and just whatever rate I can drop it down, I can drop it down. And we'll just drop it down in the general direction of the copper ingots and get that sorted out on the other side. But I am going to want to make sure I can go over the top of stuff. So I might literally have the train go over top of all of those foundries, wherever I can fit it and it doesn't look terrible. And then we're just going to, you know, again, drop it down as fast as we can. But with that, we'll be able to make our aluminum sheets up here. And I left spaces here where, if I need to go through later... Oh. Doggo number 4 apparently killed something because it brought me its remains. Good job, Lizard Doggo. So let's see. Hey, Lizard Doggo. There you go, buddy. Alright, so just need to get a moment for the concrete to catch up. Doggo's a beast. Yeah, I killed a spitter, apparently. What you don't realize, the lizard doggos look so innocent and kind, but they're actually the alpha predator on the area. They're actually incredibly powerful. They just lull the other creatures into a false sense of security, and then take care of their moment of weakness. They're actually hunting you. It's just, you know, it takes a little while for them to figure you out. So, while they seem adorable and all that, they actually are conspiring the entire time. Alright, we're gonna have to move this. Especially when they find toxic waste when you produce nuclear reactors. Oh yeah, like I've said, the worst I've had the lizard doggos do to me was I had a time a lizard doggo was bringing me nuclear like the uranium. So it wasn't like instantly lethal, but it would follow me around and I would just be running away from it because it was too early in the run to have any type of protection from the nuclear waste. And the lizard doggo was just bringing it to me as quickly as it could. All right, so is Lecky the one we're going here? So Elisi or Lecky, however you say it. Yeah, so we're gonna aim this straight west, I think. And I just need to get over the waterfall area. You're gonna do a little bit juggling here because I've been building and building and building this whole time that while I do have the concrete automatically restocks, I am just getting ahead of it now. Alright. And with this... let's see what we can do getting down where we're looking for. Because I believe that little cubby right there is where my... Oh, nope, I can see the train station directly below us. Yes, that's a train station I'm trying to reach. I'm going to have to shoot past it and then loop back around. This is definitely one of those ones that the actual strategy you should probably employ would definitely be way more in the, let's just go ahead and, just go ahead and, you know, conveyor it up. But I don't want to do the conveyors, so we're doing train stations. Eventually I'm going to end up regretting that, but, you know, that's later me's problem. I'm gonna need to hide a bunch of these train stations off the map pretty soon. It is getting a bit much. Need to scooch over a tick or two soon. That was not the smartest thing I've ever done. Why does future me always hate past me? Rual probably. Oh no, future me knows exactly why they hate past me. There's not a question mark in that one. That's something I've long since come to terms with. It doesn't mean it's not going to keep happening. But you know. Quite aware of how that works. Alright. I am liking how many trains are getting zipping around here. I definitely imagine there are people who have taken the time to make like these pylons that have like, you know, proper designed train parking areas and depots and all sorts of stuff, and I'm just like, I like trains. And just smash another route down. It's fine. I think after this segment of ramp, it's time to turn that around. Future me doesn't have a time-traveling machine to go back to past me? Exactly. Consequences are future me's problem. Past me gets to live without consequences. Alright, so bring it all the way down here. Which will honestly work out where if I end up needing limestone or iron or anything else up there, we are passing iron, limestone, and copper on the way down. And so this would be a very easy to adapt railway. If up at the Illuminary I'm like, oh, I suddenly need a bunch of iron up here. No problem. I just gotta, you know, take just a moment here and, run that over to like the copper stop and bring it over in another train or whatever the thing is. Same with the copper sheets. If I end up needing copper sheets, we can make that happen. Oh man, that was one of the things I was saying to myself earlier in the stream that I should take care of, is we're using all the copper sheets for the computers and all that, and I've got a much better recipe than when we first set it up. And I was like, oh yeah, I should probably go through and sort that out. So I don't need to actually sit here. I think we can make that work. Yeah, we can probably make that work. So grab you, do this. Oh, that's gonna go like almost sideways. All right. You won't reach all the way there, will you? Cool. So I have like a weird dip and a zigzag at the end, but that's fine. Because now with that, we are all connected. I just gotta throw a train on it, and we're good to go. There we go. Alright. So we're gonna have to do a little finagling, because some of the stuff isn't gonna line up right. But that's a pretty easy one to fix. So right now, I only need one freight cart on there. Later on, we'll definitely want to change that. And this should be a nice easy track. Because you know how we make this one work? We go to edit our timetable. Yes, yes. Okay. Turn on self-driving. Alright. So how cursed is this turn gonna be? That's not bad. Yeah, so like I said, it's a pretty short train route. So it really doesn't feel like it should be a train. But it was definitely one of those ones that I think making the conveyor spaghetti was going to be something I was going to be like, ah. So I'm just going to ride it back real fast and then back out here just because I want to actually have the... You know, actually I'm not going to ride it back. It'll be fine. Alright, so with that, we are now producing our aluminum ingots over here. But what I need to do is get them... Hey, you got some for me, friend? Oh, thank you. I love when my lizard doggo brings me high-yield explosives. Thanks, buddy. You're the most terrifying lizard doggo ever. You're bringing me explosives, the remains of your enemies. You're also, like, weirdly running... You're not a real lizard doggo, are you? You're a mimic. Where did... Oh, there you are. I was like, what is this cursed lizard doggo? What risk have I put myself in being around this thing? Alright, I'm trying to decide where I'm putting the actual aluminum sheet production. I feel like I'm going to put it over here. I'm gonna bring this up here just a little bit. So there's... No. That's gonna be a mistake is what that's gonna be. So, if I need more, I could do a lift and a platform up here, and that'll be fine. I don't really want to go and put the platform above the train here yet. I think we can make that work all right. Alright, so aluminum sheet. So we can go here for just a minute. Okay, so for the aluminum sheet, it's 30 per minute, and you're producing 60 per minute. Let's only put half of those in there, so we're not consuming all of this. We can go over here. Okay. And that gets the aluminum ingots in there. We've got those configured. They need a power pole. Should be easy to do. Alright, and now I just need to get the copper over there. Which my plan for this is straightforward. Get turned then to straight. Go there. Lizard Doggo, you are a menace. Lizard Doggo, move. He's like, I'm so adorable. Don't you love the way I get in your way and make it so you're not allowed to build? I'm so cute. Oh my god, please. Alright, so we can run all the way over here. And then we need to have the output on here. That's the input, the output. And copper ingots. Copper ingots. Oh, I didn't set you to unload. There we go. So, that should bring our copper ingots in here. That should mix with our aluminum ingots. And that should give me 2 of those producing these. For the moment, I'm going to do the same thing here because I'm a little strapped on space. Where I'm going to hook you in that way. And then do this stuff. Alright. Yeah, so that should feed into here, and I'm going to put another dimensional storage over here. Okay, so we're finally making aluminum sheets once the train gets back, and it should come back with probably an absolutely 100% full load of copper ingots, which should be enough to handle this, because I looked at the recipe, I overkilled the copper in a big way. Considering if we look at this, it's 10 ingots per minute. I'm producing something in the ballpark of 600. So maybe slightly overkill. But we've got that. And the reason I didn't make more of... Well, actually, I probably can make more of these right now. I wasn't going to, but I'll make more of these for now to use up all of the aluminum ingots we're producing. And the reason I wasn't going to do that is I know I'm going to make the aluminum casings later. But I'll probably just scale this up at that point. I don't think you're actually attached. Maybe you are. Aluminum and aluminum. Okay, it's still unloading. And there goes the ingots. And just like that, we are producing a lot of aluminum sheets now. So we should be producing about 120 aluminum sheets per minute. Cool. That was an incredibly long amount of work to get all of that set up. Let's check on our power grid. So we can technically consume... Wait a second, why is our capacity fluctuating so aggressively? Something is not working as it ought to be. It's gonna be something wrong with the oil. Probably out of water. Alright, well the good news is we still have more enough power to facilitate all this. I have a whole bunch of geothermal online that is also buffering. So we're pretty okay there. But our aluminum production is on. That's good. We've got, you can see I've got geothermal set up here and there. They're not an amazing amount of power, but once I set them up, it's set and forget it. So very genuinely with a lot of that stuff, if things work out for us, I could probably get, you know, go across the map, wire them all up. Every single one of them is an extra however much power. That's little to no effort. Like, literally running the power line is the worst part of it, which is nothing. But let's run back to base and start getting all this going over here. Because I should be able to start moving towards getting our hover pack and all that online. Yeah, I'll leave it. It's fine. You are not where I need to be going. You're the Caterium setup. Yeah, just seeing all the trains moving along in the distance and over top of us and everything. It's fun. It's like conveyor belt spaghetti, but more interesting. Because conveyor belt spaghetti, when you're at distance, you just see it's a conveyor belt and it really doesn't do much past that. And we should see the aluminum sheets coming in here real fast. Yep, so I already have a full stack of aluminum sheets. Oh, they stacked to 100. I lied. I have enough aluminum sheets to get the hover pack. We can probably go to our heavy modular frames. I've got enough of those. We can go to our computers. I got enough of those. We can go to our motors, which are here somewhere. I got a bunch of those. Unfortunately, I don't have enough reserve storage to keep those in there. But we can hop over to our station over here and drop in most of that right now from the get-go. Yep, so just need more motors, and then that's done. Meanwhile, I need to drop stuff off. I got a bunch of stuff on my inventory that's been piling up. Let's just get it out of here as best we can. So let's drop in the grass, these, the mycelium, those. The wood, those. We got a bunch of slugs in our inventory. Is this vanilla or modded? This is vanilla. I've never actually modded the game. I actually do know 3D rendering software. I used to use 3D Studio Max a lot because my actual college degree before I switched majors was computer graphics animation, which is primarily in 3D. So I mostly learned 3D Studio Max, but then, you know, there is Blender, there was Maya, whole bunch of decent options there. The downside is a bunch of them were as expensive as all get out, so you didn't get to mess with them hardly at all. Okay, I think we're at the point with this. I'm gonna chuck the coal in the garbage. I'm gonna take this extra biomass and chuck it in the garbage. I've changed my mind. No, I actually didn't change my mind. It's going in the garbage. AI limiters we've already got in there. The rest of these I could leave here for now. We could probably go ahead and take, we've got our blueprints. We're starting to add more geothermal. So let's add another battery bank on here. And I've been just doing that every once in a while, so that as we start getting more and more power fluctuations, like more and more geothermal, we start getting stuff like particle accelerators and all that, we can absorb some pretty substantial spikes in our power, one way or the other. So now I gotta figure out what the next thing we need to make. So we're gonna get the motors here not too long. It's literally as fast as it takes them to upload. I just need 3 stacks, or I could fly up there, which is probably the better bet, is to just fly up there and deal with that. So before we worry about that, chat, it is about to be an ad break, and I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna take a quick 2-3 minute break while the ads are playing, eat a little bit of my dinner, use the restroom, all that stuff, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's definitely getting clipped out of context. This is the life I live. Get into content creation, they said. They didn't. They actually said not to. But, you know. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Destroy it all. And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me.
Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy.
Alright. So the next time we got everyone patched up, we're going to be pushing in from this angle and just trying to carve in as far as possible with all of these in here. I make no illusion that we're not... No! No! Not right now. No. 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 I need doctors right now. I need cooks. All right. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water. Just check the bottom to see if there's chests in the bottom. Now, down says I do have the metal detector, because we've seen a lot of the nymph that drops it. The catch is life crystals get priority. Oh, the life crystal wasn't a life crystal, it was a boulder. I've been caught by that once before this run. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so let's see. The motors, I probably have a bunch in my inventory again. Make sure I actually am muted, because sometimes it doesn't happen. Alright, we'll just run up, we'll grab the motors. Yeah, the motors are up here at steel production. Yes, this is a very interesting factory compared to the last one. Because, like, my last factory, almost the entire factory was in one spot. It's like you had, like, 90-something% of the factory was in, like, the one general area. And then I had, like, a couple of satellite things just out of necessity, like, the gunpowder was out in the fringes because of necessity. And then, like, making the steel ingots was out in the fringes because of necessity. And then, like, uranium was out in that. But, like, everything else was all in one place. Versus this one, we have a lot of, like, satellite places making things that I then am shipping around with the trains everywhere. Alright, so motors, I believe, are up there. Ah, I see. We have reached the point that we simply have insufficient rotor production. And so the motors are not producing at a reasonable speed because we're running out of rotors. Okay. And then the rotors come in by train over here. So let's go check on our rotor production. Did I actually grab some motors while I was there? I didn't, did I? Yeah, and the motors are going up here, where they're being consumed as fast as we're making them. And I have them making this, which is about to fill up. And we're not actually using those anymore, but I'm still okay with continuing to produce them, because I know we will be using them later. But in the interim, we're not getting as many motors as we need. Yeah, because those are only running at a little under half capacity. So I did shove a bunch of rotors in there as a stopgap to get them back online. So my rotors come from way over there. So we need to go and ramp up our rotor production, because that's going to be a problem for a lot of things. Actually, I take that back. My rotors aren't produced over there. My rotors are produced over there. Alright, so we gotta scale up our rotor production. We're probably getting pretty close to the point that... Well, no, I already have a dedicated rotor-only place that has its own iron mine just for it. Literally, I just gotta scale it up. Some of the things that we're looking at that I need to improve is our copper sheets. I can massively improve with one of the recipes we got. I just gotta move them where they are down a floor and then get water into them. And that'll be way more throughput. Yeah, so there's our rotors. They're not producing particularly quickly. And you are running at 100%. Are all of you running at 100%? Yes. Oh, nope. No, you're not. How are... Okay, so you're not getting quite enough screws to run at 100%, but you're getting pretty close. Right. So that should get that running at 100%. As that plays catch up. And you are 2 somber sloops to double the output. If I wanted. I could also just do the 2 on the motor, because the same machine, and that'd probably go farther. So good news is this is now making enough that that should keep running at capacity. And I could add 1 more and it wouldn't run at a reasonable capacity. So if I bring steel over here, I can actually produce screws way faster. Let's check what recipes I've got here to see if there's anything else I can improve here. Okay, so for rotors, I only have the 1 recipe, so there's not much I could do with that. Otherwise, it's rods and screws. We don't have anything for rods and screws here, so let's get rid of that. We can go to our constructor. Now, I have the steel screws. This is actually a really high throughput recipe. So if we compare, this is a regular recipe for screws that uses rods. It's 10 to 4. So 40 per minute. The recipe we are using is the cast one, which is 5 ingots, that produces 50. So that's a little bit better there. So we're getting 50 screws per minute out of that. If I were to switch that recipe over to the steel beam one, that's 5 steel beams per minute for 260 screws per minute. So that would be a massive, massive, massive uptick in the amount of screws I can produce. The catch being, my steel is up there. And I do not believe I have steel beams coming into here in any capacity. Now, I could move my screw production over there, but if I do that, then I gotta bring the screws back, and that creates a problem because the screws are just a bottleneck in the sheer volume. So these use 100 screws per minute, so 100, 200, 300. And that was producing 50 per minute, if I remember correctly off of you. 50 per minute. So we have 100, 200, 300. Yeah, so we're basically at the amount we can produce. If I want more rotors, I either need to scale up the screw production here a lot, but as you're noticing, this thing's kind of staggering, and that's full. So I think what I'm going to do as a short term is I'm just going to slap another assembler on here and pretend it's all fine, even though it's going to be at a deficit of about 100 screws per minute. But that'll start to clear out that chest. Does that adjacent train visit the steel mill? That is a good question. Because it would take quite a bit of doing to put another car on it. But if I could either transport the steel beams over here, or, I mean, probably the steel beams. Because the amount of screws we're talking is pretty substantial. And what were you making again? Rotors. Yeah, so we've got the train that goes here. And what are you shipping? You pick up the rotors and the smart plates. And you have, I believe this is the one that has 3 cars. Okay, so we've got the rotors and the smart plates. Where are you going? Because I think that literally is going to the correct area. That if I wanted to just chuck another one on here, we'd be fine. The thing I gotta check is that it doesn't already have 3 freight locations. And then if it does, I'm still gonna have to finagle the track. Because if I add another freight car onto it, things aren't going to line up quite right. That is one of the big negatives of ping-ponging it versus doing a loop, is when you ping-pong it and you add another freight, one of your stops, all of the things aren't going to line up right. And then do I have enough room to add another stop? So I can add another freight location there. That'll be easy. Oh, you have 3 freight locations. Okay. Alright. So this is our drop-off point. So that's easy to manage. All I have to do is yank that up, grab you, plunk it down, and that's ready to rock and roll. So for right now, we're just going to do nothing with this, because the moment I start using this, stuff's going to start breaking. So that can be an input. Actually, we can get the input wired up. That's fine. Steel bars. Where do I have steel bars? The steel bar, because I can wire up that input and it'll be okay. Because there's nothing going there until I add the freight. It's the other stops I gotta really worry about. So I got the pipes here. There's the bars over there. The bars go up this way, wrap around through here. We do have a splitter already set up here. I believe you're a splitter. You're a splitter, right? Which has an interesting consideration. Because by having a splitter already here... Well, actually... We also have a splitter there. I need to get over here, though. probably drop it down from here. You have space underneath you? Yeah, you do. Okay, so it's too steep. I kind of was figuring that was probably gonna be the case. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So I can go here. And it will drop it down from this side. And connect to our existing infrastructure here. Alright. Because the steel goes by... Where's my steel bars again? There's the steel bars over there. So they pop by here. This is their container. That's that one. And I literally just connected over to there. So the steel is really close right now. All right. Oh, not that spot. That's bad. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly take this around here. And we're good. So that should be all connected. So this part is connected. So we pop on the train. All right. So this stop is fine because I stop on the far end. If I add a freight here, we're good. The big question is whichever one we stop where this is the front of the train. Whichever one we stop with this is the front of the train is the one that's going to be a problem. Let's see, fine. I guess just your patience is thinner because some issues. To be frank, person not doing it, knowing or willing it. Oh, you're saying you are doing fine, you guess. You're just having a bit short patience. On the same page. Okay, so this one will also be fine if I add one. So it looks like literally it's just going to be this far end here is going to be the only one that's going to cause us trouble. And so that's going to be a question of if I can add another, like ideally if I can remove the station and then add a freight in front of it, it's easy, we just drop it, well I mean not even an actual station, but just a blank spot. Then everything will just work again to add the freight on. If I can't fit it in front of it, which I don't think we can because of that water pump, then what we have to do as an alternative is actually, this should be okay. Alright. So, now's where things are going to get a little dangerous for me. So we've got this set up. I'm going to let that empty out. And we're going to disable the auto running of the train. And we get the train out of the way. Because now I need to finagle a lot of stuff. I actually have no concept of what the limits on this are. Okay, so this is gone. Another one of you. We've got that. Now you need to go. And you need to go. And you're gonna go here. And we're gonna go grab the transport freight. And you need to be rerouted to be the input on that one. And everything should just work for this part. I think everything should just work. Now the only thing is I'm not dropping off the bigger steel plates. But what should happen is we added the new freight car, which is the reason I had to adjust that out one more. So when we go to this stop, it literally shouldn't even have a location for that to do anything. So no anything to worry about here. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. So there should be literally no location for this to do anything. I'm actually wondering what the limitations on the train are. There's got to be some limit on how many freight cars you can pull on an engine. Alright, so, with this one, let's check what we got here. So we'll pull up here, and you are going to load up the rotors and the smart plates, and then nothing happens with this spot, and then you would get out the steel plates. And then, what is even in this one? This is rubber, right? Okay. So let's get this out of the way. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out that next open spot. Or sorry, we're going to skip one spot. And then I'm going to put another freight location. And that'll be an unload. And with that, we should literally already have this all wired up. So the important thing is I need one blank and then one freight. And you are set to unload. And I'm going to ride along with it. That way, if I break something, I can spend the time to clean it up. But what should happen is that I can unload steel bars here. And we can bring that into... Wait. This isn't where I'm unloading the steel bars. Hold, please. Turn that off again. This isn't where... No, wait. Is this where I'm... Yes, this is correct. I'm sorry. This is correct. We unload the steel bars here because I want to use them to produce the rotors. And that's happening right here. For some reason, I had in my mind we were producing the rotors over by the motors, which we were at one point, but we aren't anymore. Alright. The real limiter with the train is... Say, for example, rotors wouldn't be a good one. Let's say somehow I am using more steel bars than fit on 2 conveyor belts going at full tilt. With that situation, the train wouldn't be able to keep up because the maximum input and output is 2 bars for that. Now, I could add an additional freight on for even more, but you start to get where this becomes a problem, whereas I keep adding more and more spots onto it. The logistics of getting the spots themselves hooked up because of how ridiculous that. Oh, we have a train now? Oh, we've got like half a dozen, maybe 8 or so trains now? Yeah, we look at our map real fast. I'm just making sure this goes right. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, if we look at this, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trains. So I literally have exactly half a dozen trains running around. And I've got the start for a 7th one. I just didn't end up needing it right now, so it's like sitting half finished because it became unnecessary. That's so satisfying watching that. basically, in our other factory, we would have the spaghetti running all over to get, you know, from where I have the aluminum on one side of the map and this other thing way on the other. Where last time I had lots of spaghetti conveyor belts everywhere. You can see I've got these like sky rails. So this area, they're mostly like sky rails just going over the top of everything. But if we go farther south, I have a lot more that like weave through the canyons and all that. Like you can also see I've got a railway that goes over the waterfalls. Actually, I've got 2 there. All right. So you will ultimately get the steel bars. And we want those for the rotors. This is where we're making the smart plates. This is where we're making the rotors. So this is where things are going to get interesting. So this side here is going to change. So let's plan for that. I'm going to go ahead and put the stilts over here. So I've got a nice place to hook this up. To bring in the steel. Did we build a yeet cannon yet? No. I'm familiar with it. I haven't bothered. Actually, I haven't done any of the hyper tubes, and there's really not a reason for me to not have done it. Oh, I don't need to go across tracks. It's right here. Okay, so you're the one we're looking at input, and honestly, this is going to work out pretty well. Okay, so grab you. Because I'm also noticing the ingots are starting to not keep up on the screw side, which will work out. How did you build the sky rails? So there's a couple things you can do. The way I've been doing it, so pretend I've got, like, this is a train station, I'm trying to go that way. So when I'm going straight, I'll just lay down a row of foundation, build the thing on there. If you hold control, it'll lock the train to make sure it stays in the same direction it's going, and it'll just match the height. So for going straight, I do that. I just straightforward, pretty straight, you know, pretty simple. And then when I want to go up, the 2-meter ramp is about the rate the train can go up. If you try and go for the full 4, it's too steep. And the same idea. So I'll take that, I'll go up until the height I'm at, I'll level out the playing field and all that. So you'll notice you can see, like, that was all flat platform. That was 2-meter. And it'll do, like, a little bob at the end of it, or you can see, like, there's a weird angle there where I was matching things up. Same here, you can see, like, there's a little wiggle right there, but otherwise, it's mostly a straight angle. It's usually when I'm dealing with the train station, you'll see, like, a little wiggle there and right at the top of the ramp. Alright. So yeah, so we've got the steel bars are dropping off in here. So what I was going to say is, for where I need this over here, this should be easy to wire up, because now I can go here, grab you, drop you down to about... Oh, I want the batteries to go over here. We'll see how this works. Bringing it in at this height. Just so it goes over the batteries. And there goes the steel bars. That way I can continue to expand my battery banks and not have to worry about it. Not that it actually matters, but you know. Okay, so we've now got the steel going in here, which is good. So what I can do from here is we're going to go ahead and get rid of this belt. It's gone, it's fired, and we're going to plug this one in. And so what's going to end up happening is temporarily, these things are going to keep operating like everything is fine. I'm actually not going to do that. We're going to go right here and just say, hey, nope, that's not right either. Steel screws. So just like that, we have jumped the production. So if you look at this one, this is producing 50 screws per minute. That's producing 260. Oh, why do I have that much rubber in my inventory? Oh, right, because I picked up a train station full of rubber and I moved it. That's honestly gonna be kind of cursed to deal with. That's fine. We'll pretend it's okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I'm just having a momentary how am I dealing with this kind of thing. Alright, 1 rod. Get rid of that. And I can pick up the stack of ingots, which I'm going to immediately say, hey, ingots, I don't care what you're about. Get out of here. Alright. He did somewhere and forget about too much? Oh, well, I mean, realistically, what I would probably do... Oh, actually, I can get rid of this as well. Realistically, what I'll probably do with the rubber is I would put it... You know what? I could just put a smart sink right... Or a, fix-it sink right here real quick. No, I don't even feel like dealing with that right now. So the rubber gets dropped off at the next stop, because that's what that spot is. What I can probably do is go where the train drops off the rubber and immediately just chuck in a bunch there. Okay, so now that these are going, we want to select recipe, change that one, do that, grab the stack of ingots I put in my pocket, get rid of those, and do the same here. Now, needless to say, we have massive overkill on our screw production here. But that's needed to happen for a while. And just like that, we have jumped up our screw production to completely an unmanageable level, the likes of which our conveyor belt is just woefully incapable of remotely meeting. To now our issue is going to be entirely the conveyor belt cannot facilitate what I'm doing. Why are you... Oh, that's the track there. Yeah, so you're producing 4 per minute. I'll add one more of these on for right now. We could certainly sustain more than that. I just don't know what all we got going on the other side. I don't know how our rod production is and yada yada. So I don't want to over push it too much. That's not at all what I wanted to do. What did I... Oh. That's just a constructor. I can live with that. It was just a constructor I accidentally ripped up. I think it was just a constructor? No, wait, what was there? Was that dimensional storage I just ripped up? I think it was dimensional storage I just ripped up. There we go. Alright, because what I wanted to do is pick that up. And then plug this in. And as I can see, I'm constantly just like, you're leaving stuff behind. I gotta deal with that. We definitely need a better rotor pattern. Because that one there is not producing at a reasonable speed. Alright, get rid of some stack of something. Hey. All of you, just get in there for right now. Okay, so I've got that all going, and I'm already noticing immediately the rods on the conveyor belt seem to not... Well, no, they're... Okay, there we go. And that's an output, so that's fine. Okay. So that should help that out. Cool. So with all that, what I want to do is I want to try and catch either right after the train pickups or drops off on one of the two sides with the rubber. I could probably sneak a bunch in there. Another possibility of how I could approach it is I could potentially put a case that feeds into the train station to like slowly feed it into the system. Either way should work. I just gotta set it up. The game needs better ways to upgrade lines. I mean, I'd say it's pretty good. The only problem is when your inventory is full, which, like I said, the only reason that's full is because I goofed with the rubber. I picked up the whole train station, and when I did, I ended up with literally all of the stuff stored in it in my inventory, as well as a bunch is probably sitting on the ground way back over there. That is not using nearly enough. That's fine. Like I said, my plan here, as a stopgap, is to go here, grab a storage, and drop that in, and that should keep topping it off. Meanwhile, let's check on the motors, because that's what started this whole thing, is I needed to increase our motor output. And that's where the rotors were becoming a problem. I still haven't gotten the crystal oscillator set up, so there's 2 more of those. Cool, so I've got the motors I need. And how are you doing? Are you getting your rotors now? Not really. We did just increase the throughput though, so it's gonna be delayed to gain that fixed up. So got dismantle crate. Please don't be. Oh man, there's a bunch of dismantle crates, isn't there? Alright, let's go clean that up, because that'll just upset me seeing all those dismantle crates laying around the whole time. But we can get our hover pack unlocked and get the next technology going. Because it looks like motors was our holdup. We are making our aluminum sheets this whole time and putting those into storage and all that, so that should be pretty good. Thank you, man. Gotta have a good night. Alright. You have a good one, Gabe. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, I got a bunch of dismantle crates. Yeah, let's get the hover pack unlocked, figure out what's next on the list, and get that going. Yeah, I got a bunch over there. I got a couple over here. So I've got one I'm probably going under or around right now. Yeah, so that one's above us. There you are. Just some ingots I don't care about. We can drop off the motors in the home area to like stamp that out real quick.
Milestone reached. The hover pad draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
Okay. So I'm just grabbing the stuff I will need for the next set. We need the reinforced plates as well. Okay, so looking at that, I have almost all the reinforced plates I need. I have all of the aluminum, and I need to get more of the encased industrial steel, but that's just going to take a minute. We have 4 minutes until that gets back. So that's fine. So let's see, that's the control rods. dismantle crate here somewhere. There you are. Let's see what it goes to leave if I can just drop the rest of the rubber in here. No, it's full. Alright, so we can run over here. And then most likely it's where we put this in is where the last spot will be. They gotta fix. Yeah, no, you can upgrade stuff in place. Like, when I have a conveyor belt Mark II, I can literally go, hey, you're a Mark III. And it goes, okay, and it gives me materials back. But you just do it section by section. The thing is, when it comes to section by section, a section is, like, a pretty good length. Like, if I'm running a thing this long and it's a conveyor belt, yeah, it's gonna take me a minute. But it's still only gonna be, like, 20 clicks or whatever. To go a pretty long run. Alright. So we got that going on. I'm gonna have to figure out what I need to be producing next. So we've got our aluminum sheets being made. We've got all our computer stuff. Right, it's the crystal oscillators. I'm not producing crystal oscillators, and I need to be producing crystal oscillators. I'm gonna look at what the recipe for that requires. I know it's the crushed crystal as part of it. I just don't remember the other things. That might be where I mentioned I had that cave up north with the quartz in it. That might be what we get from there. Yeah, so I got a couple dismantle crates in this area. Cool. So I've got the rubber out of my inventory, so that's good news. Gonna grab you. Where is it? I doubt it's above. You're not helping, train. Oh, well. I was hoping to sneak under the train real fast. And maybe be able to get at it from below. Because it should be, like, right here. The problem is if I pick up the stop, we're going right back to it. That's the train station. It's gonna be this stop here. There you are. No! It's full of stuff. Alright. So we can drop the rubber off there. Thankfully, I've got the room for the rubber there this time. Okay, so we should be fine because that's the rubber stop. That's the plastic stop. I don't need to worry about that. So we've got all of that fixed. We did get a little bit extra of the industrial encased steel, which is good news. Almost. I'm like 4 shy of having that done. There's the last of the reinforced I need. We can go ahead and pop that back in there. And that's that. So literally that's everything I need to unlock Logistics 5. At which point then it's the Tier 5 belts. I probably should be getting the hyper tube set up as well, just because it's a very convenient thing, but then I gotta run them the whole way and I'm being stubborn about it. Yeah, no, for, I realize the spaghetti belt thing, usually the way I deal with it is I can chase a belt around. If I do run into a situation where I've got a belt that's clearly backing up, I usually just check that belt. I don't go out of my way to sit there and go into every single belt, upgrade, because there's a lot of belts you just don't need to. Like stuff like computers and rotors and that, where you're just, they're high value, low volume. You just really don't need a particularly fast belt on the output. On the input you do, but on the output you don't. Like belts like your belts doing like ingots and coal, like ingots and ore and screws and stuff like that and wire. Those you're usually always trying to max out every chance you get. Alright, so you can pop over here and upgrade our next belt. But yeah, I've found it's usually not too bad. I think one of the things that gets me is just when you have like splitters and that kind of stuff, where you end up with these tiny segments of belts. I do wish the game would like merge those segments into one segment. That's when that's gotten me a number of times, is where I'll have like where the split is in the belt inside the machine, and I'll be staring there going, why aren't you going the right speed? And I'll pick up the splitter and there'll be this tiny little 2-inch thing of belt that's, a lower tier. Alright, Mark 5 belts.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark 5. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations.
Oh.
Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Alright, so where I was like, oh, we need the blender to make the aluminum casings? No, we just need to use a constructor. Literally, I could have been making them the whole time. That's fine. We can just go right up there. Alright. In the meantime, let's check on our stuff. Grab a stack of computers. I can grab, leave me alone for just a moment, I'm looting stuff. Grab the stack of aluminum and that's good. We can grab 2 of the stacks of plastic I need. So computers are going to take a little while, and then the aluminum casings, until I'm producing them, they're clearly not going to get done. The good news, they already have everything up there, so all I'm going to need to do is just slap down a group of constructors and just be good about it. And I'm kind of debating going to where we have the constructors that are, or sorry, assemblers that are producing our aluminum sheets, and literally just cannibalizing off that same aluminum line. And then just have, like, half and half. Alright. Oh, that's no fun, Bentley. I hope your shoulder feels better. It's never a fun time when you get, like, an injury, you're like, oh, I don't think that's that bad, and then you're still hurting a little while, like, a decent while later, and you're like, okay, I think I've hit that point where, whatever's going on isn't something that's gonna go away on its own. No power towers? Not this particular route. I got the power towers on the other side there, and as, backtracking to then go up didn't feel very necessary. Wait. Those don't need to be in a dimensional storage. You don't use those directly. There we go. Hey dog, you got a gift for me? Hey, heavy modular frames? Buddy! Pal broski. Did I mention you're my favorite? If I didn't, I mean, I'm lying about it, but we can pretend you're my favorite. Actually, I take that back. That particular one has been pretty good about bringing stuff to me. That is, like, actually good. you should not be struggling on ingots. So you're not getting the aluminum scrap I need. Your water output looks like it's okay. I mean, you've got your input. No, you only have 50 out of, no? You've got plenty of input. Why are you idle? Is it because of the water? I mean, I can see it being the water. Yeah, the water pipes are completely backed up. That is a curious one. You're completely slammed. Alright. Okay, let's figure out how much water is so we can turn those things down. In the meantime, well, that's even got the aluminum. So it's literally the water output. So you output 120 water each per minute. It says 240 water popping out of those things per minute. And right now, let me go ahead and unstick everything, but it's going to that water bladder and just yanking the lever and letting all the water out. I think I did this exact same problem the last time too. Okay. So we got 240 water per minute going out there. You need 180, 360. So 720 in, we got 240 out. Oh, we are turn this thing off. You're like, don't even worry about this. Just turn it off. Okay. So we got 240 water popping out this side. Yeah, so we got 240 going out there. And we got 3. Yeah, so we got 540 there. That's 360, 720. So we have 720 going there. We have 720, so I've got a difference of about 180 meters cubed. So we can turn you back on. And it should be right. That we should like literally be pacing it. So hopefully that won't stick again. So that's the reason our ingot production stopped. Is we basically got too much water in the system and the whole thing locked up. It may not be a bad idea if I have something I can just burn water with, like put a generator there and just have it burn water to burn water. That'd be fine. And you're consuming 30 per minute, 60, 90, 120. And you're producing way more than 120 per minute. Alright. Because I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put the production for my casings. Because if I put it down this way, the casings are going to get way less aluminum than the rest. So that becomes a problem. But up here, I don't really have a good place to set up another area for doing anything. It's kind of a steep hill. Now that's not usable. Hi, train. So what I could do, because I don't want to go over here, and the reason I don't want to do that is it will prioritize the under first, and then the over. So what I kind of want to do is, you know, we can use one of these areas here. We can go right here. So you can add a splitter. Cool. I'm gonna drop that down real fast before we do anything else. Alright. So, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put up a bunch of the things for making casings. Oh, you're not lined up. We can make the casings over here. Right now, I don't need them for anything. I will later. But for now, we can get them over here. That thing only has one stop. And I'm going to have both the aluminum sheets and all that I'll need to do later. So that's fine. So let's get these constructors online. And 2. Alright, that one I don't trust. Cool. So aluminum casings, drop those in. Alright, so let's just check to make sure we have other patterns we don't need. So we've got all that, we've got all those making, we're making all these, we're making, well, we're not making charcoal, but I don't need it. We're making all those, not the DNA. So literally everything the constructor makes that we care about, we are producing. Okay, and aluminum casings, and casings, and casings. From here, we need power. You can plunk you down right there. And honestly, for the moment, we can just go over here to organization. Industrial storage. Invalid placement. Oh, I see. There. Placement is now valid. Cool. So now I've got all that producing. So those cases can all rush into here. And we'll add dimensional storage here, because always have a dimensional storage. Alright. So we corrected where I wasn't producing something I needed. Let's go ahead and check here on where we're at with this. So I need more computers, I need more plastic. The aluminum sheet, I'm fine. So let's see here. Don't have quite another stack of those. We have another stack of plastic, so that's fine. And we are working on making our casings. That's fine. You can see they're slowly building up already. You can grab a full stack there. So yeah, so it seems like it's going to be the upload speed on our computers is going to be one thing that's holding us up. It's actually probably the production speed. And then same with the plastic is it'll be the upload speed. So let's go ahead and do that. We've got our casings going, got everything else going for control system development. So that's good news. Yeah, so I'm not super worried about that one, just because where we're at with that, I could definitely expand on that And I'm going to take another moment here, chat. We just got hit with the ad break. I want to finish my dinner real fast, so I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. Alright. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game.
I haven't tried it yet, so this is strawberries, birthday cake froyo, and almond milk.
What's, like, the ratios?
A third.
Okay. That's not a liquid. I'm gonna need a spoon. I want to drink it, but that is straight up solid. I will try it, but I'm gonna need equipment. I'm also gonna need to pop the top on this. You saw me go for it though. I went to pour it. I'm like, oh, this isn't moving. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing the Royal Ascent one. You have a 5-inch drill if you need it. That's what right. And that's the ad break done, and my dinner done, so we won't have to have me do that again. Okay. So yeah, we're just on the power towers that go down from there. No, that's cursed. Love it. Alright. So, what we can work on now... Actually, I should also check on our power. Oh, right! Right. We do need to check on our power, because I totally forgot. We observed that our main power was dropping, which tells me something is wrong with our oil. So while we're waiting on the computers and all that, I gotta fix my power. Because I was sitting at somewhere in the area of like 9 megawatts of, or 9,000 megawatts of power, and now we're sitting at about 4, so something's gone wrong. My assumption is something related to the turbo fuel has gone awry. And so, like, maybe the petroleum into the turbo fuel has gone awry, so those are now slamming on and off constantly. Or something like that. So we gotta investigate that. I already know what the answer is. We were starting to make fabric, which we're not shipping anywhere. And my guess of what has occurred is that that fabric is now built up inside that crate and is no longer being produced, and so all the blue resin stuff is now full in its box and backed up into the machine, which has stopped our petroleum production in the entire main part of the base over there. So I suspect what literally has happened is literally just all of the petroleum production has shut down in its entirety. So that should be an easy fix. I just put a smart splitter with a sink on it and just feed it in there because that's those ones I want to always be running. I don't have a reason to like be like, hey, let's not do that. It's a waste of materials. Because the fabric is a byproduct, you know, from a process I need to happen, that the byproduct is useful, but not important. Let's just run over here. My suspicion is this, yeah, all of that is offline. Literally all that is offline. If we go here, that's not the one I'm looking... Oh, actually... Yeah, so you look at all of this is now just sitting here. Did I switch you over to cloth? Oh, we didn't even switch you over. Oh, this is even worse than I thought. Okay. It's the same problem. No, don't do that. It's the same problem, just a different thing causing it. Okay, so your outputs aren't connected to anything. And you have your outputs... Right, because I was going to pop over here and say... Fabric, turn it back on. So you were consuming 40 a minute. Fabric, turn it back on. Get those things back online. You're producing the fabric. Fabric... Turn it back on. Okay, so those are all the merge-ins. That's the out. So what I need to do is get these brought over together. It shouldn't be too hard. Is that not a merge? Whoa, 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 wait, why are you going that way? Hang on. You're supposed to be an output, not an input. Oh, I see. That's right. I didn't take it from the right spot. Okay, that's fine. I forgot, this one comes out this side. Because this is where we used to have the boxes and everything. And relatively soon, I'm going to want to switch over to using the aluminum belts, and not what I've been doing. Okay. And you're producing as fast as you can. So that's all producing, so it's 30, 60, 90, 120. So you're burning 120 of the blue stuff at a time. Oh, we are not, oh my goodness. Oh, okay, it doesn't go as far up as I thought. It's just, okay, it's just the 5. I saw the whole hallway, I was like, oh no. Alright, so 30, 60, 90, 120. Oh, wait, actually, you're more. Why did you get that out of there? Yeah, 120, 150. Why do I have somber sloops in those? It's fine. Alright. So I think there'll be slightly more of the blue stuff than I'm burning. Alright. So, I need some awesome sync stuff. So, that's a merge block. So I'm gonna go here is we're gonna put logistics and we're gonna put a smart splitter. Okay, anything goes through there, overflow out to the left. And the same thing we're gonna do over here. This isn't gonna be the cleanest thing, but smart splitter. Anything through there, overflow out left. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go special, awesome sync, plunk you down right here. Then you can grab this, put a merge block here. Then this should fix this problem. Okay. Because that's what happened is our petroleum production shut down, which shut down our turbo fuel. So we were sitting at 10,000 megawatts was being produced. We dropped about 1,000 because of pulling up the coal. But when I looked at it, we were sitting at just about 4. So as you can see, this is slowly ramping up as we are starting to get the line of petroleum is starting to get caught up, and we're starting to get the turbo fuel caught up, and all that stuff's helping out. And so now we're slowly feeding these in here. I'll put the awesome shop here. Because now what this means is I do have a place that we are steadily feeding this thing. I was trying to see if there's an easy way to feed more in here faster. There we go. You get your coffee cup? Yeah. I don't have enough equipment slots, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. We ran around and did that meme last time. So yeah, as you can see, that is lowering. We don't get these things very fast. The cost we have per ticket keeps going up more and more and more. That's okay. Because if we just let that go there, eventually we'll get good stuff out of it. But yeah, so we look here, we can get like the boom box and cassette tapes and all that. The golden nut here, that's actually an achievement for getting that. We also get parts, so if you're ever short on parts, you can just buy parts. It's not... Oh! We're still not making the smokeless powder. Hold up. What do I need to make smokeless powder? Heavy oil residue and black powder. That is not going to be an easy thing to accommodate. We could probably make it work. So I have heavy residue over to the other side, which should work okay. And I believe we have the sulfur and the coal over here in surplus on top of that. So this actually might not be that bad. I may have overestimated the problem here. So these things are all going real hard. And they're overkill on that. There could be an easy way to get the sulfur around here. I can make this work. Maybe. Or not. Because the problem is I don't want to just have it go through the pipe, and the pipe taking that up is difficult without... Like you have to add motor, or the lifts and all that. Can I get you to go over this height here easily? Not even close. So I got a couple options. One is I could take this last one off the edge, which I probably can afford to do, because this belt is barely moving. But I know I already checked the number. Oh, you know what? This is going to be easy to get at right here. Well, that's exactly what I'm working on now, Jaywalker. That's like, oh yeah, the smokeless gunpowder. That's the reason why I need to make this. If I get the smokeless gunpowder, I can get that. It's just, at the moment, I kind of boxed this in real hard. What is this? Is this oil? What are you? You're the turbo fuel. Definitely don't want to interrupt that. Because, like, the coal part's easy. It's the sulfur getting that around. It might just literally be one of these kind of things. You're gonna have to move. That's not gonna be a good spot for it. Because the train track is right there. So we'll add a split here. Not far enough back. Then we can go over here. Surprised it didn't reset. Stream's going good, Lanix. Factory's coming along well. We're going to be making ourselves some explodey bullets soon, which will be nice. Actually, here's what we can do. So scooch you right over there. Put the other stilt here. Zigzag back up here. You can go there. And now I've got a spot where I can make the smokeless gunpowder, of which I have no context of how much I need of that. But if we do this, I can now go here to assembler, scooch it up there. I'll go ahead and make 2. I probably don't need to. But smokeless gunpowder. Oh no, wait. We make the regular black powder first. Then we make it off of that. That's right. I was just sitting there, I was like, wait a second. I just did this. I just figured this out. Why can't I do it? Okay, so I've got that. You need power. That one's mostly tapped. You're fully tapped. You got room to spare. We can go here. I don't think we need a huge container for this one. I've been using the regular explosives for a while now. Did you not have an end? That's whatever. Okay. How did you get in there? How did sulfur... I'm really confused how sulfur got into that box. Okay, anyways, now back to what we were looking at, which is the refinery. Which, to make the smokeless gunpowder, I need heavy residue and black powder. So we have the black powder. It's nowhere near where my heavy residue is. My heavy residue isn't even in this part of my oil production. It's all the way over here. As you connected a line under the fluid that carried sulfur, then you delete... Oh, I didn't realize it had connected. Nah, I got you. I understand. That was the reason why I couldn't find the stand, and I got all confused about it. So I've got the heavy residue right over here. That's actually not too bad to get to. So first off, let's get this stand, or let's get this over here. I'm hoping I could just snake a conveyor belt. Oh, this will actually work easily. I thought it was going to be worse than it is. I can just snake a conveyor belt right along here. Had to make it tall enough to get over the crate. Got 1 or 2 ticks. It's 1 tick away from the edge. Actually, let's keep him stacking that high since I gotta go over this hill anyways. Okay. That's the tricky part. We got this hill here. But this should be about lined up. Let me see if that is going to go through the hill or it's just going to scooch right over it. Go scooch right over the top if I make that work. I'm trying to think of the best way to make that smart enough to realize. Right over the top. Perfect. Actually, slight change of plan. I think we can drop it down here as opposed to going up. Not the biggest fan of that. I'll look at that more later. So this has the heavy residue in it. Not a lot, because we are using most of it. But that's still not nothing. And with this, I could turn around and say, hey, I would like those set up here. And grab the pipe. There's heavy residue in. It's not going to be going in at a meaningful amount. But I don't think I need that being produced at a meaningful amount either. Oh, I also just realized this needs to be... This whole thing needs to be adjusted. That part's fine over there. But I'll try and have it go the way I was going to make it go. It'll have a whole mess of problems. Alright, what would be the best way for me to do this? Because, oh no, I could actually go a good couple ticks over. The downside is it's going to want to snap on that. Alright, let's do this in a not lazy way. So what I need to do is take this, turn the ramp that way. They'll complain about it, but we can go up here. Alright, fine. If you really want to die, I can oblige. Hey, what? Oh, there you are. Got glitched on the train, I see. That's fine. Okay, so the reason I was saying probably the correct way to do this is this. Because then I can go over here and make it nice and predictable. Then have that drop down there. Get rid of this crap. Get rid of that too. Somebody can actually stack below them, but whatever. Oh, you need to have the stilt back here. 1 second. How far back can I get that? There. Alright, so we're gonna adjust that a little bit. You're gonna say you're too steep, aren't you? Okay, because I need to have the splitter here. Somewhere. There's the spot. Okay, so smokeless gunpowder. And smokeless gunpowder. And I need power for you. That's fully tapped off, but you got space. You can drop this off, get this set up. Okay, and you're producing just that, so we can go here to logistics. I don't think this is one I need a ton of either. So go ahead and drop you here, plug you in. That's not even close to where I need that. I moved it up at the last second. Okay, and with that, we should be making the smokeless powder at a decent rate. This as well as ones I think we're going to want to put in the dimensional storage as well. Alright, so we've got that. Let's grab the MAM and drop this here, because we've got stuff locked behind that, so we can get the, with 200 that we can get the explosive rebar. I can also probably get a bunch of stuff. I don't care about a lot of this here. Like, we'll unlock it all eventually just because we can. But, getting at least the explosive rebar would be good. I also need to check what's required for that canister there, because then we'll be able to get packaged rocket fuel. Which should be another uptick. Followed by ionized fuel, which is hecking expensive at 100 power shards. And I'm assuming we'll be putting, like, plutonium or uranium or something in there to make that. Let's see, the inventory increase behind the nuclear is taunting. Yep. Alright. Yeah, so that's going in there relatively fast. We can go ahead and real fast just drop the gunpowder in here. Okay, let's check out the other things I needed more of for stuff for the finishing. So I got another stack of computers done. The aluminum casings. I've got a stack of those, so I got the aluminum casings I need. The plastic should be here somewhere. Got the plastic. One thing I am doing is I don't need these aluminum ingots. They shouldn't be in there. We put them there by accident. But I'm getting rid of them off the list because they don't need to be there for any reason at all. Like, I could have just left them in there, but eh. Yeah, so it looks like computers are going to be our bottleneck, which I'll have to look into in a minute. In the meantime, we are getting the smokeless explosive stuff going in here. Because I need 200 to get the rebar. I'm suspecting the rebar. I don't know what the recipe is. I have a feeling I'm going to be upset when I see it, because it's probably going to be one of those things. I'm going to need steel, I'm going to need iron, and I'm going to need this. None of which are close to each other. But for the explosive rebar, it's probably something I want. You're probably running nowhere near at capacity. No, you are. The good news, you need very little how are you getting that much residual? This is set up right? You shouldn't be sitting very high. One thing I will do is just to help this be a little less cursed. There's the valve. So that way anything that gets over there stays over there. Yeah, that's putting out the... Oh, you know what it is? That's on this side of the equation. So it's getting the heavy residual oil because all of the other machines that are hooked up to this are way the heck over there. That's what that's going, but that's fine because that's just reducing the amount of petroleum I'm producing for the little power plants in the far end there. And they're not my main power, they're literally just there to keep it from backing up. So that, I'm totally fine with all that. Alright, so we've almost got enough for that. Because that'll give me the explosive rebar. And then the rest I can honestly just wait as I get it unlocked, and we can just, go through and unlock these one by one. And that'll be totally fine. That's going to be probably one of the later ones, is making the nuke noblest. Which I assume is going to be just absolutely absurd amounts of explosion. At the moment, we're waiting for 50 more of that. Probably actually have a decent amount in there, don't you? Alright, never mind. We're not waiting for 50 more. We already have it. Alright, explosive rebar.
Explosive rebar unlocked. Rebar ammo that explodes on impact. Suitable for removal of unwanted obstacles, creatures, or limbs.
Alright. So then bears the question. Production. I don't know what machine we make the explosive rebar in. Okay. So it's not the assembler. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, so that's a tough one. So it's steel pipe, the smokeless stuff, and the rebar. The rebar is iron, the steel is steel, obviously, and we have the smokeless. Now, this might not be terrible to deal with if I've got iron anywhere nearby. It's not nearby. There, our first ping is 1,100 meters away. Down there. Alright. So, what I need to figure out is how I want to deal with this. Probably the correct decision will be to get the smokeless powder to the rest of my factory. Ideally in the area the steel's at. I believe this plastic line does go to where that is. Which that would be good if it does, because then I could put a freight location here. And that would be fine. But the problem is, I gotta worry about how that affects the other side. So before I go screwing up everything, Let's let this train get here. I'm going to ride it over. I think that's it right now. And I'm hoping I can put the smokeless powder on this, ship it up to where our steel is. Because I ship it up where our steel is, I already have everything there. I'll just have to move the rebar stuff. Because that's not one of those ones I need to be making, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds in a short period of time. I'm just going to very slowly work those rounds when I go out hunting and all that. Was that not the right train? It probably wasn't. I need to name these trains. Yes, this is an endpoint. Yeah, so you go down this way. And I think you go up and around, and then up here. So that's probably you way up there in the end. Sorry about that. I also haven't seen you move in a little while. Oh, there you go. Yeah, because like I said, my concern is any stops where the station is on this side of it, those are the ones I gotta worry about. Because if I add one more freight location, it'll move all of the freight locations off by one. Now the easy fix is if I could just go one farther and just drop the station, then we're good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The real problem is if I get to the end of the line and it's butt up against a rock face or something where it cannot extend that way, it means I need to take all of the existing station parts and shift them back one. And that's where we could run into problems where I just don't have the space and it's just not an option. Yeah, so there's the train we're going to be riding right here. So to go down this way, it's going to do its little turnaround, and we're going to hop on. Yeah, these trains take a while to get around. The only good thing about that is the trains do have a very high rate of emptying and filling. One thing I'll do in the meantime, and I know I'm going to regret this soon, is logistics. We'll go ahead and put you on there and you on there. That's not the right one. That would be our splitter guy. Clean off the bar. Double check what you even carry, because I don't remember. Plastic and quick wire. So quick wire is the other end of this thing. Ooh, is that going to my... Is that going to my steel? I don't remember. We're gonna find out. Because it's not going... No, yeah, of course it's going to steel. That's where we saw it first. Alright, so what we want to watch is any stops with the engine on this side. Like where we come to a stop in this direction. There's going to be at least one on the far end, but the question is the middle stop also one? Because every one of those I need to add like one more section forward of that. But then what we can do is once we get this set up with the rebar in the new location, I can probably just empty out the rebar we've got now, and I don't know, it'll probably go in the trash. I've got an awesome sink slowly filling up, I just don't want to deal with it. Alright. Interestingly enough, this thing is full on plastic. Okay, that station might be going this way? No, I can't... No, it's going this way. That's one that'll have to... Yeah, this will have to be fixed. This one is easy fix. I got all the room in the world for this one. What we're going to do is we're going to let it stop. And then after it does its whole load-unload, I don't think you do go where steel is. Let's wait to see where this goes before I start trying to correct this station. No, you don't. You go to where my quick wire is. Okay, so I cannot use the plastic train. Which means it would be adding yet another one onto the steel bar and all that train. The train I'm going over right now. So it'd be this train that needs an extra cart. That's going to be a difficult one to manage. So the good news is I don't need to worry about it on this side. It'd be on the far back. No, is that right? I don't think that's right. Now granted, this part I can add our station onto. Hi, Wifey.
I'm the most out of all the boys in all the world.
Yaw.
I'm heading to birthday party.
You sleep well. Okay. So I can bring it over here decently because I could put a stop here, and that's fine on this side. It won't break anything on this part. And the train's coming right now, so I gotta watch all the ones that are going to stop in that direction. If it stops in that direction, the station needs to move up, and I need to put another spot in there. Or everything needs to shuffle, and honestly, if it comes down to everything shuffling, I might say to hell with that, and just not worry about it. I also don't know what the limits are on these trains, like how many freight cars I can put on one train. I wonder why the second one didn't go. Oh, maybe if it's just already full, it just didn't? That's fine. Because I don't even remember which ones go where anymore. Yeah, so I want to put one more freight immediately behind this engine. Because then I can get, again, the smokeless powder over here. We can run it all the way to this side. And if I run it all the way to this side, then I should be able to just take the little bit of iron that we were using to make steel, pull one of those lines off. Okay, so this one, another station, no problem. I literally actually don't even need to do anything on that station. We can just leave that station entirely alone. So I mean, just the station on the far end here, that's going to be the issue. Oh, it's going to be a big issue. Because I can't extend it forward because we have the water pump ahead of it, which means every single one of the freight things has to go back. And I might be able to squeeze that through. Okay, it's not as bad as it looks. Okay, that's actually not as bad as it looks. That's actually very doable. I thought it was worse than it really was. So for the moment, hey train, you're gonna turn that off. If you're docking or whatever you're doing, figure it out. Can you? There you go. Alright, so just need to get this out of the way for a minute. But this should be doable. They're just gonna leave you right here for a minute while I work. Okay, so once again we're gonna do that cursed thing where I deal with the rubber overwhelming my inventory and making everything terrible, and I hate it. But that will be doable. So this is now a new location here. Take that out entirely. Grab you and plunk you in there to feed it over. You are a load port. Pick this up. You are now a dock. Now we're going to put the smokeless gunpowder in. I'll leave that for a moment. And what I need to do from here is figure out where... Oh, the smokeless powder's way over there, isn't it? Alright, that's still not ideal, but that's manageable. We can bring it along in the same... No, I can't. It goes too high. We'll figure it out. So this is where we have the powder. How do I want to deal with this? So I could squeeze it under here, pop it over here, and bring it on over through that route to that area. Okay. I think we have a plan. Not quite clipping through that, please, though. Yeah, we're not going to go right there. Okay, and we can go over here real fast. Now you go up here. Alright. I actually meant to go through that way, but that's okay too. Okay, so we've got this coming out here, so let's fix this real quick. So we need to go like this. Grab you. Put a splitter here. Take this up. Alright, Bentley, you have a good one. Okay, so that's where that is. Okay, will the train sneak under that is the question. Because it might need to go up one more, it might not need to go up one more. Let's give it just a minute. I just want to see how far away is that train? Is that coming up close? No. I think the train will go underneath that. If it doesn't, we can fix on the other side. Okay, so we've got the smokeless gunpowder is now being fed into the system. It's zipping on through, maneuvering around all this stuff. Okay, so we've got it this far. Now the next move I need to do is get it all the way over to that location. Which can be doable by just going like this. And now where is it? Is it still over here? Yeah, it's still over here. I'm saying go this way. All right. It is one of those things that we just keep going more and more ridiculous with this. Okay. You should be running out soon, right? Oh my god, please. There. Wait. Okay, so that's load. Right, we're getting rid of this one. That's right. I had that momentary, like, wait a second, that's not right. Okay. So you're fine here. And you go down there. Alright. So we're back in business. We can drop off the smokeless gunpowder for the moment. Cool. So in theory, all of that should be good on this side. Now I just got to go to the other side and get everything to match up. So that's fine. So I'm going to back up to this, dock manually, and then once we do that, we'll put back on its normal route until we get to the other side. And like I said, I'm going to end up having to take that last section of the area. I'm going to have to take that, and I'm going to have to really quickly extend it and then fix the elbow in the railroad track to get that connected. I didn't add the new one on, did I? 1 second, let's verify things. Steel, not steel. Rubber, okay. Hold, please. I need to back this up just a little bit. There we go. Now it's all lined up. There's got to be a limit on what these can pull, right? Does it say anywhere on here? No? All right, and self-driving on. So it could do 5 cars. I think the cost we're running into is it's taking a lot longer to get to speed, which, you know, fair enough. Oh, I probably interrupted its process, so it's skipping that stuff. That's fine. Because we didn't tear apart any train stations, and I shouldn't have to. Alright, so let's back it up a little bit. Because what I'm going to want to do here is I want to add another freight spot on there, and then we have to correct the bend in the track. And then with that, we'll have the smokeless powder over here, and then I just have to go to a place where I have the iron and the steel tubes nearby each other, which is, I think, literally right below this track here. And I should be able to just take one constructor off, make the rods, and then, you know, take it from there. Okay, so with this has to go. It's gone. You know, see what I can do with the other side there. Yeah, so it has to be on a surface. So I do need to switch this to using something thinner. Because this is starting to extend where it's going to get in the way of stuff. There we go. And let's see if we can't just snap these two together. Cool. That went smoother than I expected it to. Oh, wait, I need to set you to unload. We can set you to unload, and then this should be just good. And then from there, all I need to do is I just need to try to get a spot. Like, it's literally just going to be a constructor and a constructor and a manufacturer. Constructor to make the rods, and manufacturer just shove everything together in the same place. So turn on self-driving. So it should go there. Drop everything off. And we already got the steel tubes literally going by, like literally within inches of going by. The rods we can make happen just below. Cool. And then we've got the powder coming out of here. Alright. So, there's the tubes. We got those. I've got the iron ingots right here. So, where I've got this, I'm not going to be able to hook into that easily there. So I'm thinking what we're going to try and do is productions, constructor. I'm going to put it right here like it's in that line. You make rods now. And then we're going to manufacture over here. Yeah, we can make that work. I can choose the explosive rebar. So I need the powder and the steel pipes. And the reason I was like, I can make that work is I've got steel pipes coming through this area anyways. So I could just simply pop it in from this side and run along the edge here. So that should be doable here. So we can go up and over. Up and over. And there's the steel rods, and that leaves just the smokeless powder. Which should just be a matter of dropping it down here somewhere. Where we can get at it. And honestly, probably drop it down to this rung here. Maybe this rung? No. That's fine, we can make this work. Still too steep. I mean, actually, why am I putting this much effort into it? This is where it's coming out. I could literally drop it off this side and just drop it down. So we can go right like this. Go 4. Drop it down a little ways. And I could probably make it all the way down to that bottom rung on that one. Oh, I accidentally canceled it. I'm gonna take it all the way to the bottom rung here. Let's make it a little less cursed by doing that. Still hates it. Deal with that in a moment. The other thing I could do is this. Bring it up this way. Get it to about the right height and just cut across. Cool. Alright, so we've got that. We can drop in the gunpowder. We got this. Oh, I need a second constructor here. That's not how this works. I forgot about the middle step. Alright, let's try and make this work. So constructor. You got your output. Let's shove you right up against that, and you right up against that. You get plugged in here. You get plugged in here. You get plugged in there. You are making rebar. And you are making rods. The ratios are going to be entirely wrong, and I don't care. Alright, so this should be able to make these. Yeah, so that's making it now. We got this sandwiched over here real tight. We are not going to have a large container. I don't really need it. So I'm going to go here, and we're just going to shove that into there. Then I'm going to put dimensional storage right here. And with that, we should be on Team Explosive Rebar now. So that's good news. It does seem like this stuff produces pretty slowly. It's only 5 rounds per minute, which is not great, gonna be honest. But honestly, I don't think it matters. Because I spent a lot of time running around working on the factory and all that it should still backlog. Meanwhile, let's check. Okay, so our computers are lagging behind, and that's holding up our control system development. And I believe my computers are... I don't remember where my computers are. That's that. So remember, I think my computers are over there? I'm really splitting 50-50 if they're up here somewhere, or they're way down there. I'm pretty sure they're down there. Yeah, and those things are almost done. Okay, well, let's go cross over here. We've got everything set up to make myself explosive rebar rounds. And I want to turn in what I can for the control development, the control system development. We'll try and figure out what we can to improve the throughput of our computers, because that's proving to be a problem. That's going to... It's probably going to be circuit boards or wire or something that's the holdup down there. Like, plastic should be fine. And I forgot, we still have all this running. Yes, we're still making the adaptive cores. Speaking of which. Yeah, you don't have enough computers to matter, and you're short on modular frames. And are you my computer production? You are. And you're only running at 1/3 capacity because of circuit boards. You're doing the high-speed connectors. That's getting close to being full, though, so at least be some demand on my circuit boards going away. Let's drop this all off in the other thing before we run over farther. Because I'm sitting on a giant pile of materials, and I just need to get it out of my inventory. But we need to up the computer production, because that's going to be a pain point for this. We already have a good amount of it done. I don't need the sulfur on me. We have a good amount of it sorted out, but that's the whole thing. So boom, boom, and boom. I need the aluminum sheets. And boom. So yeah, so it's just computers now. And they'll be able to get the system control development. And then the other thing we're worrying about still, other than that, is I am still hurting on the, production of... Words are hard. On the production of, the crystal oscillators. We don't have those set up. But it looks like I need to get this sorted out. I'm assuming it is something that feeds into making these control boards that's the issue, not them itself, and this would verify that. That's the AI limiter. So it's copper sheets. Okay, so we talked about the fact that I got the better copper sheet recipe, and at some point I needed to get down here and switch over, because we could be making way more, way faster. It just didn't become an important need yet. It's an important need now. So we can go ahead and spread this way. And as well as ones I want to get really close to water level if possible. Yeah, that'll be good. Because the recipe I have requires water, and the less I have to pump it up, the better. Hey, SPFAR, how's it going? I can make this work easier. So I'll do is move this out here a little farther, then drop the ramp. Okay, so I see. So it's too far down. That answers that question. So we'll go here, and those ramps are going to go away. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the 2-meter ramp. We'll just do 2-meter ramps. We'll keep it simple. So I'll go here, do this, 2-meter ramps. Then this will be equal to where we were before. Then there's this. And that should put us just a hair above water level. But well within the range where I don't have to worry about pumping water up or anything like that. Can I get rid of you? I would like to get rid of you, please. Nope, the big rock is staying. That's fine. I can work around it. Okay, but the plan's straightforward. I've got copper sheet up there. It's doing fine. But we can do way, way, way better production of copper sheet. And we're going to set that up. And that's what I'm doing down here, is I'm going to expand that. And once we got it expanded, we'll take what's up there. We'll basically reroute the ingots down here and move it along up there. You get the idea. I believe the new recipe requires a refinery. So let's go ahead and plan for it to be like that. Alright. Yeah, so steamed copper sheet. So it'll go through 22.5 copper ingots per minute, but it's going to give me 22.5 sheet per minute. And we compare that against what I make with the constructor right now, if I choose to do the copper sheet. So 2 copper sheet gives me 1 copper, sorry, 2 copper ingots give me 21, so it's 20 to 10. So 2 to 1, not in my favor. This gives me 1 to 1 at twice the rate plus some water. So that's 2 constructors worth in a little bit. That's 4 constructors worth in a little bit. 6 constructors worth a little bit. And what are you unhappy about? Oh, are you poking through enough that it's upset about it? Yeah. Okay, let's shift these over a little bit farther. But you get the idea. Is in half as many buildings, I can get the same amount of production, plus a teeny little bit extra, like a little 10% bonus. And I'm gonna do that at about 2/3 the cost. No, that's not right. At about half the cost on the copper ingots. Just knock the chimneys down, it'll be fine. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with this. Honestly, now that we're doing it, I should do it this way. Because now what I could do is go to... How much water do you need, by the way? It's not a lot, is it? 22 water. That's nothing. That means literally all of these, I only need 1 pump. Yeah, exactly. Less copper, more power. And honestly, power is not that big a deal. Like, even early game, it's not super terrible. And this is overkill. I probably don't need to be doing this at all, but whatever. Excuse me? Let's try that again without being cursed. Honestly, just slam down another. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So production. Put you here. Alright, so I don't think this elevation will matter. It's not much. If it does, then I'll be sad and have to deal with it. Oh, it just struck me. Hey, hang on just a second there, you. Let's get a bladder on there. Have you gotten to use blueprints, or are you going to ignore that part of the building still? I messed with them earlier, but the blueprint thing was too small for it to be worthwhile for me. Like, what I wanted to use it for, it just... I need it to be bigger. And it's a kind of the same thing that I don't find myself repeating patterns enough for it to be worth my time. Like, by the time I set up the pattern thing, then I'm doing something completely different already. I still think it's a good feature and all that. It's just, I haven't found myself doing the same thing like in Factorio where you set up your stuff and then you just kind of smash out the same pattern again and again. Blueprints suck because you can't create symmetrically usable ones. Yeah, stuff like that. It was felt like it was really kind of hard to take full advantage of what it, would supposedly offer me. Okay, so we've got all that wired up for this first part. And Yeah, so it's 22.5. We'll just say 25. So 125 water-ish. Making sure they're all configured. So I'm going to handle this by going, okay, I only need 125 water. What if we had 300? Good job. Alright, so the next move is going to be getting the copper ingots over here. Let's get all this set up. Huh? Oh, you're not centered. Alright. Then go here and drop all these. Yeah, so this should be a massive, massive increase in our copper sheets. As well as a reduction in our consumption of copper in general. At least we're finally getting this done, because this is one of the things at the beginning I was like, oh, that's something I really should do, and then just didn't. Alright, so we've got all that, and that's just going to output the copper sheets. So let's plan for this. Let's figure out where I'm actually using those on here. So this is the train station. It's not accepting anything in. Hi, train. How you doing? The copper sheets, on the other hand, are being produced here right now. So that'll actually be pretty straightforward. This honestly might work out pretty well. I might literally be able to take the copper ingots. Well, I don't want them up here. Well, actually, the smelters are up here. Okay, so I might want to just take the copper ingots right off the side here, drop it into that, and that goes there, and then we'll bring the copper sheets right up here, and just plug it in right where the other one is, and then these three go away. That'll also work out because then I can leave this running until literally everything else is lined up and sorted. Ow. That's fine, I don't like those ankles. Okay. I should probably get some of the different pattern floors and all that, and change it to make it look nicer. Because they do have some pretty neat ones, and I just have wholly ignored all of it. There we go, we got you reconnected. And there goes the ingots into the system. And just like that, we got copper sheets coming out. Alright, so next step is, this is the input area. So I should be able to just run this the whole way down there. Come on, go the whole way. Nope, that's fine. Split halfway here. Cool. And just like that, we have now got the constructors and all that out of the way, where these are all producing. And we see that now struggling to feed into the system because we're hitting bottlenecks on the belts themselves. I don't know why I'm worrying about that. We're literally getting rid of it. So with this, we can get rid of this. And all of this nonsense along the way. Because now we're going to go from here and snap it in there. And you're going to need to increase your throughput. And realistically, I'm going to have to increase that as well. And just like this, out with the old, in with the new. I have to clean up some of these gaps in the belt and all that this is causing. Alright. I can throw away all the extra ingots for right now. I'm not going to worry about them. Okay, so let's run over here and see how we're doing with all those extra sheets. Because these were running at well below capacity. Now, you're saying you're only running at part capacity, but that's clearly full. That's got a bit left. So yeah, so we're gonna take a little while to catch those up. But let's check down below and see if we're good. We might not be getting enough ingots. Well, no, that's going... That's definitely... So we're not having a limit on the ingots. They're definitely getting through to the system. Are you getting enough water? You're definitely good on water. Yes, you're getting 22.5 per minute. So 22, we'll say 45 for repair. So 90, about 115. So we're getting about 115 copper sheets per minute. And those are all going through here. Just watching to make sure it's not a splitter or something I'm not seeing. So we go over here, we do this. The splitters are for the other belts, so we go straight over this way, over the train. Drop down here. We do have a splitter here. You consume 25 per minute. So you got 25, 40, 55, 70. Either way, it should have more than enough being produced. We should be having way more than enough being produced. It just needs to play catch up. Cool, cool. So that should fix our computer throughput, which is our current bottleneck right here. We are using these circuit boards for multiple things. So let's go ahead and check over here on this side. Because we got the computer chips are going over here to the high-speed connectors, which should be getting pretty close to having filled up its box. About one row left. And then we do have these going over here to the computers. Which does look like it's now getting connectors fast enough that it will run at 100%, so we should be getting those twice as fast as we were before. Because you use 10 connectors per minute, and you are using... We'll say between the two of them, 15 connectors per minute. That's slightly over what it's actually using. And we're producing, assuming everything runs correctly... Oh, we're producing about 30 connectors per minute if everything's going according to the math and all that. So what I ought to be able to do is pop over here. You're the one using 10. It'll take a minute to catch up. But I should be able to put a second one of those into the system. What is your deal? Oh, because I clicked the other side. I was trying to do it in the reverse direction. Ah, I'm clicking on. I'm upgrading the actual conveyor belt. So when I'm expecting it to go through, it's upgrading the belt. That's fine. It was just throwing me off for a moment. Okay, so we got you, and you, and you, and you. All right. We can get the computers online. So that should double our computer production as soon as I figure out where the heck you're getting your power from. Okay. And now play a little bit of catch up to get there, because we are going to be splitting the circuit boards between these while they're catching up on their actual processing of them. But you can see this thing's going to get up to 100%. That one should also hit 100% with what we're producing, but it's going to take a little while to ramp up. So that should help a lot, that I will start getting more and more computers in the system. The next thing I need to get going that I've been putting off, and I keep saying I need to work on it, and just keeps not happening, is the crystal oscillators. So that is crystal, cable, and reinforced plates. So iron, copper, and the quartz. Alright. So we do have the quartz cave is already producing everything. We've got it all set up. It's currently got silica and what all that on there. Let's go over there and see if I can't find a good spot. Because, well, actually, I have reinforced plate over here that I don't... No, we are shipping it, aren't we? No, are we shipping it or am I manufacturing in multiple places? Also, let's pop over here, get way down to the bottom, give me more packaged rocket fuel, please. There's my first stack of those. Why no reloady? Why no reload rebar gun? Oh, there we go. I had to hold R to tell it to switch ammo. But I think you plug the plastic line in the second computer. I think you plug the plastic line for second computer manufacturer back into the first. That is a possibility. Let's go double check that. So how do you fire? Yes. Because I'd rather double check it and not be the case than not double check and realize it is. Okay, so that's that. Where you're over here. Yeah, that's the one. So let's double check that. So you said you think I plugged the second plastic line back at the first. Ah, yeah, no, that's not really what I'm looking for. Good catch. And now it's fixed. Cool. Alright. And so the computer should be going at a little over double the rate we were having them before. Yeah, so what I'm thinking we do is let's go up to where the quartz cave, like where we have that track coming out of it is, and just do a ping and see where there's iron and copper nearby, to see if I just want to make the crystal oscillators up there and not train, like, we'll train around the finished product in the end. Hey, are you friend doggo or are you sad doggo? You friend doggo or are you sad doggo? Hey, Doggo 3.0, thank you for the heavy modular frames. You look like sad Doggo. Hey, buddy. Let's be friends. Oh, come on, I got back far enough. Where did you go? Ah, you're out of here. Yeah, he's gonna get stuck on terrain. I'm not gonna wait. Alright, so like I said, we want to go ahead and up here. So the cave entrance is over by our coal. We do have a railroad track running outside there. My hope is somewhere a little bit north of us, we'll be able to snag... Ooh, what are you that's not getting that many? Alright, hold up. We have a problem here. And that is we are not making enough of those. Let's fix this. Okay, yeah, so it's just there's not, the coal or the steel bars just weren't getting through enough. So we just upgraded the belts to fix that for now. So yeah, so over here somewhere should be our entrance as well as the, yeah, so right here is where we've got our train track coming out of the cave. So the question is, where is iron relative to here? I want to see it close. To the north, not already exploited. That's not what I want. That's still not what I want. We got those. That's way over there. Alright, let's check copper. Come on, be right here. Right here. Right there. Show me the copper. Honestly, that's close enough. Okay, so the plan is take the train track, get over here. We're going to set this up for oscillators. I'm not going to worry about getting the train track there first. I'm going to get everything else set up, the train, like the train stop and everything. And then when I get that set up, we'll come back over here and connect the train. Because I should be able to go over here and pretty quickly knock out some reinforced plate production. I need to get this gunpowder moved. What are you even being used for right now? You're being used for the Nobelisks. I mean, they'll just probably go away. Not yet. I mean, actually, we can see. Once I get, like, the bigger explosives, we'll see what the recipes are. Yeah, that's probably my only remaining long daisy chain, like, proper long daisy chain for stuff. We do have a train station already over here, too. Yes! So, you remember that, you know, the rifle, everyone's like, get the rifle. The rifle's a good weapon. This is so much more fun. You know what the rifle doesn't do? It doesn't choose explosive rebar. Extra DPS. More efficient. But come on. Let's be real. Who cares if statistically the rifle's better? I, on the other hand, have explosive round rebar. See that thing? Wow. It's dead. Oh, actually. You subtweeting anyone here? Basically. So this is the copper. Interesting to having limestone and copper right next to each other. I feel like I could probably utilize for that something I'm not thinking about. Now, where is the iron relative to you? Right there. Okay, so it's literally over the ridge there. Alright, so the plan here is I'm going to put the train station somewhere in the middle. So the train station and, like, where we're going to do this construction, or this production, will be in the middle. And meanwhile, we'll get all of this set up. Production, Mark II drill, put on this side. Why not both the rebar gun and the rifle? Mostly inventory space. Like, those slots there are precious. Honestly, I could probably do without the chainsaw right now. Where are you going? Okay, so the only weird thing here is because of how much iron is here, we can definitely leverage this for more than just what we're thinking about. But that might work out, because what might end up happening here is I could probably go through, set up the mining, all that, for making the oscillating crystal whatever thing, and then I'll have enough iron and all that left over in the area that there's likely to be other things that I can make with the iron to support this. Because we can make like modular frames here with what we've got and all that. I'm not going to bother hooking all of these up yet, because they're just going to sit idle and I may never actually fully utilize them. They're slightly scant and that upsets me. There. Alright. Now you've got a train station like right over here if I'm not mistaken. Hey buddy. I gave you a thing. Be my friend? Oh. Alright, so I should be able to daisy chain power from over here down to the both of those things, because we do have... Oh, you're underground. Right, because that's my quartz train station in the middle of that. Do I have a power tower nearby that I can see? I have one over there. It's not close. But if we go over here somewhere, we should see the power tower. Yeah, I was going to say we should see the power towers heading over towards the quartz mine. I should be able to piggyback off those to both the iron and the copper. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are we doing on our computer front? Alright, I got one of the 2 stacks I need to finish stuff. That's fine. Or we have a power tower literally right here. The geothermal we had chilling down here. Okay. I am overestimating the power of the turbo fuel. It's good, it's not that good. I can't just shoot my way up an entire mountain in one go. Don't worry, when we get rocket fuel, that'll be in the cards. Alright, so the iron nodes. There you are. Yeah, so shoot the difference between the middle. Oh wait, that's a different iron nodes. That's right. Let's just keep going over here. I'm not too worried about like if it's the most efficient route or yada yada. Can I get up there? If I can get up there, I'll put this up top. Yeah, I was just worried it's gonna say too long or whatever. Alright, there's that one. And there's the other one. I've got enough slugs to never have to worry about that. Okay, so we do have the iron and the copper, and like I said, I think my intention is going to be to run this all between here and have like a little spot in the middle here for all this. I still think I am going to tear that up with the chainsaw. Because honestly, a chainsaw is not that much slower or anything like that. And then plus, while I don't really care about the leaves, the mycelium I can actually still use for making healing stuff and all that. And besides, way later if I end up just having extra, I'm sure there's something I can dump it into. Get a fistful of pennies in regards to tickets from the awesome shop or something. Alright, not looking for perfection here, just trying to pick up the big trees and stuff that'll poke through my foundations and make it look bad. Okay. Alright, so I think we build down here, on this flat part. That way I'm not fighting with a hill or anything weird like that. And that's with the world grid locked in. And I'll plan to put the train station on the bottom here. Alright, so the train leaves this cave going that way. So yeah, if we bring it around this way, it'll come in that way, that'll be fine. Because I gotta go up and over. And honestly, so it's a shame I can't go up and over directly to that stop. It's in the cave, so it has to go all the way out and around. But that's fine. Like, very genuinely, the amount I'm going to be moving of that, I shouldn't have too much to worry about. And for the moment, it's going to be... I'm going to make it so it has 2 freight spots for the silica, like, because it already is loading silica as well. But I'm not going to worry about actually emptying it. Yeah, because we can... Alright, so what I'm trying to determine here... So... Honestly, I could probably bring it around this way, up and over through here. Which is facing that way. And I don't think that'd necessarily be bad, because I'm going to have a giant platform here anyways, so... As long as we aren't to the point of clipping through stuff, it should be fine. Because then we'll put a lot of the stuff together on the 2nd floor. So with that in mind, let's go here to transportation, train station. We'll turn you this way. And even though I don't know if we're going to be doing anything with it yet, there's our 2 freight platforms. Alright, and honestly, actually, I probably don't need to go up too much in the way of floors. Okay. Oh, you're flipped the wrong way. There we go. Okay. So then the idea here is I've got the iron down there and I've got the copper here. Both of those are going to need to be smelted straightforward enough. We just need to smelt them. I'm going to leave a good gap in between there just so anything I got to do with expanding the train, I can expand the train. All right. So let's go ahead and get this all hooked up, because this will be for, honestly, it doesn't matter. This is going to be the copper. I don't even remember what my ingredients on this thing are, other than it needed copper, it needed iron. And I was just like, good enough. I just need a place to do this. Alright. So copper is right here. And I'm just mostly making this a giant flat platform just so that we can make all the belts nice and flat and all that. Maybe one more tick higher. And then also, like, it'll just run along here. It's fine. I produce enough of these materials that I've stopped carrying a while back. I don't know if I locked it to the grid. I'm hoping I did. Because if I didn't, this is gonna look bad. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right. So now I can run that over there. And so what needs to happen here is it takes 3 of those to make it go over the train nicely. And so it can go to the other side of the train, and 3 here. Alright, and so with that, we've got all the copper coming in here at absolute maximum speed. And we've got the power towers on either side, so I should be able to get power through here without any real concern. So let's just plop you down here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be over there, so 5, and new power tower, and 1, 2, 3. Alright, so these are all here, so now it's time to run along them and say, I would like copper, I would like copper. Oh, right, I needed cable. That's what we're making with this, is we're making cable with this. I was like, I remember I needed copper, and I couldn't remember what for. Okay. And then we need the reinforced plates for the iron. Alright, so with this we can go to production, organization. We'll focus on getting the cable all produced down here. And once I get that all set up, we can worry about where it goes from there. Could be just enough it's not going to work on the end. It's fine. Yeah, so I'm definitely overkilling this, but it's kind of the way I look at it, is it won't matter, because any extra productivity I have here, it'll just produce until the box is full, and then it'll just sit there. Alright. What is going on with you two? What? What am I seeing right there? Because it was like weirdly like ping-ponging back and forth and not making it to the end. Okay, so for the record, I may have built too many smelters. What is your quality on here? Oh, I didn't put these in yet. Okay, that's fine. So you're getting 300 per minute. It's fine, like eventually I'll get a tier 3 and then it won't matter. Yeah, so I should be able to handle 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got like 12. It's fine. Alright, so production, constructor. We can make wire. So that's going to consume 15 and produce 30. And what that's going to ultimately mean is just very genuinely, I would need twice as many of these. Equal the same. Is that right? Am I thinking that wrong? Yeah, no, I need twice as many of these. I'm not going to build the full amount. If I end up needing more, I need more. But right now, slap that there. Do this. Run your way over here. That's not right. Yeah, so we're just going to go and connect all these we can. How am I doing in time? Okay. For some reason I thought, I was worried it was later than it was. I'm happy it's not because I want to get this project done before end of stream and all that. Because these are kind of projects, if I start and I end stream, I'll come back and be like, alright, I was doing something here, and I was halfway through it. You know, anyone take any notes? Alright, we can go over here. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. New power tower. 2, and that's all of them. So with this, we have wire. We have wire. Wire. This has been way overdue, because with this I'll be able to build the radar towers and a whole bunch of other goodies, all of which will help. And I'm kind of just figuring I'll get all the copper nonsense set up, and then I'll worry about getting the iron stuff set up. They're just going to run down the line and go copper wire, cable, all that. And there's a real good chance when I get this all set up that the quartz as I have it set up now won't keep up because we are splitting it between silica and the crushed crystal. And the reality of what I'll probably do is I'll probably just put more and more of the process just on the crushed crystal we need for this. So organization, storage, we can do this. Cool. I'm glad we got our aluminum production set up pretty well. Because otherwise, I would be not able to slap these down nearly as much. And these are the kind of belts that we are going to be absolutely blasting our capacity on. And the next round of constructors. Okay, we set you to cable, so you consume 60 wire per minute. Alright, so we actually can't make nearly as many cable things, but that's fine. So you're producing 30 wires, so basically half as many constructors. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 7, so we'll round up to 5. If I end up needing more, then that's fine. I deal with that bridge when we get there. Because realistically, I need to go and get one of the better wire patterns. Where we can use like Deuterium to help it out and all that. But I haven't done any hard drive searching in a while. It is one of the traps you absolutely fall into this game. Is you're like, I could go seek out the things that, if I find what I'm looking for, will certainly help with my efficiency of my place, but also have projects I need to get done to help out with the efficiency of my place. And there's the one that guarantees it, but slowly and painfully. And then there's the one that you have the RNG chance of way, way, way improving your stuff. And really, you need a balance of it. But it is really easy to fall into the pattern of just, no, just keep building. Build more. And cable. And cable. And cable. Alright. So with all that, we've got all the cable production online. This should be filling up. Good. The factory must grow. More Vader. I have a feeling a letter was missing on that one. Yeah, factory must grow. Factory must always grow. Alright, so next up is going to be the iron. I mean, it works too. Yep. Alright, so next up is going to be the iron. So we can't build it there. I'm hesitant to build it on this side because I could expand here more. But I mean, I guess I could also expand that way. That is the beauty of splitters and mergers. So let's bring it this way. Alright, well, let's think. So I gotta make the iron plates, and I gotta make the screws. Which I do have the recipe that we can skip directly from ingots to screws, so I only need a couple layers in that as well. I could also put it underneath. Probably should have made that thinner. Yeah, let's not put it underneath because I have to play with the terrain. Yeah, let's start over here. And bring it this way. Because maybe this doesn't even go up. Maybe this ends up being this large, widespread platform thing. Now, the thing I will run into is once I get close enough to that other iron node, I'm going to want to not push farther because I do want to make sure I'm able to get at that node without too much of a hassle. This is probably the last layer I can go before we'll start conflicting. One more. Oh, I've built so much that the concrete needs to catch up. Like, we have it, it just needs time to upload. That's fine, we can work around that. So the plan here is I've got all this stuff set up to do... What are you? Hang on. Get this crap out of here. There we go. Okay. So there's gonna be a little bit of messing around to make this work. We can go ahead and bring you up here. Your dog is taking up most of the bed, and you're currently twisted a pretzel to accommodate him. Yeah, dogs do that. Okay, pick that up. We will need to do a ramp 2 meter. Ah, it was a ramp 1 meter. I haven't had to deal with one of those before. Yeah, we'll do the ramp 1 meter. Should line it up perfectly. Cool. So I've got it gridded over. So now it's a matter of bringing this along. Okay. So we lined this up here, so it's on this gap there. So if I take you and I turn you like that, you're on the right path. We can just cut you straight across here. I don't want to merge these or anything like that. Obviously, I want to move that power pole. So we're going to lose iron for a moment, and we're going to get it back here in just a second. There we go. All right, and we'll start with the 1 tile gap here like we've been doing. And there. And then this will be so we can set up screws and plates to make reinforced plates. Alright, so we've got all that. Let's get the little bit here on the end cleaned up. I want to eat a pretzel. I mean, is there ever a time you don't want to eat a pretzel? Like, not you individually, like, as people, is there ever a time it's not pretzel time? Like, maybe the type of pretzel might change depending on the current situation. But I can't think of a time I'd be like, nah, man, just not that pretzel. I mean, like, there's one thing if, like, you're super full. And even then, you want the pretzel, but you also know you're already in pain, and that's probably not going to work out for you. You can see it when you're coming out of seawater and there's just way too much salt. I don't know. I feel like you'd still want the pretzel. You might also really want something to drink. Sometimes the way these snap. I know I'm trying to go fast. Like, I get what's happening is I'm going and I'm moving and I'm barely touching the edge of this, and that's why it's wrapping around. But it's like, hear me out, when would I ever want to do that? Alright, so we've got all you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's too many. I went too far. Alright. 2, 3, and then there was one I disconnected. Alright, so we've got all these making the iron ingots, so we should be good there. Alright, so now the question is, how do I want to deal with splitting this up? Because I need to make both the plates and the screws. How am I doing on computers, by the way? Because those should be coming along well. I have all the computers I need to get control systems, so we're going to run and do the control systems real fast. Let me also just do this real quick before I forget. Oh, I mean, I have a train station here. Alright. Yes, let's run towards our space elevator, turn in our control systems, and get the next thing going. And really soon, I should be able to, really soon I should be able to start looking at what we can do with nuclear stuff. I'm not going to make a huge priority on nuclear. That's what we did for our main power last time. It might still be what we do for our main power this time. But I am genuinely curious about the ionized fuel and all that. My assumption is the ionized fuel will be some radioactive thing, whether it's uranium, plutonium, or nuclear waste. Or like, you know, the unfissable uranium, like whatever, that we will mix with the fuel. But the rocket fuel will come first, and that's actually, we should actually check on the list of stuff to see if we can make the bottles for making rocket fuel. Because it's kind of amusing that we can go full on and just using like the burnt fuel and just keep upping and upping and upping. Oh, I need a tiny bit more plastic. That's fine. I should have tons of that put away.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Okay. Quick wire and aluminum casing. Quick wire. And aluminum casings. I can't put those in yet. And I also need gas filters. What do I need to make gas filters? Do I have everything already be put in stuff, or do I need to go out of my way to do it myself? We've got the fabric. Oh, it's gonna be under equipment, isn't it? Gas filters, where are you at? That was unlocked, right? Oh, no I don't. Well I just need a little bit of coal. I think, don't we have coal already put in there? So I just need to grab a little bit of coal. I think I put some in here earlier, because I didn't want to deal with it. We need the steel pipes. So you can go here to you. Oh, and then fabric, which I am producing the fabric now, so it should be in here. Yup. There we go. Because I never made the gas mask.
Research completed. Gas mask and filter unlocked. Mycelia fabric is highly absorbent, making it more effective at toxic gas filtration than the standard issue Pioneer helmet. A pleasant pine scent is included. Gas filters require regular replacement for optimal safety.
Okay, we've got ourselves a gas mask now. Okay, and gas filters, I do have everything I need to make those. So I'm just going to handcraft these real fast. Because the only thing I think I'm going to run out on there is the coal. And it's going to be weird to think about the idea of putting dimensional storage of coal together. Like, that's fine. But just not a thing I'm expecting to need. I don't have any of that laying around, do I? Nope. Do we have slugs on us? Not really. I can grab the ore and shove that in there. We could drop all our biodegradable. Why not make dimensional storage for filters together? I probably need to, but it's going to be a matter of setting up all of the prereqs for it and all that and getting it set up. Like, it's another thing to be putting on the project, and right now I'm working on the oscillators. But yeah, no, I should set up the filters. Because the reason I'm making the 50 was for the hazmat, not for my own actual use. Because I just explode anything that's going to cause me problems. Okay. So we are heading towards... Ludvika. Alright. But yeah, no, I should get them. The catch of that is going to be, they're going to be fabric, coal, and, what the heck was the last thing? Can you see I'm busy, creature? Resin? No, it wasn't resin. We used the resin to... Plastic, coal, and something else. Iron plates. Actually, that wouldn't be hard to set up. Because that's over by the oil. We're already making the fabric. I've got coal there. Iron I don't have there, though. That's the only catch, is iron is nowhere in that area. Now, on the alternative... I could set up wire steel, but then I don't have the fabric there, and that's still yet another train car I gotta add on. And we are starting to push to the point where we're gonna start running into issues with that train going back and forth. I can probably put on another location without a big problem. But, there's just no iron anywhere near my oil production. Nor am I bringing any iron through there. So it will be expanding the train. Okay, so with all that said, we've got this producing the iron ingots, and I need the screws and I need the plates for making the reinforced plates. So let's say if that's gonna go there, and then we're gonna go put this here. I'm just trying to kind of sort this out in my head before I start doing this. And then we go over here to production and do the assemblers. So if I choose the... Alright, so we've got... Oh! Okay. That'd actually make this easier. So... we could... Alright, I mean, there's a catch-22 here. This means I'd only need to make the two things. But that means I'm going to be a lot more heavy usage on our copper wire. Versus this, I have to make the screws, and the screws are a painful bottleneck. I almost feel like we make the alternative. So let's actually see what the production rates are. So you consume 37.5 wire, and you make 5.62 of those. Versus you consume... Wait, what was it? What was the amount difference? Okay, so it makes slightly more at a slightly reduced, well, actually, a significantly reduced cost reduction on iron plates. Other than the screws. 37.5 per minute. How bad are we looking here? Because you're consuming 15 to make 30. And you're producing more than our belt can handle. So, the interesting consideration about this is I literally could just run this farther and just make more wire, have this producing the iron plates, and then just take that extra wire and just run it over here for the assemblers. I'm gonna do that. I think that might actually work out for me. So you're making iron plates. Because then down the road, if I really need to escalate this farther, what I can end up doing with that is we can pop over here and I can just go and, you know, swap out some of the recipes and that kind of nonsense. Like, I should be able to do a lot with this. So that's going to make the iron plates, which are going to go here. And I'm going to go over here to the assembler and plop that down here. And we'll set that over here. And then this will get ourselves the reinforced iron plates in the area. So this is going to be the alternate recipe. I was going to say, if I needed more wire, this would be an easy one to just swap out the Caterium. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to decide how I want to split this. And then after all of that, I would need just another layer here. And after this additional layer, this is where you can make the crystal oscillators. So this is ending up becoming a giant flat platform versus like any kind of a building or whatever. Which I'm fine with. Because it should be, if I need to scale this up, this should be a relatively scalable area. That literally, what machine do I not have enough of? Build more of that. What am I short of, like ore-wise? Shove that in the side here. So we would need the production, manufacture. We'll just put it all the way over here somewhere. You need more space than that. We'll just start over here. I change it to an angle I can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Alright, so with that, I'll be able to set you to crystal oscillators. So we just need the quartz crystal, the cable, and the reinforced plates. Quick question. About to start up your first coal plant, do you just need to provide the power initially to the water pumps only? You will need the power to go to the water pumps long enough to get water on the line, but yeah, once you get that, the coal plant should be able to take over. Because it'll produce power to then run the pumps to give the, you know, give it what it needs. But yeah, you will need to do that initial bump. Alright. So the curiosity here is right now that's going to be on the ground level. I'm going to change this up. Well, no, we'll put that back. What I was going to say is I'm going to put this on the ground level so I can do whatever to make that work. So let's go grab you and bring you back and bring you back and do this. And I need that splitter to be way back here. So So I can go and run this over here. I have no idea how much of any of this I'm going to need. Let's check. We actually figured that out. How many reinforced plates do you need? You're going to use 2.5 per minute, and you're going to produce 5. All right, so let's just assume I need just the 1 for now. We can worry about expanding later. So we've got the 1 for now. That's enough for that to handle. And you are producing 20 plates per minute, and you are going to consume 18 plates per minute. So we're good on that for right now. So for right now, let's, I didn't give that enough space, did I? No. For right now, we could do this. And the idea is if I need more cable or anything like... That's hooked up, right? If I need more cable or anything like that, I can easily expand on it later. Okay, and you're going to start being able to make stitch plate. That's going to go in here. That'll take care of all that. So technically that's working. So the next thing I need to do is get the cable over here. So there's going to be one of those ones I'm going to want to run all of this back here. So we've got... We'll just plan for... That is where that's going. Actually, take that back. We can line up with this. Okay. So that'll be far enough back for that to be a splitter over there. And then we'll have the cable on this height. And then we'll have the crystal on that height. And I don't know if we're going to be bringing any of that farther over. We're going to run this back to where our cable goes and run the cable over. All right. Cool. That's the next thing going, and now we just need the quartz crystal. Oh, we need power as well. So let's just plunk you down here and plug you in. All right. So now we need the crystal. And this is where I gotta actually run around because I gotta attach this. So let me go ahead and hook up some of the stuff. So we need more copper wire happening. And I need at least the ability to get the material out the other side of this. Let me just expand this out here. Get these trees out of the way. Because what I can do is we'll put this on dimensional storage and all that. So production, I don't need a lot of them. And go dimensional storage. Cool. So yeah, so once you get the crystal, you'll be all in order. And then, like I said, the last thing I need here is you aren't producing nearly enough wire, and there is a pretty straightforward way to solve that problem, and that's to just build more. We can get you set to wire, and you set to wire, and you set to wire. And we need our power pole. Now, downside, I'm obviously encroaching on that super hard, which does limit where I'm going to be able to put the iron plates later. But if that does come to pass, I've got room where I can, you know, build another floor. I could rotate them to have them run along the side versus in the same direction that this is. I got ways I can fix that. It's only one constructor there right now. And it'll only matter if I'm like, I need way more crystal oscillators, which I probably will. Alright. So with that, we upped the number of these considerably. That thing's already full. Like, that belt, not even moving. We are just getting more and more through the system, which is good. Because it needs to consume 37 per minute, and it looks like this is running at full capacity. So once I get the crystal here, we should be good. In the meantime, before I run away, we already know that we're going to get the crystal in here. Actually, I don't know which one's going to be the crystal. So that is a good question. One of those is going to be crystal, one of them is going to be the other thing. Alright, but regardless, let's go ahead and start getting this fixed. So we've got the empty platform. So, where we're trying to go is around here. So I just need to kind of go, honestly, if we go straight up and out in that direction, we should be good to go. Like maybe over there. Let's yeah, we can go straight over there. We can potentially drop in. The other way, yeah. Let's try and squeeze between there. We'll see if we can make it work. It's a bit of an if. And we can go here to the ramp with 2 height. I think that'll be a good angle. Cool. Alright, and now we just keep doing this. I'm gonna have to pick up a lot of this as we go, by the way, because I've been using our concrete as fast as we've been getting it uploaded. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, if we go that way, that goes where we don't need to go. We can probably level out not too much longer. But let's go run down here and start lifting this up and getting this train station set up. And then this will get our the oscillating crystal, whatever they are, ready. Alright. I kind of just want to go up and over. We haven't done like a proper sky rail in a little while. We did all our earlier ones that way, but a lot of the other ones we've been like maneuvering down lower. Let's just go up and over. Get to around here is probably enough of a height. Level it out, and then we can go to the other side and set up its part to be up there. Alright. Yes, that's gonna go over our steel production. That's fine. Okay. Because also going this high, we can do stuff like jump out, check on top of these pillars, get around a little bit easier. Alright. Actually, in hindsight, yeah, it's fine. Let's do it like this. And grab you, cross beam here. Get the lineup I want. And clean this back up. Okay. I should be able to do another one this way. All right. And little by little, we're getting there. Yeah, like I said, what I'll end up doing is on the other side. So instead of having this one drop down, we'll just get it sort of into position. And then the other one, we will bring it up, and it'll be a matter of going, okay, well, how do we make them meet? So it's gonna be a weird one because we're gonna have to like go out and come back. The problem is once I jump down from here, if I'm not near the ground, that becomes a bit of a question mark. Like, it wouldn't be an unresolvable problem. Okay, because down there is where the track is. So before we go much farther, honestly, I could probably work with this. Let's not go this far. Let's not go this far, because what I can do is I'll leave this area up here just so it's easier to spot. We'll plan to be up here-ish. But let's jump down there, and now I may just get up into that general area anywhere, because even if I have to like go a little bit past it, that's fine. All I would do in that particular scenario is to tear down a piece of the track I already laid and then just adjust it. Yeah, so the track is down here, because I had to come out of a cave. So I can go here to being roughly where that is. And get our foundation of 2-meter angle up. All right. They'll probably turn around from there. That's fine. I'm not too worried about chasing down slugs up there. Is that honestly on a good path? That might be a better path. It doesn't matter. I'm just using this to set the height. It just needs to get out of this area without smashing through a wall. I mean, it's fine if it does smash through a wall normally, but for me wanting to make this look nice, I don't want to smash through a wall. Okay. Yeah, and that's where we're trying to get to. So honestly, instead of going up as high as I was thinking about going, we could probably go to around here. Get that prepared over there. And let's see if I can't turn this around such that can get this angle. If we get it to angle correctly over here, this could just be the turnaround point. Okay, so there's the halfway. Right around here. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. It's like ever so slightly to the left, but we can make that work. Alright. So I can clean all this up. I can clean this up to get our concrete back, and now all you have to do is just start riding right up that way. So this is going to be an interesting rail because this does go and zigzag all down to that cave system because the quartz is like deep in the middle of it. And I am looking forward to riding it, even though it is going to be like bob and weave most of the way, so it's definitely going to be a rough time for motion sickness considerations for those who deal with that. But, you know, it is what it is. There's only so much I could do about that kind of thing with an existing game engine with its limitations. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to try and turn this around. I do to go up a little bit farther. Alright, let's see how that does. Let's see, when you need sleep, but you're up a few hours, be more grumpy if you sleep. Yeah, no, there's definitely that point where it's like, you know, it's technically that thing you're still going to be better off to get what little sleep, even if it's not going to feel great. But there's definitely that point where you're down to like half an hour, whatever of sleep, and it really does not feel good, productive, whatever you want to, you know, fill in the blank. Alright, we're getting close. Your limit is 3 hours. Below 3, you consider better off putting out for an all-nighter. Yeah, no, I definitely, like, I'm not sure how I'd approach a lot of that nowadays, but it used to definitely be the way I would approach things, as if my sleep schedule was just trashed. I would definitely try and do the thing where it's like, okay, but I'm gonna really push myself to my absolute limit till I just kind of crash hard. It's not really the best plan, but at the same time, when you're in it, you just do. You try and sleep, you might just not wake up. Yeah. I run into those issues a lot when I'm dealing with, like, oh, I've got to fly out, or, oh, you know, I've got a doctor's appointment or dentist appointment first thing in the morning. Something where my schedule is very not its normal. And we are connected. So let's clean up the rest of this platform. And then I'm going to build a train, I'm going to ride it back down to the quartz, let it get filled up, bring it back up, figure out which one the crushed quartz thing goes into. and go from there. Alright. And now I should be able to just run down here. We can build our train, ride it over there. You see these random pads of factory and all that, and I keep thinking they're the ones I was working on, because they're all kind of the samey so far as the presentation. But no, I'm definitely digging going the train route this way, even if this is definitely not the most efficient. Oh, did we see... How are we doing the crystal oscillators? Oh, we're getting none because we don't have the quartz here yet. I was like, how many are we producing? The answer to that question, if anyone's curious, the answer is 0. When you're not making something at all, you don't make many of them. Oh, wait, before we do this, because honestly, with all this set up, it should just be working, as long as I choose unload here. And I am moving the silica here, like I said earlier, that may be completely unneeded, like I might just not need it all. So boom and boom, save changes, turn on self-driving, have a good time. So let's ride our rail into the cave, do our little corkscrew around down there, pick up our crystal, and then I should be able to just take that crystal and get it connected up to that manufacturing thing in the end, and we'll have our crystal oscillators being made. I do really like all of the different train tracks zipping around, just watching the trains move about, doing their stuff. Oh, I missed a platform. Don't look at it, chat. If you don't see it, it can't hurt you. And there's the second one I missed. You're braking early. Oh, I guess you are going 200 kilometers per hour. Yeah, no, braking a little bit early might be good. You're just staring disrespectfully. It happens. Alright. And we got our crushed crystal and our silica. Like I said, it might be one of those things that I got to increase production down here. That's fine if that's the case. The big thing is that we're making a non-zero number. Once we get that, then it start going into the, okay, well I need to scale it up because now I'm using it for X, Y, Z. But for the moment, it's preventing me from building stuff like the radar towers and all that. Alright, so programming's all good. But yeah, so as you can see, once we get down here in this cave, it's kind of hard to like see what you're doing because you have to like zigzag through it so much. That said, all in all, it turned out pretty okay. Like it didn't have to like bob and weave nearly as much as I was worried. But yeah, so I got the one chunk down there and I got one piece of ramp up here I gotta clean up. I do like maneuvering between all the arches and all that stuff as well. And another train pulling in. I feel like eventually in this save, we're going to start having performance implications from the trains. And that's going to be a sad day. If we do start seeing major drops in frame rate, if I gotta pull some trains, I gotta pull them. We'll see. Alright, so the good news is, that'll connect just fine. So which one is getting the crystal? Because whichever one's getting the crystal, we're gonna run it around this edge here. All the way... Actually, do I already have stands? I actually don't remember which way I was gonna run around. Either way, we'll run around the outside of one of the two sides. Probably that side would be better. Nah, I guess it's half a dozen here or whatever. Okay, so this is the crystals. I'm gonna go this way. Because it doesn't really matter. Alright, and we can grab you. And just like that, we are now producing crystal oscillators. I also noticed. Oh, never mind. We're good. I thought I was seeing that was really low. Okay, so what was the things? Okay, so let's pick up those 2 pieces of foundation that I left out there. 3 pieces of foundation that I left out there. The game can withstand a lot of abuse in regards to frame rate. They have optimized it really well. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. Like, we'll definitely be able to finish the game and win it without frame rate issues. We've already done that with just absolute train wreck spaghetti stuff. Yeah, like at this point, you're either napping at work or drowning yourself in energy drinks later. I cannot nap at work. That has never been a thing. And my last job was even like really, really good about stuff that they only cared that you got your work done. So they even had a room that was like a quiet room that they're like, hey man, like if you're here and you're just, you know, you're just tapped out energy wise, by all means just go into the quiet room, go to, you know, take a nap, go to sleep, that kind of thing. If you feel called out, you're drowning yourself in energy juice. That's 10 a.m. there. It happens. All right, so we got those rogue foundations sorted. And with that, like I said, we got the crystal oscillators being produced. So that's good news. We're over here by our coal as well, which is the last thing I needed for making the last of the masks for the hazmat suit. That is the one big thing I gotta figure out for making those hazmat suits. Like making the filters for that as well as for the radiation. I do have the coal and the cloth in the same area, but I don't have any iron even remotely close to it. So I'm stuck in a situation, do I bring iron back over there, adding yet another car to that same train that I think we're up to like 6 or 7 cars on. And I'm like it's getting to the point where the space the train stops take up is starting to hit a limit. Or instead of all that, do I change up the strategy? Hey, you got something for me, doggo? Just electromagnetic control rods. Thanks, doggo. I mean, I have a case over there that needs those. I think I needed 20, though. I'm not super sure. But yeah, no, I definitely like the way we're going along in this one. It feels like scaling everything is going to be a little bit easier. Granted, I'm burning way more time just running back and forth building train tracks, but I mean, hey. Did you really want anything else? Also, it's probably about time to build another bank. Did you put a collar on Trippy now? Is that a 1.0 thing, or did you skip the... Oh, it's just, No, Now when you tame them, it just shows like the collar and you can name them. Like it's not a thing you add to it. It's just there. But yeah, so whenever you get stuff, it puts a collar on. You can give it a name if you want it to. Okay, so we can go over here. We can make the last of those I need. I just need a Locaterium wire. And hazmat suit.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
Alright, so we've got the hazmat suit on. But yeah, like I was saying, what I probably need to do is it's those iron plates of all things. Oh, isn't there like a recipe where you can make iron plates out of steel and it's just inefficient? But yeah, so I definitely want to go and get that set up. That's also the aluminum. Where am I making my aluminum? No, I'm making the aluminum up top. So where I'm making the aluminum also has coal, but it doesn't have the fabric. I'm just gonna have to accept they're gonna have to run another train route. Is just what it boils down to. We're gonna go ahead and get the hover pack on me because I will use that with a lot of construction stuff. Do we have slugs on us? No, we can drop off the fabric or the bio whatevers to be processed in our giant automated biofuel situation. So anytime we get wood or anything like that. All right, and throw that away. Cool. So I would say today has been very, very productive. We finished phase 3. And now we're in phase 4, and we've already finished all of the first tier of milestones for phase 4. We're not producing any of the completing, like, the goods for finishing phase 4 quite yet, but that's okay. My plan is to get everything set up, then start producing those, because then it's just a matter of scaling up, and we can go hunt for hard drives and all that kind of stuff. But with all that said, it is getting to be about that time. So what's going to end up happening here is if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending because that's just how it works over there. For those over here on Twitch, if you are enjoying tonight's content and you haven't already dropped a follow on the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future.